2 minutes to the deadline. One minute to the deadline. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline. 2 minutes to the deadline.
Good evening and welcome to Face-to-Face Carnage, the 2021 North American DipCon. The event is hosted in Dover, Vermont at Mount Snow Resort, and we look forward to bringing you live coverage throughout the broadcast. I am Kevin O'Kelly, coming to you live from Chicago, home of the Windy City Weasels, and I'm very proud and honored to be part of today's show. Over the last 18 months, a wide diplomacy hobby consisting of partition groups of face-to-face players, represented by national tournament federations and local gaming groups, and online players from several websites and networks around the world, adapted to a global pandemic by joining forces in a way previously unseen between these communities. While that may sound pontifical, I started playing the great game of diplomacy 20 years ago this week with friends at college. Go Huskies, woo! After graduating, I migrated to the Yahoo groups to play by email and playing through online judges. Finally, Jim O'Kelly, the great founder of the Windy City Weasels, invited me to a house game, and I've been playing on tabletop ever since. I've played in all parts of the hobby. Hosted a dozen in-person tournaments, been to nearly a half dozen more, and have made countless friends during this time. We've gone to weddings, we've celebrated new families, and had some tough times too. And that's what friends do. But we all faced a rough time the last year. But from darkness comes sunlight. Virtual face-to-face diplomacy provided plenty of enjoyment in the interim, and there will be certainly room for more virtual face-to-face going forward, including next month's Virtual Diplomacy Championship, which we'll talk a bit about tonight. So alongside some great diplomacy that we hope to show you in the next couple of hours, we're hoping that you'll all remember the good times we've had. And if you've never been out to face-to-face, this is just an intro of what it's like. I'm very pleased to be joined by one of DBN's co-founders, someone who helped make this great experience over the last 18 months possible, along with others we're going to hear from tonight, helping to bridge the gap and create these new friends. But in a role as a player, he's a 3-time Windy City Weasel champion and currently the leader of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Please welcome Brandon. Thanks, Brandon.
Hey, Kevin. Great to be with you tonight. Very excited to see what it's like for the in-person hobby to get going again. And I'm especially interested to see how the virtual players, the players who came to Diplomacy during the virtual era, how they fare in person, how they enjoy the experience, and how they do going up against some of the old hands who actually didn't even play virtual at all.
Yeah, I know that we've heard some stories already, and people who have been in the chat rooms are posting pictures of meeting people for the first time. It's sad not to be there, but we are here tonight, and we are going to be joined. I know that Brandon's on screen to make sure that I don't break anything of his, because I think I do that on every show. So in order to provide some true diplomacy analysis, we are very pleased to be joined by, I think, 8-time face-to-face champion, if the World Diplomacy database is correct, and a gentleman who has diplomatically pushed my pieces all around the board many times, including I know of at least one solo. Please welcome to the studio tonight, Adam Siegel. Adam, welcome.
Hey, thanks. I'm really touched to be invited back. So happy to be here. I got to say, looking at my Facebook feed, my heart is in Vermont tonight. Looking at all my friends there, playing, having a good time. But if you can't be in Vermont, DBN really is the next best thing. And I'm really glad to be with you guys all tonight and enjoying the return of really our hobby, right? This activity that belongs to us and means so much to us and has been such a big part of our lives. So really happy to be here.
Excellent. We're glad to be here. And so I think the best thing and what we're going to do is we're going to get it started by going to Vermont. So not just our hearts will be there, but we can hear what we're going to do. So we've got two great reporters on the ground. Actually, there's a bunch of DBN personalities there, mostly playing, but a few have helped out with gathering some memories for us here tonight. We're going to start out with kind of the why we all go to play diplomacy tournaments. We want to win, so we'll see if that can happen.
Hello, folks. Here I am at the Thursday night dinner prior to Carnage 21.
And look who I've run into. Zachary Moore, DBN personality himself. Zachary Moore, what are you thinking about this Carnage event you're getting ready to play in?
David, I'm absolutely thrilled to be back in the face-to-face environment. The hotel today is buzzing. I've seen a lot of players meeting for the first time that I saw online before, and I'm ready to have fun with them tonight and crush them for the rest of the weekend.
That is some confidence coming from Zachary Moore. Why are you so confident, Zach?
Listen, David, virtual did not treat me well. I was mostly an organizer. I sat back, I watched the greats play, and I didn't have very many good results myself. But if you can remember to a time before the pandemic, it was me who won the most recent face-to-face Weasel Moot tournament, and it will be me who wins this first Carnage back in person, David. When I can look a person in their eyeballs, from my pupils to their pupils, I can read into their soul and I can crush them.
You know, I'll just close by saying that we say in the South, pride goeth before a fall. Let's see what happens to Zach, shall we? Back to the studio. All right, folks, I am here at the Thursday night dinner before the Carnage 2021 event, and I'm here with Eddie Berson, of all people. Eddie, are you looking forward to this event?
Absolutely. I am not only looking forward to this event, I am also looking forward to the point where I can look back on this event as I go home with the winning trophy.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Eddie Berson thinks it is time for him to win the tournament, not somebody else. Eddie, what do you think about all these players who are here for the first face-to-face event they've ever played?
I think it's absolutely fantastic for the hobby that having new people is something that we all have to be proud of, and we have to take very good care of the feeding and the education of new players, because we depend on new players because we're getting a little tired of double-crossing and lying to the old ones.
It makes sense. Eddie, it's great to see you here on the stream, and good luck at Carnage.
We don't need luck. We're diplomacy players.
And that's typical Eddie Berson, folks.
All right, welcome to DBN's latest show, Back Channel. I've got world champion, not former world champion, Nicholas Salgang. Welcome.
It lasts forever, the title, you know.
It lasts forever. You've classed up this show on its very premiere.
Thank you, Ed, for all the good work.
Let me ask you this.
Do you just like look at everybody and like laugh at how stupid they all are? You know you're going to win. Is that the attitude you have to take to be a champion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think your French accent makes you sound more intelligent than you really are?
No, because I'm very intelligent.
Other than you, who has the best chance of winning this tournament?
I've been told that I have to say that it's Tanya Gill. So
That's what everybody. Do you feel a little jealous that almost everyone says Tanya Gill is going to win, and only one person, Ben Kelman, said you're going to win?
no, I'm not jealous. I think she's the favorite, but she still has to deliver the goods. I mean, she hasn't been playing that much lately, so maybe she'll choke.
She could choke. You can't be scared of people, right? You got to play your game.
No, I'm not scared of anyone.
You're scared of me.
Yeah, but not for diplomatic reasons.
Scared of getting cancer from me.
Yeah, or COVID. Or
Okay. What's your diplomacy superpower?
It's better to be a has-been than a never was.
What's your diplomacy kryptonite?
Tanya Gill. She stole a third place at the World Championship from me.
Stole it.
Yeah, she stole it.
Okay. All right. What's the strategy to win?
There is no strategy. You just
play turn by turn?
Yeah, you just get more center than the others, and that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nicola. Appreciate it. We just have to give a shout out to Zach Moore for managing to slip a typo into the interview that he was speaking. He's famous at DBN for typos, and he has given us the brand new neologism, a torment.
Well, let's see if the gentleman who did the interview there can see if he interpreted that correctly. We are very, very, very happy to bring to the stream during his probably 15 minutes of downtime the great David Hood. David, what do you think so far?
Yeah, I also could not believe that Zachary said turbulent, but he really did. I was standing right next to him, and the boy said it.
So you've seen the interviews. You're the ones doing them. Is everybody as excited as they sound in all the videos that I've seen?
If it's possible, they are more excited than the videos, honestly. When I first got into that gathering area in the restaurant, the screams, the yells, the hugs, it was amazing. And it wasn't, because I came in the room, I'm talking about they were already doing it. Then I came in the room, was able to participate in it. It really was awesome. And frankly, even more than I would have expected. And that excitement continued all night Thursday night, all day Friday until the Friday night at 6 p.m. round. It really was, you could feel it in the air.
You've been to other big events, DipCons, World DipCons. Is there anything comparable from the old days, but the pre-COVID times?
Not like this, because the face-to-face people were not able to meet each other during the time, and because a lot of the people at this tournament are actually at a face-to-face event for the first time, or virtually the first time, maybe the word virtual in quotes, it really was different in a way that I'm not sure you could recreate that again unless you want to take another 2 years off of face-to-face diplomacy and come back.
No, we've done that once, and as we've said, and to the people who have put the virtual together, it's great. And seeing some of the videos where people met virtually for the first time and getting together in person, it's like meeting a pen pal. So,
and if it's possible, Ed Sullivan's back channel interviews were more entertaining in person than you're going to see in video, if that's possible.
The best part is, and I don't want to give too much away, but notice how sweaty he gets as these interviews continue to go on.
That fella was pouring 110% of himself into those interviews, and you can tell.
David, how do you think the virtual players have been faring in terms of how they're enjoying the event, how they're able to play diplomacy, how it feels different from the virtual?
If you asked them after the Friday night round, and we did, so you'll see some of that. If you asked them after the Friday night round, they would have been sort of deer in the headlights. Now, some of them played perfectly well on Friday night. I'm not suggesting they didn't, but the experience was so different that they were very struck by it. I mean, I think they were expecting it to be different. And as one of them, I think it was Ed, actually says, it wasn't just the sights and the sounds, it was the smells. And I said, I know it, man. I know it. This is face to face.
I've got a little representation of my first face-to-face trophy from your tournament back in 2008, where I was eliminated in spring 03. So I'm sure I will sympathize with anyone who's having a rough time out there.
Kevin, I do not think I've ever given a more appropriate award at DixieCon in 35 years than giving you the I Got Hammered award in 2008. You know, to be serious for a minute, I by the time you got to Saturday morning's round, and by the time you get to tonight's round, some of that deer in the headlight look was gone. People were already getting their face-to-face chops going, and you will see that in some of these game results, in some of these moves. Frankly, there were some kind of screw-ups and misorders and all sorts of things, people trying to write orders for the first time, and it was quite a thing on Friday night. But you will see once you get into the coverage who's in contention, and some of the names we've been covering in virtual face-to-face play in the last year and a half, they're in contention.
David, have there been any? Sorry, Kevin. Have there been any longtime face-to-face players who didn't play virtual who've shown up?
Well, Eddie Burson, of course, didn't play much virtual. Steve Cooley is here, didn't play very much virtual. These are guys that have played, obviously, Eddie since the beginning of time, and Steve Cooley since the early 1980s. Brad Blitzstein hasn't played a lot, although I think he played in DBNI last year. And actually I do have a list here. Let me see who I'm forgetting. Of course, Adam Silverman, and you'll hear his name a lot today. Adam Silverman is playing, and he hasn't really played as much as he's been on DBN as a commentator. You have Robert Roos, who's played, which is a longtime face-to-face player. Chris Campbell, who's played, I think, a little bit of virtual, but not as much as some of the other folks. And then we've got some longtime players like the Craig Mayers of the world and people like that who have played virtual but also have a very long pedigree in the face-to-face hobby. It's a nice mixture.
Kind of as we roll out and get to the coverage, what's it feel like tonight? You've been there at a final round. You know who's involved or who has a chance to win. Are they looking at the leaderboard? How are the new players faring with the pressure building?
You can see it in their eyes. I'm not going to tell you who I was talking to a few minutes ago because you will find out who the contenders are. But man, I can see it in his eyes. I'll just tell you it's a male. But there are plenty of players in contention right now. And again, not to foreshadow anything, but it is anybody's game tonight. As you go into round 3, there are several people who are in competition, and they know it.
Well, that's great. Excellent. Well, hopefully we'll get you on again before the end of the night. I know you've been pulling a lot of hours these last couple, but if things are tense and the games are going long, maybe we'll get a sideline report. We'll check in throughout the evening. So, David, thank you so much for being there for us. The swag is good. Can you pop your lapel for us?
DBN. DBN. You will see some of that in some of the interviews tonight. We've got plenty of swag going on, and you'll see lots of other things. Can't wait for you guys to show the audience what we've got going on, not just in the games, but in the interviews.
Excellent. David, thank you again, and we will check in.
See ya.
All right, guys. So you've been in that atmosphere. You've traveled to a tournament. You both have won. What's the mental preparation like going to a tournament, either A, expecting to win, or B, putting on your best face when you haven't won? You're trying to win your first one. Adam, what's your mindset going to a big tournament? It's a DipCon.
I spend a lot of time actually with the scoring system. And I think about how do I have to change my play, my attitude going into individual rounds based on what the scoring system will be. I mean, Carnage has a really interesting scoring system where it's placement based. but also centers are the tiebreaker. So you need to be one center up from everybody else, but you also want to have as many centers as you absolutely can. Oftentimes, a second place with a big number of centers is a very good score. So, you have to have those conversations with people when you're trying to figure out what kind of result they're also looking for from a round. And there's the nature of the scoring system also provides a differentiation between placing fourth and placing fifth. So when you're having those conversations with people who are not doing well on a board, they often are very invested in, well, if I can keep my third place, if I can get from fifth to fourth, that is a big incentive for smaller powers, which doesn't exist in a lot of other scoring systems. So the Carnage games really are a little bit different than some of the other tournaments.
And Brandon, kind of following up on trying to get the most points out of a tournament. Obviously, most people go, they want to win. This is a DBNI event, right? Even though it's face to face, it's going to count for the standings. How do you think about it going in, trying to maximize your result?
For me, going into a face-to-face tournament, whether it's virtual or in person, but especially for in person, is to try to understand how people see me. So get a feel for my board reputation, and then to the best extent that I can, get a feel for other people's play styles before the tournament even starts. So like the night before, you go, you meet people, you talk to them, you try to get a sense, like the people you don't know, you've never seen before, you try to get a sense of what their skill level is in the game, how they like to talk to people, what sort of relationships they might like to form. And then, once that first board hits, you got to hit the ground running, and you've got 6 other people on the board to try to evaluate. And for these in-person players, these virtual players playing in person for the first time, that is something that they've learned how to do in a really specific context. And so doing it in the in-person context will just require an adjustment in that skill. And it can be overwhelming. Like all of a sudden you're dealing with a person right there, right in front of you, with feelings and facial reactions and body language. Those are elements these people haven't had to deal with before. And for the longtime face-to-face players, in-person face-to-face players, they're coming to it after a hiatus of 1.5 years. And they may not even know about the DBNI, right? That's something that has been wholly in the virtual world. For me, it's about like board reputation, getting a sense of the people, and then going from there. I don't think the DBNI is going to factor in as much, at least in the beginning, for the first couple of rounds. I think people are just going to be getting used to being in this pool of bodies and see how that feels.
And you brought up a great point. I was going to ask a follow-up, but you already answered it as far as getting to know play styles, getting to know people. Adam, when we were traveling for tournaments, and I know competed in the Grand Prix. Did you win one? You had a couple of So the Grand Prix was the face-to-face DBNI up until how many ever years ago. You saw the same people at a lot of tournaments, but the virtual players are playing every month, and they know the play styles. I agree, it's different. Do you have the same from a face-to-face player? Did you have to reacquaint yourself with the game if you took a little time off, or is it riding a bike?
No, I think that there are certain parts that are like riding a bike, and then at least for me, right, there were skills that weren't. When I remember when I had like a 2-year hiatus where I wasn't really playing, and I showed up to a board and I went to go write my orders, and I got nothing in the box, and it was it was not a good turn, and I expect that there will be folks who haven't been playing throughout the pandemic who are going to get there and realize that whatever skill they're going to be reaching into the bag for is just going to come up a little bit empty tonight. And I'm interested to see, who flounders. And I think that the comment you made about that people really knowing each other from the virtual hobby. Also, I think there's going to be a lot of face-to-face people there who know each other from previous face-to-face games. And I'm interested to see tonight, as we look through the games, whether or not people gravitated towards working together with people of similar backgrounds, or whether people are kind of crossing the aisle and are getting involved in alliances and their play, mixing it up sort of regardless of where you came from. I know that the face-to-face hobby is likely to break 50-50, sticking together or pulling apart. And I'm interested to see how those primarily virtual or online players fare. That
is, I think, going to be the point of the evening, and I'm definitely excited to see, who breaks ranks, and maybe that's enough to win. So, all right. So on that note, so kind of where you learn, as Brandon said, about getting to know players. Carnage, I think we've all been, right, at least once. Yeah. The welcome dinner, the welcome event, the event space itself. I know it's been in a couple locations. I think Mount Snow has hosted the last couple at least. It's very welcoming, very open. A lot of the tournaments have similar styles, but Dave does it. Just a bit up from there. So let's take a look and see kind of how the opening night went, and maybe somehow new friendships are started. Oops.
All right, welcome to Back Channel. The night before Carnage 2021. We're here with the organizer, the genius, the man who conceived Carnage, and yet is not carnivorous, Dave Miletsky.
Hey, glad to be here.
Okay, all right. How many people we got playing in the tournament?
Upwards of 28. I'm not exactly sure of the numbers because we get some locals and walk-ons.
Who have you determined already will be the winner?
Fingers crossed. I would hope for the youngest person at the tournament to win. So maybe Johnny. I think he might be the youngest.
People have already said that you rigged it for Tanya Gill. True or false?
False. Absolutely
false. Yeah. Okay. Why do you love Carnage scoring when everyone else seems to hate it?
Well, everyone that's come to this tournament has seemed to like it. So I think it's everybody in the scoring system discussion spaces that fight with me all the time.
Last year I was second due to Bangkok scoring. This year you took that away. Is that because you do not like me?
It's because last year was a cluster that we smashed together, and it did not work out particularly well. Although our spring edition with Jonathan Frank's system worked out great.
Okay, what are you looking forward to the most this weekend?
Well, this year for the first time ever, I have an assistant TD, so I might get some sleep, which is extremely exciting.
Okay, will you be ruthless in determining disputes?
Yes, it will be as Solomon-esque as possible. I will be, in particular, as a TD, you have to hammer down on misorders, and when you go over, you have to just read exactly what is on the page with no context, because sometimes players want to work in a misorder intentionally, and if you use the context of the board, you're screwing them over. So you just have to read what's written, no matter how brutal it is.
Why are there no money prizes in diplomacy?
Because of the potential for collusion.
But doesn't that take away from the idea that it's a professional endeavor?
What takes away from the idea that it's a professional endeavor is more than anything else, how many of the events seem like a self-help retreat at the Holiday Inn.
Next, I think we need to talk about your giant coup of getting Facebook, nay Meta, to come in here. Tell us what their involvement is in Carnage 2021.
They're going to be sponsoring the event. They will be have a camera crew here. They're going to be taking a lot of footage, but in particular focusing on one board. And if their team gets the footage they need and they come away pleased, I think we can look forward to increased participation from them in the future.
Who has a better nickname, Brad Blitzstein or Robert the Rouse?
I would say Robert J. the Rouse.
Which of the two of them will finish lower?
Well, Robert might not play, so I'm going to go with Robert.
All right. Thank you very much. Dave, look forward to a great tournament. All right, welcome to Back Channel, newest show on DVN. We are here with maybe the new Rookie of the Year.
Certainly the new Rookie of
the Year. Certainly the new, hey, because you allied with me. Johnny Gillum.
Hello, Ed.
You're here at Carnage 2021. Why did you come?
To win.
I like that.
Yeah.
First of all, that's the whole thing.
That's right.
You paid your own money, and you didn't just come here. You're going to win.
That's right.
Longest trip to Carnage. Where did you come from?
I came from Rabat, Morocco, where I live.
All the way to Carnage in Vermont.
That's right.
Have you slept?
A while ago.
What's your strategy for winning, given the fact that you have very few victories?
Hey! It's to be the underdog, to be underestimated, because I have very few victories.
Who do you fear the most?
Here, Tanya.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you would say your own heart.
No, I fear Tanya. Tanya's terrifying.
What is up with this Tanya?
Because she's hungry. She hasn't played all year.
I mean, she doesn't look heavy.
No, but she's good.
You think she's going to win?
Yeah, if I was to bet money, I'd bet on Tanya.
If you were adjacent to her on a board, would you attack her or would you be scared of her?
No, I'd ally with her. I ally with good players. Like you. That's my strategy.
All right, but wouldn't you be afraid of empowering her?
Well, no, because if I was to attack her, I'd probably lose. But if we ally with each other, then I'm gonna gain some points out of that.
What is your diplomacy superpower?
That's a good question. I think I'm somebody that people like talking to, and so they are less inclined to kill me. Is that false? Am I wrong? Well,
you got a good name.
I guess it's luck.
You got a good name, Johnny.
That's right. I'm
Johnny's your buddy.
That's right.
What's your diplomacy kryptonite?
I get way too excited about stupid plays, and then I get punished for it. I'm like Cedric.
Okay. All right. What is the one thing you're looking most forward to this weekend, other than winning and holding the hardware?
I'm looking forward to spending time with you, Sullivan.
All right.
Can't wait.
Hey, that's two. All right. Thank you for being on Back Channel.
You're welcome.
All right. Welcome to Back Channel, DBN's latest and coolest show where we're going to give you the sights, the sounds, the smells of an actual face-to-face tournament. There's no one more smelly than Zach Moore.
Take a sniff.
Zach Moore's here, my producer. Look at that. First of all, what do the people who love Zach Moore need to know about him?
The people who love Zach Moore need to know that I'm not just the greatest on the screen. People need to know that I'm just as witty and personable off the screen. That I'm just as lovable off the screen.
Cheers to that.
And that I'm a great ally on the board. I'm a great ally, I'm a great player, and you should respect me.
Zach Moore, you're joined here by your partner in crime, Sabi Ahuja, Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year.
Sabi, your first face-to-face tournament. Tell us what's exciting you.
I am the assistant PD. I am assisting Alexi with running the tournament when he was PD. I am also going to be recording all moves on all the boards, whether it's through backstabber or through our paper method. And I will be assisting with the drama.
Will you be making moves on the board different than what happened just based on personal animosity?
I am not playing. I am on retirement right now.
You, as the totally objective assistant tournament director, who is the favorite to win Carnage 2021?
Either Zach Moore or Tanya Gill.
Let's go, Zach Moore.
Can I get a shout out for Ed Sullivan? Do we think he's going to win?
No.
I think Ed Sullivan is absolutely the front runner for third place. Ed Sullivan is the front runner for a podium finish and a bronze medal.
Okay, Ed Sullivan is going to be the Jason Mascom of Carnage.
Agreed.
I'll take it. Okay. Thank you, Zach and Sabi.
Love you.
Love you.
All right. Welcome to the premiere Back Channel, DBN's latest show.
I'm excited.
I have not only a diplomacy legend, I have not only a diplomacy broadcast network legend, just a plain old legend, David Head.
Legend in the sense that I really shouldn't exist. People should just talk about me, but I shouldn't exist. Possibly.
I mean, you're going to have a nice funeral. People will say many nice things. You just get a little preview of it now.
That's really what I was hoping for.
Okay, first of all, where did you get these cool swag? Look at the patches. Come on.
Hey, I know people, and I can get stuff.
All right. Why are you here, Carnage, if you're not playing?
I am here because this is going to be a great social event. It's going to be a great event for those of us who have met each other virtually, to see each other in person, get to know each other better. And more importantly, I'm here to support and try to help produce the DBN broadcast for Saturday night for Carnage.
Did you feel it was important not to tell people for a year and a half of virtual that you were a very short man?
I did not feel that was necessary because I'm not that short, am I, Ed?
I don't know. I mean, it's all a matter of taste.
I guess I'm short-ish. I'm the tallest person in my family. Does that mean anything?
Well, yeah, it's got to count for something.
I mean, my wife's 4'11". She claims she's 5 feet tall, and if she sees this broadcast, she's going to say, "I'm 5 feet tall." She's actually 4'11" and a half.
How did you turn off the competitive edge? You're a former North American champion. Diplomacy was important to you for a long part of your life. Now you're an ambassador of the hobby, and I'm willing to bet you don't care about the results so much.
It's easy not to care about the results so much after you've played a lot of tournaments and done well at a lot of tournaments. It's easier to turn it off. But I have to say, I haven't entirely turned it off. I did go to 2019 DipCon trying to win. I came in 4th, so I tried.
Okay.
But it doesn't happen.
So basically you lost.
I did. I lost to Steve Cooley, of all people, who I've interviewed already today. We'll probably interview some more over the weekend.
Okay. Who do you believe is the odds-on favorite? You know all these people. You've analyzed their play on DBN, and you played against them. Many of them. Not me, but one time.
One time.
Who's going to win?
Man, it's hard to really say because there's a lot of really good competitors, but I would not count out Karthik. You know, as much success as he's already had in the virtual world, I think this might be the time where he decides that face-to-face is really his jam. So I wouldn't be surprised if Karthik Kanda takes this thing.
All right, I ask everybody this. What is your diplomacy superpower?
General likability. It's a similar concept to the way you play the game, Ed. It's trying to make relationships with people and let those relationships play out on the board.
And your diplomacy kryptonite?
Eddie Burson. He has been my kryptonite ever since apparently I was born, since he's so much older than I am. It's Eddie freaking Burson.
Okay. David Hood, legend, friend, mentor. Thanks for coming on Back Channel.
You got it, Ed, and I'm grateful that you got Back Channel going.
Hey.
It just so happens that I think that most of the folks happen to be DBN personalities. It wasn't by choice. Zach, obviously one of the co-founders, getting on, and David getting a chance to be on a couple times. But some of the moments we'll see kind of throughout. I got one more montage as we go into the first round too. So a lot of predictions. A lot of predictions for Tanya. Nicola in the first set of interviews said he was suggested that he should pick Tanya. David picked Karthik, partial because he won his tournament. But and Ben Kelman picked Nicola. But everyone else, there was a lot of Tanya.
I think there was an organized campaign to hype Tanya. I have to say, I don't think this was an accident. I think that there was a sort of mass, a group mind effect, and everyone just said, okay, let's all make Tanya the favorite so nobody looks at us.
So who's your prediction then?
Tanya.
You know, I have to say that there's a thing that newer diplomacy players often don't recognize, which is that being hungry for the win, being willing to play an extra 45 minutes to get an extra dot, even if you don't really need to, pushing somebody really hard in a negotiation at just the right time, you know, really having that drive to win is the thing that's going to get you to win a diplomacy tournament, right? If you show up and you're just calm and laissez-faire, okay, maybe for Dave Miletsky it works for you, but for most people, you know, you need to really try to win. And if there is a person who's showing up and saying, I want it, I'm really going to go for it, they're the one who is the most likely contender to win.
Yeah, I'm totally with you, Adam. Like, sometimes there seems to be a stigma around being hungry and showing a desire to win. And it's a strange way to sort of enforce mediocrity. In diplomacy, you succeed by being daring. and taking a chance, letting go of the handrail and just going for it. And, you know, a player like Nicolas is so cagey. He knows how to do that. He knows how to pick his moments. He's as good a shot as anybody, I think. He also has the advantage of having played both in person and done well, and in virtual and done well. So he is definitely somebody that I would keep my eye on. I do think, however, the campaign against Tanya may actually bear fruit. Like it will hurt her chances unless she can find a way to counter that that overall feeling that people have.
Yeah, she was targeted going into the VDL championship in January, but came out on top, and then really targeted in DBNI and couldn't find an ally to work with. So that's definitely. So it was Tanya. So you've already seen maybe some of the results as you've been loading things into the tech today. Adam hasn't seen anything, I don't think. So Adam, who's your pick? And then we'll pick Brandon, and I'll pick someone I'm rooting for.
You know, it's funny actually. One of the things about not loading the results in and not seeing it is I also don't know who's playing. I maybe only have like 8 or 9 people who I'm aware are there. I also think Ed Sullivan has a good shot. I think that he has, despite being willing to really push that knife in deep on an ally, has this. Brandon mentioned earlier, what is the board reputation? He has a board reputation as a Care Bear, and people sit down next to Ed and they want to work with him because they know that he's probably, if you get on Ed's good side, he's probably not going to stab you until 1905. So, you know, a lot of people just want to ride with that for the first couple of game years. And I think it serves him really well, that board reputation. And he's also really good at diplomacy. So,
Ed is in such an interesting point in his diplomacy evolution. You know, he had this really strong Care Bear board image, and then he kind of finally took advantage of it toward the end of last year. And then he very publicly wrote an article that was published in the briefing about the experience of doing that and how he regretted it, but how he also knew that it was all part of a larger strategy. And so like he's now in like the next iteration of finding himself. And also like, but he has the reputation of being both a Care Bear and a stabby MFer, right? So like, it's fascinating to see which one he can adopt in a given situation. I will add though, I think he has already won the broadcast tonight with those back channel interviews. Those were fantastic.
All right, I'm rooting, pulling for a longtime face-to-facer. I don't know if there's ever been a back-to-back DipCon champ. Steve Cooley won in 2019. Took the year off in 2020 because we all did, and is back at it here. So kind of in his backyard too. So maybe a home field advantage. We'll see how Steve does. So all right, like I said, the last one of the co-founders, Brian Pravel, who will be with us later tonight, did a ton of work as well on this, and I don't want to shortchange him on his efforts. So let's take one last look at the welcome and arrival, and we're going to get to our games. This is what it's like when you get to the room, getting ready to play. Board one, you're checking in, getting to your table, finding your friends, checking out to see if anyone you stabbed at the last tournament is there too. It's all part of the setup. It's a great location at Mount Snow. So we're gonna get on in. We're gonna see who's here. Let's make sure we've got our boards ready, and that is it.
That was we have to point out what that the end of that clip was. That was an image of Tanya Gill hearing her placement for round one, and it, as we'll see very shortly, she was not happy with it.
No, definitely not. All right, so we're going to get into round one. The board call is different than what we hear when we're in the voice channels. We're all patiently waiting in the room. You're looking around. You're nervous. You want to see whose board you're on and who you're trying to avoid. Here's Dave Miletsky chatting with David, getting the game started for us.
Folks, I'm here with Tournament Director Dave Miletsky. Round 1 of Carnage had just started. Dave, how do you think round 1's launch went?
It went a lot better than I expected it to. We got all the information out we needed to, and we had got the board seated promptly, and the games got underway a lot sooner than I thought they would.
It looks to me like we got 4 boards for round 1, and you have given names for each of those 4 boards. Could you tell us a little bit about how you came up with the names?
The names for all the boards this particular tournament are going to come from the Gravity Falls cartoon. The names are all going to represent characters in that cartoon, and it's a Disney cult classic that I love, and I know a lot of others do.
That's certainly true. Well, it looked to me like there were some very interesting matchups, but board 4 really stood out. Board 4, which is called something Ramirez.
Seuss Ramirez.
Okay. Could you what did you think when you read the names for board 4?
I thought board 1 is also really strong, but yeah, board 4, it's going to be interesting because 3 players that are very familiar with each other are in a triangle in the east. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. But I really feel like there's one new player, one completely new player in the tournament, but it's a very strong field all around. So I wouldn't count anybody out, really.
Yeah, really, there's a lot of strong players on every board. It's just board 4. I guess because it was the last one that was announced, I kept thinking, well, gosh, that means such and such a person is on board 4.
Yep. I thought board 1 was really strong too, but I think, again, anyone in the tournament is viable to win.
All right, Dave, we appreciate all the work you're putting into this tournament at Carnage, and we appreciate the ability for us to cover it. Any other thoughts you want for the audience right here at the opening of the tournament?
Well, I hope y'all are able to see what a good time face-to-face events are via the DBN coverage. And I think you'll get reports to that effect from the other players. So hopefully everybody has a great time this weekend, and we'll get a bunch more of you out next year for the World Diplomacy Convention.
Yeah, that's really true. If you like what you see here, make plans to come next year for the World Championships. That's it from the gaming floor. Back to the studio.
All right. Well, we're going to leave Adam out to rest and prep for his games coming up, but the best part about it is getting to that first one. So, Brandon, good old Dipcast is here to help us out. Let's get on to it. It's interesting. We've been introducing players for the last 18 months, and we've gotten to know a lot of them through the online play. We have all the locations here, but some of these might be new to us. So, starting off in Austria, Nathan Campbell from Boston, maybe a local player. England, Matthew Krill, never heard of him. France, Nicolas Sahuguet, maybe a prediction from earlier. Germany, Alex Maslow, the host of the Boston Massacre, just most recently. Italy, your favorite, Johnny Gilliam. Did not realize he was from Morocco before, so I wonder if he's seen your movie. Russia, another guy who no one we've ever heard of, the great legendary Eddie Bursan. And lastly, Turkey, Craig Mayer. Craig was a DBNI participant last year, and I believe is in contention for VDL this year. So looking to put in a good spot on his record. You've already seen the game, but coming in, before you looked at the orders, what did you think seeing these names?
My first reaction was lots of old timers on this board and Johnny Gilliam. Dave Miletsky already said that Johnny's one of the youngest people at the tournament. He just moved to Morocco, by the way. He was previously in Seattle, Washington, and he's gone to Morocco to teach English. So this is a sort of life experience. He said he didn't have a reason for choosing Morocco. It just sounded cool.
Excellent. All right. Well, We're on it, and we're going to go. We won't do any reveal here. You tell me how you want to go, and let's run.
Yeah, sure. So the game starts out fairly orderly, with one exception. Eddie Bursan manages to get into Galicia, and what you'll see in the next couple of years is that Eddie Bursan is the devil of the East. Eddie is having such a good time on this board and creating such chaos, and unfortunately, Nathan Campbell is the recipient of the fallout from that chaos. What you'll see here, so in the West, nothing too exciting happens except for Nicola gets into Burgundy. Keep on going into fall here. And just sticking in the West for a second here, you'll see that Nicola does not stop Matthew Krill from getting into Belgium. And this signals that E and F are friendly in a way that should worry Alex Maslow. Perhaps he got wind of that and let Eddie into Sweden for that reason, to have some counterweight to a possible EF. But the headliner in the fall of 1901 is what happens in the East. You'll see that Nathan in Austria did a self bounce over Budapest, and that self bounce was thwarted by Eddie Bursan supporting Serbia into Budapest, which not only kept Nathan from getting Serbia, but allowed Craig Mayer in Turkey to slip on in with a second army. So Turkey gets out of the box right away, gets the fleet facing west, gets two builds. So it kind of, and Johnny Gillam, our friendly Ersatz Moroccan, is happy to help out, takes Trieste, and rather than taking Tunis and getting a second build, bounces Nathan out of Greece. So if you go to the winter here, you'll see that Nathan actually has to pull a piece in 1901. So Nathan Campbell, you are new to playing virtual and in-person face-to-face. As far as we know, we don't know much about you, and this was not a very friendly welcome. We hope that things work out better for you in the future rounds, but you can at least say that you got pushed around by Eddie Bursan. What we see in the West is what kind of looks like a Western triple. And if we move ahead now into spring of 1901, you'll see that the moves all support very much a Western triple here. England goes over the top. Germany shifts completely to the east, sending an army into Bohemia for crying out loud. While Nicolas doesn't do clear Western triple moves. Goes to mid-Atlantic, pulls back to Spain. In the east, we have Italy and Turkey now having some friction, while Nathan just tries to do something, anything. And Eddie also sees the Western triple coming and starts heading west for it. Moving on into the fall of 1902 here, we see that the Western triple is in full swing, with one partial exception here. You might have expected that Matthew would convoy London over to Norway. He doesn't, and instead goes to Skagerrak. Maybe this was because he wasn't sure about Nicolas' intentions, but in any case, I don't think if you're Alex Maslow, you really want Matthew Krill in Skagerrak here. I think you'd much rather have that unit somewhere else, arrayed against somewhere else. Yes, in the east, not a whole lot happens here, except that Nathan ends up with one less dot. I'm sorry, no, he ends up on, he keeps Trieste. It's Johnny Gillam who loses Trieste but picks up Tunis, but has Nicolas coming after him. So moving on into the winter here, we'll see that Craig Mayer puts down another army, which is interesting. It suggests that he doesn't think he can get the fleet out anytime soon. And Alex Maslow and Eddie Bursan both put down armies. So they are locked in against each other. So keep on going into 1903 here. Spring of 1903 looks like more of the same. It looks like Western triple against an RT, which may or may not involve Italy. That's sort of an open question. It becomes very clear in the fall of 1903. Fall of 1903, Italy is definitely not part of this anymore. Thanks to Turkey, he loses Tunis and Trieste. This actually prevents Russia from getting Vienna, so it actually works out a little bit better for Craig here. But the Western triple makes progress in the north. Crucially, however, Alex has not managed to negotiate with Matthew and Nicolas to get those armies off of his back. The army in Belgium and the army in Burgundy, these are things that should not be there if this is really a Western triple. So Alex has made a mistake here and left his allies in position to take advantage of him, which, not surprisingly, they do in 1904 because they're both very good players. So let's really quickly review the builds. Nothing too surprising here. Again, if you are Alex, you probably are disappointed to see an army in Edinburgh. Maybe a little excited to see that fleet in Brest. That excitement's going to be short-lived. Let's move into the spring here. And now you see that the hammer being dropped. Matthew drops all of his units towards Alex, and Nicolas gets into Ruhr here, gets another army into Burgundy. So the Western Triple is very much over. Alex sees it coming a little bit, but doesn't do enough to counter it. He needs to go to Ruhr here, and he needs to get another army headed further west. He doesn't do either one, and so the EF, the Leviathan, gets into position to take him out. Meanwhile, in the south, Johnny is going all full revenge against Craig here, and that's going to be a bit of a problem for Craig. Move on into the fall of 1904. And we get the clear end of the EFG. It's now no longer salvageable. Matthew has decided to take what he can get, which is a lot, and also gives Kiel to Nicolas. Meanwhile, we finally bid adieu to Nathan, who managed to hang on for an extra 3 years. Never got a build. Poor guy. Thank you for playing. Please stay the weekend and play again. We see that Nicolas has now gotten into the Ionian Sea. So fall of 1904, Nicolas Sahouguet, former world champ, is in the Ionian Sea as France. His only problem really is that his ally, Matthew Krill, is bigger than him and in better position. So move into the spring of 1905 here. We just get more positioning here. E and F get into better position. Matthew's sort of moving slowly towards taking out St. Petersburg. And Nicolas is trying to move units further forward. Craig is also trying to get his units deployed. We see Eddie getting a lot of armies up to the line here. Move on into the fall of 1905. We get the end of Munich. So this ends up benefiting Matthew Krill. Nicolas gets Munich, but has to give up Kiel to get it. Meanwhile, nothing happens in the south. So let's move on ahead into winter of 1905. This is actually a crucial moment in the game, surprisingly. There's only one thing that can be done. It's Matthew Krill building a unit, which he does not do. He waves a build here. And why is that so interesting? Well, he's got an ally who he's 2 centers ahead of, but he's got Turkey on the other side being a sort of counterweight. And so Matthew is clearly making a strategic gamble here that it's going to be better off for him not to stab Nicolas and to leave that unit in the bank. So keep on going here. Into spring of 1906, we just get a lot of positioning. Eddie is recognizing that he can't hold St. Petersburg this year, so he's just trying to get units into place. And then the one move which is really interesting here is Serbia to Romania. Is Craig Mayer going to take his shot? Fall of 1906. The answer is no. He moves through Romania into Ukraine. Sorry, the Ukrainian people do not like it when we call it the Ukraine. And most fascinating here, depending on your point of view, Nicolas takes Belgium apparently with Matthew Krill's consent. Matthew takes St. Petersburg. Nicolas also takes Naples. This ends up tying them at 9. So moving into the winter of 1906, E and F are tied at 9. Craig Mayer is in 3rd place at 8, but with very clear stab opportunity if he wanted to take it. He's just passed it up. Maybe it's not totally gone. Does he take the opportunity? The answer is, moving into spring of 1907, no. The game ends here by mutual consent. And it's hard for me not to view this as a big missed opportunity for Craig Mayer. I don't really see the downside here of going for it. I don't know that Eddie could really hurt him that much. And I think the worst that he does, if he stabs, is finish in 3rd place, which in Carnage scoring, it's not that big of a, in fact, it's better to finish in 3rd place with a higher center count, marginally. But there's really very little risk here in going for it. And the upside is dramatic. He could pick up 4 or 5 more centers. He'd probably lose Venice, but that 11 centers might be enough for him to win.
Do you think being first round, you don't want to maybe make that first stab the first time because harder to find an ally in rounds 2 and 3?
You know, it's a real question. This is something that the virtual players have been really strongly into, is sort of figuring out the metagaming around good early results in a multi-round tournament. But, you know, as Adam said before, like, it generally, you can outsmart yourself. It's generally better to come in and take the results when you can get them. And, you know, I played in a Carnage. The only Carnage I played in was 4 years ago. It was, Kevin, you were there as well. And I ended up losing that by half of a rank. You know, I had a second place, a shared top, and a lone top. And if I had converted either the second place or the shared top into slightly better, I would have won that tournament. So.
Yep, you can't, and that's, yeah, I know that's a big thing that we talk about in the meta moment, and no pun intended with Facebook and Meta sponsoring the tournament. We've been using it first, so we're going to claim rights on it. But it is very important, and it's a great analysis to where you can't miss that. Just like Adam said, you know, at the top of the broadcast, is you have to go in thinking about maximizing the score based on the system, and this maybe was the chance. On the other side of the board, we know Matt Krill's you know, motto is "Ally till I die." Nicolas knew what he had there and was able to maybe work it out and both get a shared top result to start.
Yeah, so first of all, Matthew Krill, I know several people who don't have that impression of Matthew Krill, so just want to put that out there. But it's hard not to be impressed with Nicolas' diplomacy here. He managed to talk his way into, it is clearly negotiated into a shared board top that I don't know that he really had much right to. You know, maybe he was threatening to throw the lone board top to Craig, which he definitely could have done, and that was good enough. I don't know. That's a negotiation I would love to have been a fly on the wall for.
Well, good. So the best part about having two gentlemen on the ground, or more than two, but two on the ground, is that we do get to hear from all these players after the boards. It's hard to keep people maybe online virtually, depending on the games, but I think David is with both of the shared toppers here. So let's hear from Nicolas first, and then we'll get Matt to follow that up. So let's see. We got Nicolas. Bear with my technology here with all these videos. Not as easy.
Hello, Nicolas Sahuge. You are here because you just shared a board top in round one, board 4. So I thought we'd bring you in here and talk about what country were you playing and how the game started for you.
So I was playing France, and it started, I mean, so my first pitch to England was Matt Creel was, why don't we do an EF? And we vote the draw when we are at 9-9, and that's what we did. But it didn't really go that way. For a long time, it was more like a triple in the West, because in the East, they killed Austria very quickly. So we needed to kind of make sure that things didn't go out of order. And then Matt decided, okay, now we can kill Germany. That's what we did. And then we had to manufacture the draw to some extent. But I think we were both, it was pretty clear that no one could really try something crazy in this game. So we decided, okay, we go to 9-9. We have the better position than the other side. And that's what we did. For a first round, it's pretty good.
So that's why the game ended, because you didn't think you could do any better at this point of the game.
No, because it's Carnage. So as you know, it's a shared board top, and yeah, we could get more centers, but it doesn't really matter. And then if one stabs the other, then there were still two strong powers on the other side of the board that could take advantage. So we had the deal, and I think it was pretty clear that it was the right thing to follow through the deal.
If the East had not been in a position to put up a fight, you would have kept going to see how far you could get?
I'm not sure. Because, yeah, I mean, in Carnage, it's either you think you have a shot to a solo, or, you know, otherwise it's why continue. I mean, the scoring system is so it was like, and nobody, you know, there was only one person eliminated. There were two people at one center, so everybody was kind of happy to end there. So, and you know, it's a long tournament, so.
So not a bad result for the first round of a 3-round tournament.
No, it's a good result, and you know. You need to warm up, and tomorrow is going to be a long day. So, yeah.
Well, we look forward to seeing more Sahuge tomorrow. Nicolas, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks, David.
Well, so the scoring system kind of played in. Too many mice here to remove. Where is they there? Any feedback from what you hear while we get Matthew lined up here?
Well, the thing he didn't address was how he convinced Matthew to share the board top. He kind of made it seem like that was something that they just had agreed on from the beginning, or that it wasn't really in question. It's always in question.
Yeah. Ooh. And I know here, so we're gonna get Brian. Oh shoot, maybe that wasn't the one. Oh shoot. Well, as we get to Krill's interview, Brian and I have always wanted to do a commercial, and Brian is in the background right now. Welcome, Brian. How are you?
Doing great. How's the night going so far?
I want to be there. I mean, I really do.
I want to be there so bad.
Telling my wife earlier today that I could have probably found a flight yesterday and gotten there, but no, we got work to do. We got work to do here. So tell us, as I loop this one in, what are we going to see here?
One thing that I have always appreciated very much that you see in a lot of other hobbies are high quality game pieces. So you'll see that in like high quality chess sets and risk boards, and even like high quality Dungeons and Dragons tables and minis and things. That really hasn't taken off in the diplomacy community, but I think there's a lot of potential for it. So Matthew Krill constructed a gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous diplomacy board, and I liked the idea and decided to throw together a little commercial.
I'm gonna leave you guys on screen as this one goes here. Nope, I gotta play. And I know we got some feedback. I think he's going to talk about it even. So
I can tell you a bit about it actually, because I'm one of the people that he's been asking for advice as he's been developing it. So me and Riaz, Varani, and Russ Dennis, Matt has been asking us for feedback about the colors and about the design and stuff, and it just looks freaking amazing. It's magnetized, so you can hang it on your wall and still move the pieces. I'm going to get one of these boards, and it's going to be on the big wall, the big red wall behind me. There are also little markers to identify the ownership of supply centers, and those will stick in these little holes, and they're colored. It's just freaking awesome.
Yeah,
there it is. And we couldn't show it beforehand because he's got the map position, so we didn't want to reveal anything. But I know Peter Locken, an old weasel who I think is in New York. I haven't seen him in line, but he was an excellent player, and he had one he had made himself, not magnetic, but I know we've seen. I think Adam Silverman had showed one of his too. So Brian, I'm hoping we're getting to the point where the championship game at every tournament can be played on one of these babies.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. I definitely gonna see if I can figure out how to get one. That is
he's gonna sell them. Good. So those should be available sometime later this year, I believe. Oh, we're almost at the end of the year, sometime soon. But I'm going to give a shout out to Nathan Campbell, who didn't get a very warm welcome on the diplomacy board, but still got to play the first game ever on one of Krill's masterpieces. So at least there's that, Nathan.
There we go. All right. Well, Brian, I'm going to let you get back to work. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes. And let's hear from Matthew Krill, if I can get this. I think this is the right one. We'll find out. Let's hit play.
All right, folks. We just had another game in from round one. In this case, board 4. Matthew Krill is with me. Matt, you were one of the two that topped the board. So tell us a little bit about which country you were playing and how the game started for you.
Yeah, so I was England, and pretty quickly we had Eddie as Russia that grew pretty quickly, and Craig as Turkey that also grew pretty quickly and took out Austria fast. And so I had an ally with Nicolas as France for the game, and then Alex as Germany for most of the game. But at about the mid game, Nicolas and I turned on him and carried it out to a split board top.
So you're saying that there was a Western triple and Germany eventually got cut out. I've never heard that story before.
Yeah, it's a new one. So
it is a new one. So the game ended at a 9-9 shared top. Do you think you could have done better in this game? In other words, did it end at the right time for you?
I think it did. There definitely were opportunities for me to move against France. But with Craig at Turkey at 8 centers, he would have just been fed to grow faster if I had moved against France. And so I felt like this was a good opportunity to stick with an ally, get a good result, and I probably wouldn't even shared a board top if I had turned on France.
Well, I appreciate that thoughts, that comment, and I appreciate your thoughts. I wanted to ask you one other quick question. We actually played this board on a board that you created, on a map, or an actual diplomacy board that you created. Tell us just a little bit about it.
Okay, yeah, it's a board made from wood on a laser etcher, a Glowforge machine, and it's also magnetized, so all the pieces have magnets in them to stick to the board, even if you hung it up on a wall. And so I'm working to sell these to people, custom-made wood boards. For anybody that's interested, just contact me on Discord.
It's an absolutely gorgeous board, folks, and by the time you see this broadcast, you will have already seen some photographs and video of the board. So, Matt, thanks for being on the show, and thanks for creating that work of art for us to see.
Happy to. Thanks.
All right, we are done with board one. Thank you, Brandon, for helping us out with the first one. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. I'm going to bring Adam back to the screen for board two. So let's see if I can get the magic tech here. Let's add that to the stream. That's last game. Let's go to board two. So we were talking about old school versus new school in the beginning. So old school, although I think that board was mostly old school, but 3 older players ran flat. So board two, more dashes on this one. Some newer players. Zach Moore, self-proclaimed champion of the tournament, is in Austria. David Rinkowski from nearby Rensselaer, New York. So he's in England. France, Dave Smith from Connecticut. Is that New England Fire Squad, I think, from Speedboat? We'll have to see if we get an interview with him later today. Colin Flaherty from New York City is in Germany. Tony Dorman, undisclosed location, so probably newer, in Italy. Matt Langer, same way, in Russia. And someone we're all familiar with, Hunter Ketcher in Turkey. So this one's pretty northeast centered, except for Zach. Adam, what did you think before you saw the moves?
I don't know a lot of these players, and for a lot of the folks like Zach and Hunter who have been making a splash in DBN, I haven't really had an experience to play with them before. So for me, it was interesting to look at a board of folks who I don't really know that much about. I mean, Matt Langer's been around for a little while in the face-to-face hobby, so see how well he fares. I will say, Colin, if you do see this broadcast, I live in Brooklyn. I work in Manhattan, so let's get a board together locally.
Excellent. This is the best place to recruit. We've found some, so maybe we'll get another one. All right. I didn't mention Dipper Pines was the name of the last board. And so on this one, we've got Maple Pines. I didn't do my research. I am not one of the fans, as David mentioned earlier, but I did pull up the Gravity Falls wiki page. And there is like birthdays and a whole multiple sections of paragraphs about these characters. So for anyone who hasn't seen it, and I certainly will at some point, probably not tonight, but I will be ready to chat next time I see Dave in person. So with that being said, let's get to the map. Same way, we'll just push through. Adam, lead the way.
So I think that the theme of this board for me was about folks seeing an opportunity and taking it after other people made aggressive moves. And normally I'm a person on a board where I like to find an ally and make an aggressive move in a direction. But a lot of the aggressive moves on this board, I don't think, maybe with one or two exceptions, super worked out, and instead actually the other neighbor ended up, kind of finding the weak spot. So in 1901, there's not a lot that happened that was spring 1901, other than the Italian moves, which were super out of the box. I don't know if you can see this, but it's Rome to Tuscany, Venice to Rome, Naples to the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is I would just love to hear what the thought process behind that opening was, other than to say, I'm going for Tunis, leave me alone. I think also the other interesting point is the bounce in Burgundy gives David Rinkowski Belgium. So we'll see how that plays into the fall of 1901. So if you take a look at this, the interesting, I think, moments here are Tuscany to Piedmont, which, from my perspective, if you're going to go to Piedmont, you might as well go to Piedmont in the spring. But I guess you're there. Congratulations. Hunter Ketcher makes the Black Sea because Matt Langer's a little bit nervous about Romania, so good on him. Like I mentioned, David Rinkowski makes it to Belgium uncontested. Exciting. But probably the most unexpected series of moves is that Colin and Matt in Germany and Russia have a bit of a miscommunication over what is happening in Sweden. So Denmark orders to Sweden, looking for the bounce. For those of you who aren't aware, commonly St. Petersburg spends the first two seasons of 1901 heading to Sweden, and sometimes Denmark will bounce Sweden so that Rush won't get the build. Matt, believing that he won't get Sweden, orders to the Baltic to put pressure on Germany, but Colin gets into Sweden, which I'm sure will have repercussions on the board moving forward. Not only does Matt doesn't give up the build because he wasn't going to make it to Sweden anyway, but that fleet is a little bit out of position for Colin. So in the winter 1902, we get a number of pretty standard builds. A second fleet for France, two fleets for England, a couple of armies for Germany is probably the most interesting piece, but he's got an army in Silesia and a fleet in Sweden. So, he's definitely sort of looking east. Everything else is pretty normal. And, continuing to sort of move through 1902, I think that what you see here is France shuffling pieces into a very neutral position, Turkey shuffling pieces into a neutral position, but the people pressing on the gas here are Zachary Moore in Austria going hard at Russia, and England, David Rinkowski, going hard up north. And it's not entirely clear to me if that is part of a Western triple plan that David thinks that he's on board with everybody or not. But those are the aggressive moves, and everyone else is just kind of chilling this season. In the fall of 1903. You can see that the same players who aren't really doing, too many aggressive moves are sort of staying the same, right? France isn't really heading anywhere. Italy's not really doing too much. But England is making some gains up north, and we have Sevastopol dropping down into Armenia, but simultaneously losing Ukraine. It's to me an interesting series of moves by Matt Langer, who's now facing pressure in the north and in the south. Meanwhile, Hunter does take Greece off of Zachary, and Zachary chooses to go what looks like off the board. Or I take that back. Does not have a retreat for that fleet, so his fleet is destroyed. Winter of 1902. I think we missed no, I'm sorry, that was the fall. My apologies. So winter 1902. Another third fleet for Hunter Ketcher, which is kind of exciting. Matt pulls both of his fleets, which I think will have ramifications here as well. France still sitting with a lot of internal momentum. Italy still sitting with a lot of internal momentum. Germany still sitting with a lot of internal momentum, not really going very, very far. But as we head into 1903, a lot of that is about to change. So as you can see, Dave Smith steps on the gas and pulls the trigger for a free walk up to Liverpool. I think that this is probably David Rinkowski's mistake. There's no real reason to leave an army in London when you could have moved it to Yorkshire to protect yourself. And as a result, he's going to lose Liverpool in the fall. Italy also decides to finally make a move and makes that move against Austria. I think it's a decent choice because Austria is pretty tied up against the Russian and also got stabbed by Turkey last round. But I think that maybe he's not noticing the fact that Hunter built Fleet Smyrna, and that those fleets, he's got two fleets down there, don't have anywhere else to go. And if you put yourself in the Adriatic in an aggressive position against the Austrian, you're not really making any other friends. Meanwhile, Germany also, who didn't really have a lot of direction, is shifting entirely back west. Although he'll be a little bit behind France, you'll see that he's also in a position to make some things happen. So we can move forward a couple of seasons here, maybe to the winter. You saw that convoy happening to Liverpool. Germany picks up Belgium, which is also pretty key. So that's 1 build France, 1 build Germany. Italy, tries to make that move against Austria, but it doesn't really work. In exchange, he just ends up losing the Ionian. Hunter really paying attention here to the opportunity of what is happening when Austria and Russia fight. Picks up an extra unit because Russia just is not in a position to defend it. And moving through 1904, I think a lot of these trends are going to continue here. Hunter just continues pushing while attempting to push forward. Dave Smith pushing onto David Rinkowski's position, and Colin and Dave really working hand in hand there. I think that the AI fight that brewed because of that move to the Adriatic is going to end up just putting Hunter in a super strong position. So we see that the ramifications of a lot of that are going to happen throughout the fall of 1905, in which I think we can see what is some really good diplomacy on Hunter's part. He makes a deal here with Tony Dorman to shift the fleets up through the Tyrrhenian Sea. And I don't know what that promise looked like, particularly because he's still working so closely with Zach Moore. But getting your fleets from Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea for Hunter is such a huge thing. And it also requires that Dave has to pull at least 1 fleet back to Spain to make sure that he's not going to get totally screwed here. Meanwhile, Germany makes headway up in Scandinavia, manages to take Sweden, which is a sort of a strong position here, I think, for Colin. I think that given the proper guesswork, David probably could have defended that dot. I don't think that North Sea needed to hold. I think that there were options. North could have probably ordered either to Skagerrak or to Denmark. He either would have blocked the supported attack if he went to Skagerrak, or he would have made it to Denmark. If it had gone the other way, he would have either blocked the attack or ends up in Skagerrak, which is not ideal, but at least then he would have had some options for 1905. As we move through into 1904, again, it's Germany building, puts down another fleet, which really just seals England's fate here. And those impending fleets in the Mediterranean, if they continue, they have so much option, right? Hunter can go for Tony. He can continue working with Tony and go push on Dave Smith in France. There's sort of just a lot of choice. And unfortunately, Zach doesn't really have a lot of options here, right? Hunter's well defended in the Balkans. Matt Langer is probably super pissed at him at this point. So yeah, we'll continue through to 1905. And it looks like, Zach Moore trying to make something happen here for himself. He's saying, well, at least let my armies be useful to you. Let me push into the middle of the board. I can imagine what this diplomacy looks like, right? He's stuck, right? He can't take Venice because there's 2 Italian units on Venice. He can't attack Hunter because there's too many pieces. Matt is already in a situation and he wants to top this board, so he goes for Germany. But ultimately, Germany's on 7. It's kind of a rough position, and there's 2 armies in the middle of the board there, and he's going to need support from either Matt or Dave Smith, which it just is hard to see. Hunter moves his fleets through the Mediterranean to West Tyrrhenian Sea. Just a super strong position, just super strong. And continuing forward, even you just continue to push the meter there, Kevin. Through to the winter, you can see that Italy-Turkey alliance ends up bearing fruit, right? Tony builds, and he builds an army, gets Marseille, and it's sort of a unique moment, I think, because you so rarely see Italy and Turkey working together so well. But from Hunter's position, I can imagine it's fine, right? 5 in an army build versus his 6 with his strong fleet position. It's pretty strong. Zach does get Munich, which has got to be pretty pleased about. And Matt picks up St. Petersburg to push Colin back as well. England dies. So going through 1906, I think there's some more interesting play going on here. I think Zach feels a little bit out of sorts, doesn't have a lot of movement. I think Tony realizes how surrounded he is. Hunter picks up Tunis. The coordination that continues to go on between France and Germany is extremely strong. I think that Germany's position is a little bit precarious, but France is not interested in attacking him because of that army in Wales. And Germany desperately needs that army back so he can retake Munich and help fight off those Italian incursions. So in fall of 1906, you see Germany retake Munich. And I do want to back up back to the spring. There was a really clever move here by Matt Langer. So Matt goes Warsaw to Galicia, Moscow to Warsaw. And going to Galicia here, actually at this moment, is really clever because it puts 3 units on Romania and means that Zach has some guesswork in the fall about how to defend himself. So if you take a look at the fall moves, knowing that Italy was also making a move to the Adriatic and to Venice, and knowing that there would be 3 units on Romania, poor Zach Moore has such a hard decision. How does he defend himself? And Matt may or may not have had Hunter on his side. There might have been no conversation whatsoever, but simply the appearance of that 3-unit attack on Romania allows him to slip into Vienna. And I think it was just cleverly done. No, you can move forward to the winter. There's continued push forward in Turkey moves in to Spain. France manages to retake Marseille. It looks to me like the lack of commitment from Tony just allowed Hunter to be the one to sort of get the dots over there. It's unclear to me whether or not he's going to be able to hold that in the long run, but it doesn't really matter at this point because he's +2. And so moving forward into 1907, you can see that at this point, after Zach has taken a beating of losing Munich and losing Vienna, he's down to 4. Hunter decides to turn on him. Hunter's already in a position in Spain. It looks pretty good. Dave and Colin are still sort of stuck together, even though I think Dave really needs Colin here, right? France really relies on Germany for stability. I think that Germany does have a little bit of a missed opportunity to jump on this bandwagon in 1907 of attacking France. That poor Dave Smith has been the target of so many people on his border all game long. But I think that Colin at this point on 8, maybe in tie with Hunter Ketcher, is saying it's okay. I'm tied for board top. I don't really want to risk it. Personally, I might have pushed the boundary here a little bit if I were Colin, but his position is strong. Right? Going into the fall of 1907, you can see he set up for a free walk to St. Petersburg. He could have taken a dot off of England, but instead he takes he orders the convoy back to Belgium. It looks like maybe there was a misorder in the English Channel.
York to Bell.
Yeah, maybe it was just miswritten. Because if I'm France, I'm writing that convoy order all day long to get Wales out of there. Anyway, but you can see that Hunter Ketcher also in the south takes Romania and Serbia, and I think that if I'm Colin, maybe going for the stab on Dave Smith at this point might have helped to keep pace with the dot count. So in the fall, in the winter of 1907, you can see Hunter Ketcher at 10, Germany, Colin at 9, France at 8, and I think this is where the game ends. Nope, I lied. There's another game here. I apologize. This is one of those things about only having a few minutes to review these games because they come to us live on Saturday. So Hunter just has a lot of pieces here, and Germany and France continue to work together. It's hard to see how Germany would have topped this board without French dots. I think that it's really easy to see how Hunter could have topped this board in another universe, or I'm sorry, how he could have pushed more, but there was no solo here, right? Because he's stuck behind the stalemate line. So for Hunter, this is about as good as it's going to get.
And
they do call the board. So this is the final center count. Yeah,
you're right. And to your defense, the backs. Oh, so I saw someone right in there. Must thank Sabia Huja and David Hood for getting every single game at this tournament into the Backstabber sandbox. So on the sandbox, you don't know when the game's over. So it was over for you, just not for the system. So we've got that good. Nicolas said at the end of his game in his interview, it's getting a board top and looking for a solo. Is there a solo chance here for Hunter?
No, there's absolutely no solo chance here for Hunter. He could get to 17, 15, maybe on this board. I think he could get the Italian dots and the
Hunter catch.
But I will say that I actually disagree with Nicolas. I don't think that the scoring system here is incentivizing you to stop playing when you are ahead. If you have 10 centers and you can get 12 centers in Carnage scoring, you should take it. In a tournament where there are only 28 players, it is very likely that some positions in the top 7 will be decided on center count, even in the top 1. This happens very frequently in tournaments with common finishes, like a first, a second, a tied first, or like in a draw-based scoring system at DixieCon, like a 3-way draw. Centers do matter. They are extremely important, and it may not matter in Carnage 2021, but on the first round, you absolutely do not know, and it matters. It absolutely you should keep playing if you have games in front of you, and you want to win.
Yeah. And there might be, so again, kind of the same question I asked Brandon in the last one is, do you play maybe more for the second round and third round? Do you stab a Russian ally who they seem to get along fairly well? Do you stab the Italian who you patch things up with or work very well with? So maybe Hunter has some feedback in his post-game interview. Let's take a look. Oops, I broke that.
Hunter Catcher, your game in round 1 just ended game 2, and you have topped the board. How did you do it?
Well, the truth is I actually had some really good allies. I had Turkey and ended up getting 3 neighbors who were willing to work with me. And I ended up being able to get some fleets over to the Western Med and pick up dots across the board without really having to get in the way of my allies. And they treated me well. I treated them well, and we succeeded.
So who did you ally with in the game?
So Zach was a great ally. He was playing in Austria. He was really the first player that I started working with, and he helped me break into the Med. We had Matt up in Russia, who struggled at the beginning with some of the enemies who were attacking him, and he and I ended up being able to collaborate and hold his line. He was down to 2 at one point, and we got him back up to 4 by the end of the game. Italy was a newer player, Tony. Was a really wonderful experience to get to work with him and watch him move across the board and pick up some dots. And he was able to at one point start breaking into France and almost had Paris before he got pushed back. And so it was a fun game.
Sometimes people are watching the stream that are trying to learn the game. They've seen Turkey really get crunched a lot early in the game and not being able to have success. What do you think the difference was for you in this particular game, whereas other people playing Turkey might not have been able to accomplish it?
I think a big part of it was really truly having the right people next to you who are willing to work with you and help make the team successful. And for my own part, trying to use I guess it's generic, but to say the best diplomacy skills you can to show people where it's in their interest to keep working with you at any given time.
Well, this was just your round 1 game. You got 2 games to go. How do you feel going into tomorrow's doubleheader, rounds 2 and 3?
I am sure there's going to be a lot of targets on my back.
I am sure. I'm also sure of that, but I think you can handle it, Hunter Catcher. Congratulations, and thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for your time.
All right. Well, that ends round 1, board 2. Thank you, Adam, for getting us through that one. That was a nice result for Hunter. So we've got a shared top and a solo top. Let's see what Brian Preble can bring to us. So shared top, solo top, board, solo. Is that lone top? What do we call them now?
I just call it a top, a board top.
All right, board top. So we got that, and we've got the players in round 1, board 3. Let's get this onto the map for you here. DBNI rank number 1, Karthik Koneth. That's a solo possibly waiting to happen. England, some guy who doesn't seem to play a lot, but he does help us on DBN, so I guess I'll be nice to him. Adam Silverman coming from the Bay Area. Chris Campbell from local Vermont in France. We got Kevin Eulis from Camp Hills, Pennsylvania and Germany. Noam Brown, Italy, so ranked 33rd. Good start there. From New Jersey. Of course, everyone's favorite, Jason Massbaum, coming from across the country to play this one in Russia. And my pick to click, Steve Cooley from Massachusetts in Turkey, the reigning DipCon champ. Got some again, a lot of names on this board. A couple I don't know. I don't know Chris and Kevin, but some big names. When you saw this for the first time, what are you thinking?
There are no weak boards in this tournament, period. And there are no players that cannot win this game. One thing that Carnage does really highly reward is a solo. If anyone solos in this event, even if they are behind throughout the tournament, they've got a shot to win. And there are so many players at this event that have that capability. It makes every single game impactful and exciting. So really looking forward to watch this game and the rest of the games this event.
Excellent. All right.
So for me, theme of this game is Semper Gumbus, which is Latin for always flexible. That's not real. Gumby is just flexible. But in this particular case, I think that we see the adage, play the power or the people, not the pieces, really come to light. So let's take a look at spring of 1901. My eye is immediately drawn to the west, where we see Brest and London both heading towards the English Channel. In a recent edition of League Night, we covered France moving to the Channel statistically, even if they don't get in, is always good for France and is always bad for England. And we don't know why that is. It may be just a fluke of the statistics, but it overwhelmingly was true. And Chris is putting that to test, and we're going to see what happens with that. But one thing that I think you should also look at, notice that Paris goes to Burgundy. If this were truly full-on anti-English attack, that army you would expect to move to Picardy. So something's going on there. Keep your eye on that. Also, we have Steve making every Windy City Weasel proud with the Sunstrom opening. Curious to see how that works out for Turkey, who's been struggling of late in this meta. Moving on to fall of 1901. Notice that Austria supports Bulgaria into Romania, staying in the east. That typically indicates a potential Austria-Turkish alliance, although personally, I'm not a big fan of that because it leaves that army stranded and you're entirely dependent on Austria as Turkey. And you kind of leave your backside open a little bit. But if you feel very strongly in your partner, that can be a powerful way to jumpstart an AT. Also, pay attention that Brest moves to mid-Atlantic Ocean and London moves to the North Sea, indicating that perhaps the West in France and England have come to some kind of agreement on what to do next. Moving on to the winter. The winter builds are not so interesting about what is built, but about what is not built. France does not build in Brest and England does not build in London. Again, indicating that despite that early bounce, England and France have found a way to earn enough trust, perhaps with those last negotiated set of orders, to work together. What's also really important is what's not built is Fleet Kiel. We've got a double army build from Kevin in Germany. That combined with the fact that it's looking like France and England may be working together is a very, very bad combination for Germany. Personal thought, second build for Germany should always be Fleet Kiel in 1901. So keep an eye on that. Next up, in spring of 02, we do see England moving to Helgoland, and there is nothing that Germany can do about it. France supports themselves into Burgundy. The Leviathan is rising. In fall of 02, what looked like a Austria-Turkey dogpile on Russia, we may have a shift in strategy. I'm really curious in the East, paying attention to how all of the Eastern powers suddenly shift away from Turkey towards the center of the board. I wonder if this is in response to the power of the Leviathan, which has been the dominant alliance in this meta. Maybe they decided, hey, we need to keep Russia around to help slow England down. Not sure. But if that were the case, I'm really puzzled by the move of Austria taking Vienna. Really, I'm just not understanding the set of moves here. Hoping maybe in our player interviews we can get some clarification on what's going on in the East. Moving on to spring of spring of 03. We've got what looks to be a late game air alliance. Austria, Italy, Russia, they seem to be ganging up on Turkey, but they do not have as much tempo as the Leviathan, which is simply dominating the West. Moving on to spring of 04. In spring of 04, you notice Italy is having to shift so that they play defense. France and England have no sign of getting into any kind of conflict. They're rolling. Italy does the right thing here and moves to go and hold the line. But who's gaining from that? It looks like Austria is the only one in the East who's really picking up any builds here. Fall of 04. We bid farewell to Kevin in Germany. Kevin, if you watch this, I hope you see the value and the importance of that second fleet, or that second build being Fleet Kiel. That's critical to help slow down this kind of situation. You also see why I don't love playing the air as Italy if you don't do a good job of negotiating you being the one to get the builds, particularly if you're facing a Leviathan and France is coming to the med early. Really, from this position, Gnome's entire game is going to be very boring. They are going to have to hold the line. They're going to really have to negotiate hard to get some builds if they want to get back in this game. Otherwise, they're just going to be sitting there. Fall of 05, the Leviathan is now set up to take Tunis, and they are setting up with their builds to force St. Pete. So they're rolling. Fall of 1905. We see England has armies and fleets. Italy and France are tangled together. There is all the upside in the world for England, and the game draws. On the flip side, Gnome has gained a ton of experience recently. He is 33rd in the DBNI right now. We have got world-class players all over this board. Maybe everyone just saw the threat of England and convinced Adam, hey, you can keep trying if you want, but if you make a move, we are going to unite. And that risk was higher than the potential reward. I don't know, but all I know is where I'm sitting as the armchair quarterback, that looks like a very, very delicious English position.
Yeah, I was thankful, let's call it thankful, to be on a Carnage board a while back that ended in spring 05 instead of fall 05. When you know you got the result you want, you end it. And maybe that's kind of how they were at. I'll kind of click back maybe into the one turn that you were stopping on too with Karthik. I was just curious how the game would have gone if in fall 02 he takes the Turkish support from Bulgaria into Romania instead of going for Vienna. He could have walked into Vienna. Maybe he didn't know that. And also put Aegean into Ionian because Ionian was not supported, convoyed over. Could AT have continued to roll? That was that's the question I have after watching that is what would the game have been? Could the East have moved as opposed to the late era you talked about?
And could they have moved as fast as the EF is the question, because it really turns into a race at that point, particularly who's going to get those Russian centers.
Yeah. All right, let's hear from Adam first to see what he's got there.
Well, I'm here.
I gotta share that. I know we keep doing this. There's got to be a better way to get that on. All right, let's do this. Screen, Adam, and boom.
Right after round one, board 3 has concluded in a shared top. So, Adam Silverman, you were one of the participants in that shared top. Tell us how the game ended.
The game ended with a shared top between England and France, both at 8 centers. And I think there was an Austria that was at 6 or so, and then some small powers.
And so you were playing which of the 2 top powers?
I was England.
Tell us how the game progressed. In other words, how did we end up at an EF after 1904?
Yeah, it was pretty fascinating. The opening negotiations was, I heard something I'd never heard before, actually, and I played England a zillion times. France opened his negotiation with me saying, I am opening to the channel. He didn't ask for a bounce. He didn't ask me not to bounce. He just said, this is what I am doing. And I wasn't thrilled with this, as most Englands would be. And I tried to talk him out of it, and it clearly wasn't happening. So I said, okay, are you going to also go to Burgundy? And he said, sure, I can do that. So that was kind of interesting. My open negotiations with Germany, I got this sort of vibe that I was being targeted by, I think the German player was one of the less experienced players on the board. Chris is, I think, pretty experienced, but may know of me or know me. I think we've met in the distant past. But anyway, I got the idea that I was being targeted, but I said, okay, I'll bounce the channel and we'll see where it goes from there. So I did that, and it actually set up an opportunity to create trust between France and I in the fall, basically agreeing, okay, you need to go out to the mid-Atlantic. I need to take Norway and move back out to the North Sea. Let's agree. The channel's open. What about builds? How about you don't build Fleet Brest, and how about I don't build Fleet London? And he was agreeable to that. And I said, someone who's going to tell the truth to me that they're opening to the channel is probably going to tell the truth to me about their builds. And so we both followed through on it. And it was like, okay, this is someone I can work with who's going to be upfront with me. And he probably felt the same. You got to ask him. But and it was sort of the beginning of what played into a very aggressive play against Germany into 1902 and onward. And, we both sort of moved aggressively, never left ourselves particularly open, stayed pretty even for most of the game. The other side of the board was really interesting from my perspective. It opened really looking like Turkey and Austria were going to just pile on to Russia, with Italy kind of hanging around doing whatever. But it changed very quickly. Karthik made a move against Steve. Karthik playing Austria, Steve playing Turkey. Made a move against him in like 1902 or something that I think was premature and really set Steve off. And it sort of changed it to a sort of an AIR against Turkey. Steve Cooley is just too good tactically. He held out to the end. He was at 3 centers at the end. They couldn't take things off him. When France finally swung around, Italy had to pull back, and they just were not in a position to do anything. And I think that early, premature stab on Karthik's part really shaped the inability of the East to put together an effective counter. Now, they were putting up lines. They were putting up units in the middle of the board. It was not going to be easy for England and France and I to push through. Could we have? Yeah, I think we could have.
Well,
could I have gotten bigger? Yes, I think I could have.
That was going to be my question.
Could I have topped the board? I don't know. Maybe. I think it's possible. I think it's also possible that France could have topped the board. And I think both of us were at a point where, and again, it wasn't a long game. It was a short game where there was an opportunity to actually call it as a short game. Both have a really good first night result, not a spectacular result, but a really good result. Move on, go to the bar, hang out, play some other games, and get a lot of rest for the double round tomorrow. And so I think that was really the rationale for me to end it, in spite of the fact that, you can critique me for not taking a solo top. I could have played another 3 hours and maybe it would have happened. I acknowledge that.
Well, that seems awfully defensive of you to try to wonder what I was going to ask you, but I was going to ask you the question.
It's almost like we've worked together before, David, and I just had a premonition.
Well, I want to go back to something you said in the very beginning. I think of an instructive point that players might take away from this game is, all right, you have a first round bounce in the English Channel. Does that mean that there's no chance of England and France bouncing back and being the dominant alliance? I guess the answer to that from this game is no.
That's right. I think it's all about trying to be flexible and really, for me in this game, it was a very deep effort to try to understand the players in France and Germany and to try to understand what their motivations were and why I was hearing what I was hearing from them, and really being able to kind of follow up on that in a way that fostered building trust, which is ultimately what the French player was looking for. I think that was able to solidify a really good alliance.
Well, Adam, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts from this game, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much, David.
Well, we talk about it every game, so there's a chance to grind for more. Do you grind for more, Brian?
Sometimes I grind for more. I will definitely say I have been to Carnage specifically and decided that getting rest and the hot tub sounded a lot more like I was feeling that time. So really, I think it's just how hungry am I feeling, and is the juice going to be worth the squeeze, in my opinion. In this particular case, I think I would have. I do not see a solo chance with that group of players in that position, but in Carnage scoring, people get caught up on the 1,000 points that they offer for the lead-based component, but oftentimes it comes down to that tiebreaker with the center count at the end. So I definitely would have picked up St. Pete and might have tried to pick up one or two more potentially off of my ally France, because I think I could have gotten away with it. But at the same time, it's a small tournament. I might be playing with some of those players again, and reputation matters too. So,
and one last thing, since we do have three weasels on the board here, it's important to get to the bar. And I mean, there are some things to be said about there's a lot more to a diplomacy tournament than diplomacy.
Yeah.
So, all right, Brian, thank you very much. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, Brandon, we're on to board 4 here. So, board 4, if we want to go back to the intro video, you could see one of those players with her hand over her head, knowing what board had been drawn. So we've got the reporter Ed Sullivan in Austria. We've got a resurgent Ben Kelman, who has really been putting up some good numbers recently in England. Scott Richards, don't know, no place, no DBNI. So Long Island, New York, probably a local. Alex Miller, same way, New York City. A lot of Northeast players in this one, and France and Germany. And then you get to the rest of the East, where you've got Ed's neighbor and best friend, Morgante from Vermont, in Italy. The aforementioned Tanya Gill, who has no rank, but we sure know that that means nothing for this one for not playing as much. And then the quote-unquote rookie on the board, Carnage, or I'm sorry, whipping winner, Katie Gray in Turkey.
Yeah, Katie's leading candidate for Rookie of the Year, and Tanya was the #1 ranked player on the tour last year. So yeah, Tanya's certainly no neophyte. Yeah, I looked at this board list and I said, "Thank you, Gods of Diplomacy, another delightful board." And then I saw the moves, and unfortunately, a little disappointing. Well, this game will not be one that we have to take a whole lot of time with. Spring of 1901, the only interesting thing that happens here is the bounce in Armenia. I think when people when the other players looked at this setup, they looked at Tanya and Katie in the East, knowing that they're friends, noting that they also like to form pretty good alliances in the beginning of the game. Don't necessarily like to keep them the whole game, but I think they looked at that and said RT is a pretty likely thing here. And from what I understand, that was a lot of the scuttlebutt going around the negotiations. And if you are an RT and you want to dispel notions of an RT, you have to bounce in the Black Sea. You cannot move units. You cannot move the fleet in Ankara further west. This screamed RT, and it scared a lot of other people on the board. Fall of 1901. This continues with. This is one of the most interesting turns of this whole tournament, I have to say, that I've seen so far. And it focus on the east here. Katie Gray does not move either Constantinople or Smyrna. Ed, what probably looked like an AI in negotiations to Morgante turns out to be not such a thing. Morgante gets into the Aegean. Ed gets into Ionian and bounces Morgante out of Trieste. There is no way that Morgante went to the Aegean here without expecting to get Trieste. And so Morgante does not get a build in 1901. Very, very troublesome for Italy. I wondered if Katie and Morgante and Ed had planned this in order to sort of lure Morgante out of position and keep him from getting a build. I got a text message just before or just after we went on the air, and I caught a little bit of it. I haven't read the whole thing, but Katie said no, it was a misorder. Katie wrote Khan to Bulgaria, but did not specify a coast.
Oh, yeah, that seemed too weird to not, if you're leaving Bulgaria, not to follow it back in.
Yeah, it's very strange. Like I said, unless it was a giant sort of mind game on Morgante, which would have been awesome, isn't what happened. But so we can't represent that misorder on Backstabber, so that's why it just looks like a hold. Smyrna holding, however, is, I think, just a poor choice. All right, let's move on ahead here. What you end up seeing very quickly here is that the three in the West get over any animosity they had and form a Western triple very quickly to try to counter what they see as an RT threat, even though the T in the RT is poorly positioned to move a lot. This, I believe, I have the order of causation correctly, causes an ART to form in the East. And we can see this as we move ahead here into spring of 1902. Clearly, ART are coordinating. Austria is getting units to the line very quickly. This is the sort of thing that Ed is very capable of doing, and Tanya and Katie also, is arranging a kind of interesting alliance to start out the game with. Does the Western Triple cause the ART? Does the ART cause the Western Triple? I don't know. But that's really what happens in this game for the first 2 years. So just move into fall of 02 here. We can see it's just more positioning, Western Triple against Eastern Triple. Keep on going. Winter of 02, the builds all support this. Spring of 03, the moves continue. We have Alex look at Germany, advancing some units here, blowing up 2 of Tanya's units, which isn't the worst thing, actually, if you're Tanya, except that you need to defend your centers in the fall. We have Ed in Tunis. Should have flagged that in the previous year. Austria in Tunis, which is awesome, now supporting Turkey into the Tyrrhenian Sea in the spring of 1903. Not typical moves that you see. Keep on going into the fall here of 1903. Still Western Triple. Now the West has gotten St. Petersburg. You do have Ben Kelman doing something interesting here, slipping into Sweden. And this is sort of the first moment that you wonder if something is happening with this Western Triple that maybe isn't so great for Germany. In the East, we have Tanya moving out of, passing through Constantinople. So Tanya's fleet, the Russian fleet, has now gotten into the Aegean, and it's just delightful. You do also have Burgundy taking Belgium here. I believe this is all arranged. But like the Western Triple in Board 1 that I talked about earlier, Germany has left too many units of his allies against his supply centers. Move on into the winter here. We'll just scan the builds, nothing too surprising, and then move on into the spring of 1904. It looks like the Western Triple is still functional. So maybe Alex is now taking Denmark here and making probably what appears to have been a deal, maybe to give up Sweden. Move into the fall of 1904 now. And you see what is almost certainly a stab here by Ben Kelman on Alex Miller. So in the Western Triple from Board 1 that we saw England not really, England making a move on Germany, but in a way that kept him close to France. That's not what's going to happen here. Keep on moving into the winter. Ben builds a unit, which you can see now Ben is really well positioned to take at least one more dot off of Germany, possibly more. keep on going into the spring of 1905. We'll see. If this is not arranged, or if this is arranged by Alex, it's not a great choice. Doesn't suit him well. It suits Ben Kelman very well. We have the East continuing to stay together there, and now Morgante has just 3 armies on the boot, fairly secure, just kind of, I think, laughing at what's going on, while Ed loses Tunis to France. All right, push ahead into the fall of 1905. We have Ben Kelman in England, keeping Denmark, and also apparently supporting Alex in Munich. Move ahead here. We have Ed supports Katie into Tunis. So lots of fun stuff happening in the East. The net effect, though, if you look at the center chart, is that Ben Kelman has steadily grown in this game and has opened up a lead now of 3 over his ally and 4 over anyone in the East. So push ahead here into spring of 1906. What Ben does here is excellent tactical play. He moves into the English Channel, which is either an opportunity to stab his ally and get a dominant board top, or a message to the East that he can do it whenever he wants. Might as well end the game now, thinking that Carnage scoring, his score isn't going to change that much. The question, right, as Brian and Adam have both mentioned very ably, is it worth getting more dots? Hard to say now, but only something you can say afterward. Adam's attitude was, you get them while you can. There are clearly dots for the taking here, and I think Ben can take them really without risk. I don't think he's really at risk of losing this board top to anyone else.
Yeah. In a board like this, is it more of a, let's call it luck of the draw, where, and I don't know Alex and Scott, I'm not saying that Ben is head and shoulders above either of those 2 players, but when you're not faced with the likes of an East like those 4 players were faced with, are these the boards you have to top in order to have a chance to win?
If you're Ben Kelman or if you're Scott or Alex?
You're anyone. I mean, like, let's say Scott or Alex got that result too. You know, you have to make more, let's say, aggressive plays, take advantage of you go to a board or you go into a tournament and you know you're going to play former champs, top of the world players, and you get them, but not in your sphere. Is that where you're going, man, I dodged a bullet. I don't have to play a Doug Moore or a Chris Martin or a Brandon Fogel. I get to, keep him on the other side of the board and maybe clean up on my side.
Yeah, I mean, so Ben is a player who knows all of the other players in the East. I don't know how much Alex and Scott have followed things. I imagine I would imagine Ben having been pretty happy with how this board draw had worked out. But look, man, Ben did an extremely good job on this board. This is one of the best boards I've seen him play, to be honest. Just managed the situation perfectly, was always the one getting the benefit out of the moves that were made, took advantage of the stalemate on the other side of the board. Just a really skillful and steady win.
Excellent. All right, well, let's hear from Ben right now, and then we'll keep you on to talk about how the leaderboard looks after round 1.
Okay, we're here on Back Channel. We just finished Game 4, England. Ben, big board top. How many centers did you end up with?
I had 9. Not the biggest anyone's ever gotten, but I was very happy with it.
Well, you were more than double my center count.
Yeah, if I can be a little bit more aggressive there. You kind of played it real nice.
Look, I had a lot of pressure on me. Okay, I never performed.
It's tough playing Austria.
Everyone hated me. All right, so look, you had 2 relatively newcomers. How did you manage that situation? Tell me what happened on board dynamics.
Yeah, well, you just try to feel the people out, see what they want, see how they play, and I end up getting along pretty well with both of them, and ended up with a pretty working almost the entire game with both players in the West, although I did take a couple dots from Germany at one point.
How did you manage that? You kept taking dots, and yet Germany kept working with you. That was the thing that kept disappointing me. I actually didn't. Usually when someone takes my dots, I get mad.
Most of
it liked you.
It's got to be decisive, right? Most of it happened at once. I think I took him down from 5 to 2 at once. No, maybe it was from 5 to 3 at once. And at that point, he was on the stalemate line, and I genuinely told him I was not going to take anything more from him, and he could hold the stalemate lines and he could stay there for the rest of the game. And smartly, I think he decided he'd rather stay alive than, suicide into me. So worked out.
Congratulations, Ben.
Thanks.
Best of luck.
Yeah, you too.
Not really much to say. Good board, good win.
Yeah.
And with that being a solo top,
I prefer lone top, by the way.
Sorry, lone top. I know Adam said it, and it got back in my brain here.
It slips out of my mouth sometimes too.
Yeah, that's why he's playing and not on here anymore. So, Hunter with the tiebreaker. Yeah, you get the you get that extra center. Adam shaking his head in the background. Let's. I mean, it's you could walk into Brest right there. Is that like the? Is France going to come after you? Oh, I'll throw my dots to a jumbled East. I mean, is this where you got to get to 11 or 12 to get the tiebreaker?
Only time will tell. It might not matter. It might.
It might not. All right. Well, all right. So you both, again, have won things. I keep saying that because I have not. So I'm going to be a mass bomb one day and finally pick one up. What's it like going into round two with, as Hunter said, the target on your back?
I mean, sorry, go. I was going to say, for me, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people with 6,000 points or more in a tournament that's a quarter of the playing field, right? I mean, there's no target here because no one had a huge score.
It's hard with Carnage scoring. It's just one of the weirdnesses of that particular scoring, or peculiarities, I guess it's a better way to say it. There are no big scores, but it's very hard to catch up points. Like if you're behind. So, anyone who finished in like 4th place or lower, it might already be out of the tournament, right? So, this leaderboard of 10 people, this might be the crew that has the chance. So, they may not be targeted by people lower than them, but they may be targeted by each other. It's a smaller pool.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, when I play in Carnage scoring anyway, going into round 3 is when I really start paying attention. If somebody has a paired set of board tops, if someone's got a first and a second, even a first and a third, that's when you have to note that person has a shot at winning the tournament. Right now it's anyone's game. But I agree with Dan that anyone at 4th or below may be out of contention for winning the tournament.
Barring a solo, obviously.
Yeah, barring a solo.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. All right. So David was on the ground getting some feedback. So that's Friday night. So again, for those who haven't played too many multi-day tournaments recently, you kind of get that first one out of your system. You've either traveled that morning or you worked that morning and drove up.
I will say, by the way, I just want to pick up on Adam's comment that getting a good night's sleep the first night. Adam Silverman said this before. Getting a good night's sleep the first night. It's actually a pretty big deal. I know I have trouble sleeping after a diplomacy game. I'm just hyped up. My mind is really active. So like chopping off the 3 hours that I'll need to get to sleep, for more diplomacy, it's actually could really screw me up for the next day. So it's not an insignificant consideration. Ending the game quickly so you can get some sleep.
And particularly that's true in Carnage, where it's not one Saturday game, one Sunday game. It is 2 Saturday games back to back. And anyone who's played 2 face-to-face games in the same day will tell you the second one really isn't that enjoyable.
Yeah.
Especially if the first one goes like 12, 13 years.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so David looks more refreshed as we get into this video here. Let's see what he's picked up on the ground. Oops, let's hit play.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to you here live right before round 2 of the DipCon at the 2021 Carnage. Excitement is building behind me for the round 2 games. Will the players from last night who had the tops be able to maintain their momentum going into round 2? We're going to find out. Will Ben Kelman be able to catch Hunter Catcher in this game? Will the 4 players who have tied in shared board tops be able to break away from the pack during this game? We will find out right here on DBN.
Well, David set the storyline for round 2. Hopefully we've gotten our fresh night sleep. And we are going to be joined here with, I didn't do the good on the names that last time, but Waddles. I don't know Waddles at all. But we'll trust that Waddles is vicious and tough because, again, when you look at this board, Ben Kelman, one of the leaders right out here in Austria, Eddie Brisson, who's won a tournament or 20 in his life in England, Brad Blitzstein. We did see Brad on did I freeze there? I think I'm going. There we go. We didn't see Brad at all. Brad's a local. Brad was DBNI last year, a really good player. I think
Brad was on the last World Diplomacy Championship top board that I was on.
Mm-hmm.
Very good
player. Speaking of world DipCon champ, Nicolas Sahuguet in Germany, the ever popular Massbaum in Italy, Colin Flaherty and Noam Brown. Noam, I don't know Noam, but he's got a 33rd in DBNI, so he must have had a good result. So Colin is up against it. What again with these names? What do you think coming in?
I was really excited to cast this board, and the reason for that is early on I had made a comment on the broadcast about how excited I was to see how the sort of different tribes of diplomacy, the face-to-face long-time players versus the people who have been playing on DBNI versus the online players, how well they interact. I think that this board. It's a very subtle game, and I think it disappoints for big excitement. And what I really enjoyed about this board is that I got the sense that everyone was just playing together as 7 players without any kind of note between who was in which kind of tribe, for that better work, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and sometimes just in a game, you get that flow going, right? You might not know anyone on a board, but you make a good connection. I think like Adam said in his, with the French player saying, I'm going to the channel, and you're like, all right, we can work with that. And then they turned out to work fine together. So, you've seen this board, so you know how it goes, but you wish maybe there'd be some pickup. So
I do. So spring 1901, there's not super a lot that is that worth commenting. So in effort of time, we'll go to the fall of 1901. I think what's interesting here is a bounce in Belgium. The convoy to Norway, France picking up 2. There's just nothing that's super exciting other than Jason Massbaum picks up Trieste and forgoes Tunis. And I think that this is a deal that I've seen made between a number of Italy's and Austria's recently, in which Italy agrees, I will go to Trieste, build a fleet, and pick up Tunis next year. And in exchange, I'll go to Aegean now, and Austria, I will support you into Bulgaria, because in most situations, not all, but most situations, that's 3 Aegean, Greece, and Serbia on Bulgaria in the spring of 1902, and only 2 units to support Bulgaria to hold Constantinople and Bulgaria in the fall. However, it really doesn't work out for Ben Kelman because Jason gets bounced. And to be fair, he should have known, right? I mean, he should have known he was going to get bounced because the fleet's there in Constantinople. But, as far as if I'm Jason, I'm doing that set of orders all day long, right? Because I buy the goodwill, I get Trieste, and I'm happy. So in the winter of 1902, again, we get a lot of pretty standard, unexciting builds. Fleet Brest, Fleet London may be the most exciting thing that comes down, but everything else is exactly what I would have expected it to be. In 1902, I think the game starts to heat up.
Oop. Uh-oh. It heated up so much it froze Adam. Well, let's see if I can remove him. Mass bomb. That's what he got. Oh, there he is.
Hey, here we go.
Are. Good.
So Eddie swings west. Meanwhile, he loses Norway to Colin. I think people really get a kick out of taking dots off of Eddie. And let's be fair, taking dots off of Eddie is lots of fun. Meanwhile, you get the PIF of Bulgaria and a reverse course by Jason Massbaum, who sends one of his fleets. I guess the fleet has to go to the training sea to pick up Tunis. But not a ton super interesting going on. AI continues to work together. I think that's sort of important to note. You see some France-Germany cooperation. There's actually just a lot of cooperation going on this board. And I think that one of the things I would point out here is Nicolas is the kind of player, because I don't know if because he's got a French background and plays in C Diplo, but really believes in a balance of power. And he looks to always, if somebody else is trying to destabilize the board and push some really fast tempo, to try and keep everybody sort of in the same. He sees Colin pick up a dot, he takes off Sweden. It's not clear that was definitely going to happen, but who knows? Eddie swings back west. Meanwhile, Brad comes up into the English Channel. And AI continues to work together. You see those moves into Bohemia and Tyrolia. You see you see Russia just crushing in on Noam Brown. Again, well played, Colin. And I think what's interesting here is you really begin to develop this France, Germany against Austria, England, with Russia kind of sort of doing his own thing at the moment. Because he couldn't get on board with England, and AI had already really spoken for. Moving into 1903, I think that we'll see some early themes from this board. Brad in France and Jason in Italy just tie up the Mediterranean with all of their pieces. And I think it's a bit premature because neither of them are really going to get the jump on the other, right? They both just have 3 fleets. Why send pieces to a place where you're just going to sit and look at the other person all game long? I don't know. Colin ends up on the rough side of sort of not having any friends, right? He pissed off England by taking Norway. He brought down the ire of Nicolas, who was allied with England or with France. But because France has to send his fleet south, there's no pressure now on England. So Eddie's kind of like in this weak position, Western Triple. AI continues to roll and push down onto Noam's position. Poor Colin really can't do it on his own, but he's getting a little bit of help from Ben Kelman in the Aegean. So if we move forward, what we'll see in the fall of 1903 is that Jason gets Serbia, which I have to imagine is agreed by Ben, because Ben in this situation is picking up Constantinople and Bulgaria, which is just so disgusting for the AI. I mean, it's quite good. And I think that what you have to think about here is that you have a really strong position, Nicolas, in the West. And because Nicolas plays this balance of power game, right, he wants to make sure that the AI is controlled. Now, AI is up against his border. He needs France because of that army in Ruhr is important. He knows that Eddie's behind him, not going to do anything crazy to destabilize the game. And all of those pieces in the Mediterranean are getting locked up. So when you start moving into 1904, it's actually, given how great a lot of the players on this board are, and it's not a comment on their skill, it's almost a little sad, I think, how much lack of excitement we're going to see between here and the end of the game, right? The Mediterranean is going to go almost nowhere. Noam's position is cleaned up. I mean, it's all just super locked at this point, but it also requires a significant portion of the board power in order to prevent that from going anywhere. AI is super pushed in together. Colin's desperately trying to get pieces back north. And Nicolas can't really do anything here, I think, despite the fact that he has a lot of pieces. I think that the player who does have a little bit of agency is maybe Eddie. And if you look, I think one of the interesting things here is if you look at the center count in 1904, 6-4, 6-6, 6-6, it's actually an amazingly balanced game given that players are just playing for the board top. But the question is who has the freedom to make a change here? Who actually could do something to change it? I think that Nicolas could if there was a little bit of less pressure in the middle of the board. I think that Ben Kelman can because Colin's dots are not secure. And Eddie, even though he's the one at 4, actually does have a lot of agency once he figures out where that fleet Norwegian is going. So if you move forward, it's a very subtle game at this point, and I have to imagine that the diplomacy in this game, despite the fact that the pieces don't really move very far, is actually intense and really, really interesting because every single position and every single piece is extremely important to understanding sort of where those extra dots are going to come. I think it's hard on the DBN broadcast to translate where the real action is, because on a lot of games the real action is on the board. I think in this one the real action was in the negotiating rooms. So if you push through into 1905, you can see Eddie goes to 5, so the center count is now 6-5-6-6-6-5, which is such an interesting position, right? AI is super reliant on each other. FG is super reliant on each other. Eddie is below points or one down, but also is sort of in an interesting position. Who can he stab? Can he get a dot off of Nicola? Is one really good for him? I would say that Eddie said, I'm going to win the tournament. And if he is going to win the tournament, I'm not sure from my perspective that Norwegian Norway was the move, but maybe it was. Ben is the one who's really here trying to push the tempo and say, I'm going to Ukraine. I'm going to go get some of those pink dots. I'm the one who wants to top this board. Everyone else is either locked up or not moving. And if you look into the fall of 1905, Ben takes his shot, but Jason says, I'm not letting you get too far ahead of me. I'm taking Greece if you're taking Smyrna. If you're getting Sev too, then let's make something happen. And whoop, here comes Colin kicking him out of Galicia. It provides a little bit more movement for Nicola, but it's really subtle movement there in the east. It's not a lot, not that much that's happening. So, build Italy, build Austria, -1 Russia, and you see then Italy goes up to 7. Jason Massbaum leading the board, probably saying to everyone, let's call the draw right now. But again, it's really subtle stuff on the eastern part of that board there. The AR fight with EG behind, where is the movement? Who's got the positioning? It's, that fight over Bohemia, who's getting that army into Vienna, that kind of stuff. But AI is still lockstep. And as you move forward, looking at the pieces and where the movements are going, it's clear that Colin is listening to the Eddie whispers. They're not positioning to pick up more dots because Eddie's got fleets in St. Petersburg and only one army over there. And so in the winter of 1907, take a look at that dot count. 7-5-6-6-7-3. Again, it's super, super subtle game. People are just pushing by 1s and 2s to try and find that board top. Eddie backs off of his stab position on France. France, who hasn't been able to move all game. Jason, who has mostly been unable to move besides picking one up. Looks like maybe he's going to take Constantinople in 1907, but passing through in the spring. And as we move into the fall, you'll see exits it right away. And I think this is where we end the game with no further dot change on 7-5-6-6 or 7-5-6-7-7-2. And I think, again, the action really must have been in the negotiating rooms. I'm surprised here that Ben Kelman didn't argue to play another season because Sevastopol could have been picked up, but that would have required Italy to agree to it. I think they may have been able to take it and con and share the board top. I'm a little surprised that Eddie didn't push on the gas because I think that he could have taken a dot or maybe 2 to try and to push his score up at 5. He's not in contention really for a win here at Carnage if he's going to settle for that. Nicola's in a tough position because of that army in Ruhr, because of those fleets in Norway and the army in Livonia. Figuring out what their relationships are and figuring out who's controlling those conversations must have been so interesting for this game, and none of that is going to show up in this broadcast. So I have to imagine really well played to everyone. It was a tough board, a lot of really great players, and it must have been really just an intense game.
Yeah, curiously, you said it could go on. Maybe we get them, but it seemed like every center that was picked up was organized in a way. Okay, if AI is going to turn on Russia, we've got the line. Germany's not breaking through. But if Germany starts breaking through, then France starts picking them off from behind. As EF turn on Germany? It seemed to be a game that maybe the leaders controlled, even though Ben took his shot, failed, and then regrouped to get back into a shared board top. It seemed to be a game where in any other scoring system, obviously you're playing the system, but you wouldn't want to have this game as a leader, but the leaders knew what they needed to do.
Yeah, and I wonder, for example, like I'm Nicola. I know I have a shared board top in the first round. And 7-7-7 shared board top is functionally a second place with a very small tiebreaker.
Mhm.
Am I really happy with that? Do I think if he gets first in the next round, a shared board top, and a second might be enough, but it might not be. If I'm Ben Kelman, I'm going in now with a first and a second. Maybe I'm happy with that. But any one of them should have been, happier with a first place on the board. And, I wonder what could have happened if one of them had just tried something a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't remember Jason's score, but maybe this was Jason's way of saying, look, I need to have at least something going into round 3. I don't remember Jason having a great score in the first round, but even basically the second place for him gets him, closer to a top 7. Maybe he's playing for more DBNI points. I
really don't want anyone to underestimate how good all the players on this board are and how closely everyone was watching every single piece. I have to imagine that this game was really intense.
Now, all right, well, let's hear from Colin on this one. Maybe he can share a bit of the detail of what it felt like to be in the ringer.
Hello, Colin Flaherty. Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network.
Thank you for having me.
Colin, tell us a little bit about where you are, what you do for a living, and how you got into diplomacy.
I am currently based in New York, working at Facebook, actually on the Diplomacy Project. I just graduated from University of Chicago, where I majored in math and computer science, and this is my first diplomacy tournament.
Well, I'm going to ask you about that then. If it's your first tournament, and you knew it was going to be your first tournament, so you had some level of expectation, how did it meet those expectations?
It was intense. I had a lot of fun. I knew there was going to be some really top players here, so I was a little bit nervous about the prospect of sitting down for a couple hours and negotiating with them, but I think I held my own and learned a lot about the game.
Well, I certainly hope so, and we hope that people will learn a lot about the game watching at home on YouTube. Let's talk for just a minute about the game you were in. Which country did you play, and what were your thoughts going into the opening stages of the game?
So I played Russia. And so initially I was trying to decide between an alliance with Turkey and then an alliance with Austria and Italy, triple alliance in the south. I actually knew the player playing Turkey beforehand. He works with me, so that would have made sense. But in the heat of the moment, people maybe were able to convince me, and I think a year in, stabbed Turkey and joined a triple alliance with Italy and Austria. Both of them were really strong players. So I probably knew that at some point they were going to try to encourage me to spread thin and move farther north and then stab me in the back, which basically started to happen / did happen. So I was right, and the people who told me that were right. But yeah.
Well, that was a shared board top, as I recall, 3 different players ending on the same number. Did that result surprise you in a tournament setting?
Yeah, it was interesting because there are so many top level players on the board, and a lot of them definitely didn't want to draw. Some players want to keep going as long as they could, and I actually played a pretty critical role at the end of the game in deciding if things would go on, just based on where my units were and based on existing kinds of stalemates going on in other parts of the board. And I was wanting things to stop because it was the most likely situation for me to survive. So I was pretty happy with the when everyone agreed to a draw.
Balance of power politics. Bismarck would be proud of you. Let's talk just a second for those that may be learning the game and maybe haven't tried going to a face-to-face tournament before. Give us a pitch on why people should come and try what you've been doing for the last several hours.
Yeah, I think like most most full press games that aren't in person seem to be these kind of extended press games where you'll submit orders once per day. And that's at least what I've heard, and that's how I was first introduced to the game. And at least for me, that it can be hard to keep your attention and learn quickly enough when you're playing 1 week, 2 week long games. So being able to play like a 3-hour, 4-hour game, I think really accelerates your growth. Like on my board, there's some players who have been playing for literally a decade or more. One who's been playing for at least several decades. And that's just a really awesome experience to be able to, a great learning experience to be able to come to, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you did have some success in yesterday's round, and I'm glad you enjoyed today's round. And I'm also glad that you have joined us here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Thank you very much, Colin.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Thanks again, David. And well, sorry. So a little more background on the Facebook connection. So that is excellent. That two of the folks who are associated with the project are getting into the game itself and seem to be enjoying it. So that's great to hear. We'll have a little bit more on the Facebook connection when we get later in this round. So Brandon, as I pull up the next one, he had that. He talked about how players still wanted to play that one. There was some play, but maybe it ended where it needed to be.
It's tough. I think Adam Siegel did a good job of breaking it down. There's always this balance of risk and reward that people are trying to find, and those calculations can be hard to make in the heat of the moment. And there's something about Carnage scoring that encourages early draws, which some people consider to be an advantage of the system, a nice feature, and other people, sort of feel like it causes people to leave play on the board, and there's interesting dynamics that could continue to be explored.
Yeah, well, a 7-year game. You get out early, you get a little break before the evening round, gets you a chance. So, board 4 in this one, Agent Powers. We'll see how many Agent Power type players are on this board. We've got Dave Smith from Connecticut and Austria, Morgante, another Northeast New Englander in England. Leader or shared top, so not leader, but close behind, Adam Silverman in France, Craig Mayer, another contender in Germany, Steve Cooley, reigning champ Steve Cooley in Italy, Katie Gray in Russia, and Alex Maslow in Turkey. Did we see Alex in the first round? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I mean he's in 21st place, so he had to have a score.
Obviously, I should look at my own score.
This is a fun board like all the others, but the thing that stuck out to me is that this is a board with lots of players that other people find difficult to play with. So I'll leave them unnamed, but yeah. So this is the moral of the story. I'll tell you in advance is that sometimes it sucks to be in the corner. Sometimes it's great, nice and defensive, and other times it's not so great. And this is a game where it's not so great. So nothing too exciting to start off with. Lots of bounces in the usual places and the DMZ and English Channel. We can move on into fall of 1901 here. Yeah, here we have Steve Cooley getting into the Aegean as Italy, but also taking Trieste. So unlike the game I just called, Austria actually cooperates on this one. You have move on actually into the winter here. The winter is where the first interesting thing happens. And that is Katie Gray building Fleet North Coast to St. Petersburg. It is an unusual commitment for Russia to make that early, and it says, England, we are at war. There is no other way to interpret that other than as hostile towards England. The other builds are relatively straightforward as well. AI seems to be in good shape. There's always the question of whether Russia will join in, and Alex has to just hope that Katie does not. However, given the preview that I've given you of this game to you, that's unlikely to happen. And then we have some KG builds in the West. We have this bounce in the English Channel. So Adam Silverman is now signaling that he would like to move north. Katie does go into the Black Sea, takes Norway. So Morgante and Alex having a hard time right off the bat. Moving to fall of 1902 here. The hard times continue. Focus on the southeast for a second here. Alex makes a guess, tries to thwart the convoy into Syria, and instead loses Smyrna. So lucky guess or good guess for Stephen, I should say, Steve Cooley. Whereas in the West, we have a big decision made by Morgante here. Morgante had a number of options, tactical options, and the one that Morgante chose was to give Adam free reign and to thwart Craig and Katie, who are working together at this point, from getting any further against him. This is a choice that England's often have to make, choosing between, when they're faced with an FG, they often choose to either Janissary for one or the other, and just throw everything they can at the other one. And it's usually England choosing Germany to fight, Germany as the one to punish, and letting France get the upper hand. It's interesting. I don't really have a good explanation for why that is. Be interested to hear, if we have some free time later, talk about it. But maybe Siegel has some thoughts on it. But yeah, it's just fascinating. It's what Morgante does here. Moving forward into the winter of 1902, you can see Alex is already down to 1 unit. Morgante is pulling units, and his future is not bright, I should say. In 1903, moving forward here, it is clearly this AIR, and this causes Germany to reverse direction. Germany, Craig Mayer says, I need to fight this AIR, can't fight England. So I'm going to move all my units east and let Morgante defend himself. Adam doesn't get this message and convoys to Wales. So Adam is definitely saying, I want the English centers. Move ahead into fall of 1903. There's a bit of discord here in the AIR. Austria and Russia appear to turn on Italy. Let's move forward here. Adam has now gotten 2 of the English centers. Craig actually convoyed Morgante over into Norway. So Morgante has made a decision here to, to let Adam have all of his centers and to move forward, try to be the tip of the spear against an AIR, which is now an AR. And then things just kind of get a little confusing here. The only thing that's clear is that Adam is progressing and nobody else is, really. Look ahead into the fall of 1904. This is a strange turn for Katie here. Katie, instead of taking Ankara, which Katie could do here without losing Smyrna, retreats to Sevastopol. Lets Italy get another dot here, or at least keep the dot. And I believe this is probably diplomatically arranged so that Italy can go fight France. The net result, though, you'll see in the winter here is that Katie has has a build coming, but no supply center open for it. Let's go into the winter here. So this ends up being a really big deal for Katie, not having supply center open. Overall, though, the big thing to note here is that Germany and Russia still aren't really cooperating. Even though France has grown big, has really nice positioning, and really the only thing that can stop France here is Italy getting units west and or Germany and Russia getting on the same page. Moving into the fall of 1905, we do see for a moment what looks like some cooperation between Germany and Russia. With England involved, Morgante now sitting on 1 center. We do have the AAR appearing to fully cooperate now. In the south, you've got fleets getting out and heading west. And then in the fall of 1905, this must have been a turn where Katie just smacked her head on the table because she opens up St. Petersburg for a build, to build that unit that she wasn't able to build the previous year, and loses St. Petersburg to a retreating Morgante Pell, having been dislodged out of Norway. So France and Germany have now coordinated to dislodge this unit. It goes back into Katie, and this really kind of sinks Katie's game. Again, but it's part of the problem here is that Germany and Russia are not on the same page. So let's move forward some more. In spring of 1906 now, Katie actually puts Morgante back into Norway. So maybe Germany and Russia were like, okay, we're finally going to get on the same page here. And Katie just didn't care. And Morgante more than happy to be, the bee buzzing between both of their bonnets. In the West, Adam is just playing some good defense here. Let's push ahead into the fall of 1906. And things have just sort of locked up now. Katie gets St. Petersburg, but Morgante is firmly ensconced in Norway now. Keep on going here. Spring of 1907. I believe the game ends here. I think it ends in the spring of, there we go, fall of 1907. So it ends on these center counts. Adam Silverman kind of coasts to a board top here at the end, largely because his opponents can't get on the same page. Perhaps Adam had something to do with that. Negotiation wise, certainly with a little bit of that back and forth by supporting Craig into Norway that turn where Morgante retreated in St. Petersburg, that looks like some devious strategic manipulation on Adam's part. But yeah, this is a workman-like effort from a guy who knows how to do the work.
Yeah, I mean, if Adam had built up such a strong lead from the beginning, it's deserved to go to the victory. Is that kind of how we look at it?
The key was managing Morgante, from what I can tell. Managing Morgante in the mid game, and then making sure that Craig and Katie didn't get on the same page or couldn't get on the same page in the late game.
All right. Well, let's hear. We've got Katie Gray on the sidelines here. See what maybe the perspective of why GR couldn't get on that same page.
Hello, Katie. Welcome to DBN. I'm here to talk to you about the game in round 2 that you just completed. Tell us a little bit about yourself first.
Hi, David. My name is Katie. I'm a grad student at Purdue University in Indiana, and I've been playing Diplomacy for about 3 years, mostly extended deadline, and pretty new. This is my first face-to-face event ever. So.
How have you enjoyed it?
It's been fun. It's different. Misordered several times already, but it's been good. It's been fun. It's really great to meet people that you know from the hobby and actually meet people in person. It's been great.
Yeah, it's great. I know we say this all the time, but the game brings you to the hobby, but the people keep you in the hobby. So learning and meeting these people is really a great part of the face-to-face experience.
Yeah, I mean, from my very limited experience, I would agree with that.
All right, let's talk about your round 2 game just a minute. Tell us which country you were playing, and then give us an idea of how the early stages of the game went.
I was playing Russia, and I've never played Russia in a live game. So that was very exciting. It was talking to everybody every round, and it was chaos, and it was very fun. We started to do sort of a sea lion, and then there was like a triple against Turkey. Sorry, Turkey. It happens a lot. But then the A and the I started fighting, and I kind of got in on that, and then Germany stabbed me, and it was a very dynamic, sort of fluid game. And especially because it started as a AIR and it ended as an AIR, but it wasn't like a typical boring one. So I feel like I need to defend that because I know what people think of AIRs. But it was fun. It was a fun game. It was a good time. A lot of good players. It was a strong board. Everybody on that board knew what they were doing. It was fun. It was good.
So I think you came in second in terms of center count on the board. Do you think there's anything you could have done differently to maybe come out on top, or do you think it was sort of a little bit beyond your control?
No, I could have done things differently. There was a time when England was trying to convince me to turn on Germany, and I think I should have done that and sort of used positioning over sort of the way that I should have been more flexible with how I thought the game was going to continue because the game was very dynamic, and I didn't react as well to that as I think I could have, and just like, reevaluated more consistently.
Oh, that's such a good, important lesson to learn in diplomacy anyway, is to have a plan, but then be willing to deviate it when the circumstances change.
Yeah, that's what I don't think I did quite well enough, but I honestly don't think I would have topped the board anyway, because Adam was playing a great game as France, and I don't know how much the board would have changed, but I could have done some things better. Yeah.
Well, we're getting ready to go into round 3 here, and you are still, I would argue, in contention on this thing, depending on how all the cookies crumble. So how do you feel going into round 3?
I feel a lot less nervous than I did the last 2 games, so I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't think I'm going to win the tournament, but I just want to have another good game and not have a slog.
Well, we can't promise that, but we can promise that whatever kind of game you have, we will cover it in detail right here on DBN. Any final words for those who may be watching this program that have not yet tried a face-to-face event?
You should come. I don't know. It's a good time.
It really is. Back to you in the studio.
Excellent. Another great interview. Great to see a first-time face-to-facer getting out, having a good time. And Brian, we've been in those slog games, and there's really not much you can do about it except for try and enjoy as best as you can.
Yeah, I sometimes find myself getting caught up in those more often than I care to. I remember my very first diplomacy tournament. I believe it was Weaselmoot in 2016, the World Diplomacy Championship. I ended up spending every single minute of the full game round trying to break through Randy Lawrence Hertz, Austria. I was France, and was convinced the right thing to do was to grind out one more dot. And I think he ended up having every single Italian center filled with an army while I desperately tried to break through with the fleet. I did end up finally getting one off of it, and that made zero difference in the outcome of that event. I was exhausted the rest of the event, and was not the right decision in that particular case. So
Yeah.
It can be a grind sometimes. You got to learn. For you, where are you at this time, at this game, at this event? Where's your headspace? How are you feeling physically? And every player is different. And then reading where everyone else is and where their head is at is a huge part of playing the face-to-face game.
Yeah. So we're going to travel back in time here a minute, and we've got an interview with Tanya Gill. So we've heard a couple of mentions. I know Dave in his interview talked about Facebook, Meta, whatever. I don't know who officially sponsored the event. But as part of this AI project, they brought camera crews. They brought folks to report on the game. And I know Tanya was going to be in on that project. So we've got an interview with Tanya from the pregame that we're going to show before we get to her second round board, which will be the Facebook board, Meta board. We'll call it Meta board. We like that. So Brian, let's stay on the air for a second here. Actually, help if I get all that. Oops, shoot.
All right, welcome to Back Channel, the latest show on DBN, starring myself. I know you're very excited about that.
Thank you for having me.
I've talked to many of the luminaries of diplomacy, many of the competitors, and everyone, except for Jason Nussbaum, has said you are going to win. Do you agree?
Just the fact that they said that I was going to win means I'm not going to win because they're all going to fucking target me the entire fucking tournament.
Why? What makes you so intimidating? I'm not intimidated by you. I like you, and you're a better player than me, but I'm not scared. But how do you scare others?
I don't know if this is safe to say to DB. I don't know if it's safe to say to DBN, but I think I'm intimidating because I'm a confident brown woman, and none of them have met many of those.
Are you saying I'm a racist then? That I'm not intimidated?
No, I think you're just more respectful of my person.
I'll take that. I am very respectful of your play.
Thank you.
Okay. What's your diplomacy superpower?
I think I'm a really good ally, and everyone should ally with me. And the reason I'm a really good ally is because I don't really lie in my in my games. That's my superpower.
I mean, when you say that, by the way, you should try not to laugh. I'm giving you a little tip. Maybe it shows you're not a great liar, though, right? Maybe.
Exactly. I think it's very obvious when I lie, and you can tell I'm telling the truth, and therefore people want to work with me because I'm telling the truth. Now, I might get a leg up eventually because I can also make those moves, but that doesn't mean I'm not telling the truth. I am.
Do you have a diplomacy kryptonite? Bad news. She don't even know. She doesn't even think she has a weakness. She can't even come up with one.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. All right. What is the most exciting thing about doing face-to-face? I've never played. Give me some tips. What do I need to do to enjoy it and to do well?
Well, I don't know if you'll enjoy it, but...
Wow. Did a gang up on me again like you did in DBNI?
No, absolutely not. But I think the best part about playing face-to-face is the community. They're all very nice. They're all very, well, maybe not on the board, but they're all incredible people that you want to get to know, that you want to spend your weekend with. And even though it's pretty stressful to actually play a game, you're in the end, it's all worth it because you build really great connections with a lot of people. So that's really the draw of a tournament. In terms of the diplomacy aspect, the best part about it is winning. Yeah, it's winning. Win, or you won't have fun.
I think that's advice for everybody. All right, Tanya Gill. The Tanya Gill. Thank you for coming on DBN and giving us your theories.
Thank you for having me, and I'm sorry if I lose because everyone is targeting me, and that's why I'm losing.
We call it back channel because we have to put it on after the FEC goes to bed.
Oh my God. I love so much about that interview. But I think the biggest thing that I can appreciate is the confidence that Tanya has, despite the fact that it's very apparent she knows she's coming into this as somebody that's likely to be ganged up on throughout the event. I remember talking with Doug Moore about that, and he said one of the things that a truly great player has to learn to deal with is how to be targeted. And he told that to me while I was trying to attack him, and he was discouraging me by saying, look, this happens to me all the time. I'm not afraid. Come at me. And I think Tanya's probably reached that point. I'm excited to see how her rest of this event goes and subsequent events.
Yeah. And the other thing about that interview and others of Ed's is I love that he's using the DBN wrap for the microphone without a microphone. He's literally just chewing on that thing as he goes along. So thanks, Ed. We're good with that. So so this is the Facebook board. A lot of no rankings on DBNI. So and it's not even the Facebook people because they were already in the earlier one. So we've got a New England crew with David Rinkowski, Chris Campbell, Ruben Goldberg, Scott Richards, Austria, England, France, and Germany, Kevin Eulis from Pennsylvania and Italy, and two names that we know, Johnny Gillum in Russia and Tanya stuck in Turkey. So when you saw this as you're prepping for the meta board, what was the meta that stuck out?
Well, I think the big question here is when you've got two experienced or relatively experienced players, do they attack each other or do they decide to work together? And I've seen it go both ways. I've seen success from both approaches. I'm definitely going to be watching to see. That was something I was looking for this game.
All right. Well, let's get into it.
All right. Well, spring of 1901, I was immediately drawn to Galicia. Usually if Warsaw gets into Galicia and there's no bounce, that means somebody was lying. And I would be shocked if this was an agreed move. So the big question for me is, look, there's a cost that comes from that. Is the position of getting Warsaw into Galicia worth the loss of trust that can come from that? And for me, oftentimes that's not the case unless I am extremely confident that I've got an ally. And in this case, that ally would need to be Tanya Gill in Turkey. So all signs based off that single move are pointing to a potential juggernaut based off of that opening. In fall of 1901, Germany supports England into Belgium, where English armies go to die. Statistically, in at least League Night games that we've covered, when England gets two builds in spring of 1901, they tend to overperform considerably over an England that only gets one build. So that tends to be really good for England and bad for Germany. So the fact Germany is offering that support statistically may not be the best thing for Germany. So keep an eye on that. Italy tries to be a little cute and supports Spain into Marseille. I always love to see that, but Ruben makes probably the right choice, goes for Portugal, which can oftentimes be a precursor to an attack on England. So that set of moves combined with the convoy into Belgium shows me there's probably no love between the French and English player. In the East, we've got Apulia to Greece and Serbia to Budapest, which means no builds for Austria. So the big question for me here, did Italy know this was going to happen? Are they joining in on this attack? So perhaps they were tipped off by either Russia or Turkey, or is that just bad luck for Austria? In winter of 1901, the Western builds signal open war, particularly between England and France. Russia builds fleet St. Pete North Coast. We've got another game with an early fleet build from Russia in St. Pete and Army of Moscow, which indicates a desire to go and take Scandinavia. In spring of 1902, in a major coup, Germany joins Russia and turns on England. Pay attention to this move, folks. This could be one of the most important decisions of this game. So they do this while simultaneously also moving into Burgundy. So the Rolling Stones must have been playing in Western Europe because everything is all mixed up. In the East, it's all signals go for the juggernaut, particularly with Italy moving west. Fall of 02. the GR continues to progress, and answering the question about if Italy was joining in on the Austrian attack, Kevin slips into Tunis and Trieste and manages to keep Albania. So despite losing Greece, has potential based off their position if they're able to work and convince Russia to join in on an attack. So this is another key moment of the game diplomatically. Is Italy going to be able to convince Russia to work with them in the Balkans rather than Turkey? The answer is no. The builds from Russia are pro-juggernaut, and the Russian continues to progress in the north. Fall of 03. You can just keep moving along because we've got a tactical showcase by the Juggernaut to cut through the Italian defenses with clinical precision. This is why when I'm playing Italy, I always consider in this type of situation, should I be supporting Austria rather than taking those gains? Because it's very tempting as Italy to take those Austrian builds. They seem so easy, but sometimes it can be a little short-sighted unless you're convinced that you've got a partner in either Russia or Turkey. If RT seem to be sticking together, sometimes it's better to take that boring game and just support Austria and make Turkey and Russia decide to do something else, because a committed AI can stop the Juggernaut from progressing. It's just an extremely boring game, particularly if France is able to come around in the Med. In the West, we've got a 3 versus 1. It continues. The Sea Lion continues against England. In that type of situation, usually one player ends up getting the upper hand, and we've got a beautiful convoy from Russia into Clyde, setting them up extremely nicely to have the upper hand on progressing against England over Germany. Let's look at spring of 1904. Here we see the Sea Lion continuing, and the question really is going to become, can the West dismantle England faster than the Juggernaut can break through the center of the board? Particularly when part of that Juggernaut, Russia, is a contributing member to the West's ability to grow through England. So right now, Johnny's got all of the cards in his hand. It's a great hand he's been dealt. And they're across the line, and Turkey is not. So in this case, I think Russia has the advantage between Turkey and Russia. But pay attention to Romania to Bulgaria and Galicia to Vienna. The question is that a stab? Let's go to fall of 04 and find out. So the answer is probably. There is an argument that perhaps there was discussion between the Juggernaut members about blowing up the Russian fleet. The units were in position so that made sense. They got the bounce. But the fact that Johnny retreated to Black Sea rather than disbanding makes it clear this is a stab, especially when you add in the fact they took Trieste as well. So we end up with a massive, massive turn for Russia. This could be the biggest stab of the tournament so far. In winter of 1904, Germany may have seen that Russian threat. They built Army Berlin, signaling a potential alliance shift. So the question now becomes, did Russia stab too early? The 3 builds does look good, but the RT was rolling. They were moving across the line. There didn't seem to be any signs of slowing down. So was that the right decision by Johnny? Let's keep an eye on that. Fall of 05. We draw. So winter was coming for the Russian. Germany supported England into Sweden and Prussia. Turkey moved to Prussia. Turkey moved back, all of their armies back towards the Russian line. And despite gaining Ankara, Russia's going down 2 centers, has unified the board against them. And there's definitely, I understand why Johnny took the draw here. The question I have, Kevin, is there any other power on this board except maybe England, where you would accept the draw?
You got such a big lead, and to make up those gains, you got 4 Russian fleets up north. You're not going to be able to whittle unless the alliances are strong. I don't see Italy and Turkey maybe patching things up all that well. And even if you do, it's that same slog that Katie was talking about to try and maybe claw back. I mean, it is 1905. It's, you come to play diplomacy. You maybe put in a couple more years, but the problem is you get one bad guess or someone who maybe still is on board. We don't know the board dynamics. We'll hear from Johnny just to see maybe why he took the draw early. If I'm France, it's hard. It's a hard vote to cast. Yes, but everyone else, I think I'm voting to end the game.
Well, regardless, my theme for this game is that classics are classics for a reason. This was a beautiful display of the Juggernaut, regardless of whether or not that was an early stab or not. Early game was beautiful to watch, and that was 2 great players making great moves, and it was fun to watch.
Excellent. All right, well, let's hear from Johnny. Let's see if I can do this in quick fashion here. Oops.
Well, folks, we've got Johnny Gillum here. Johnny, how are you doing?
Doing well, Mr. David Hood. Pleasure to be here.
Glad you're here too. Tell us just a little bit about where you are, what you're doing, where you are.
Yes, I'm from Seattle originally. I'm currently living in Rabat, Morocco, teaching English.
And how did you get into that?
I thought it sounded like an interesting idea, and now I'm giving it a shot. And so far, it's going really well.
So you are probably, I think definitely the only player here at Carnage who came from Morocco to get here.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, and when you got here in round 2, you ended up on the Facebook board, what we're calling the Facebook board, where the Facebook crew was there taking the video. How did you think that experience went?
Fascinating. Our every move, our every word of our diplomacy was recorded for all eternity. So that was nerve-wracking. But they were nice. They did really in-depth post games with all of us to talk about everything that happened. So it was interesting. Yeah, it was fun.
Well, speaking of post game, one of the reasons I wanted to get you on here was to talk about your result on that board, which looked to me like it was fairly impressive. Tell us how that game went for you.
Oh, it was a good result. It was a good game. I was rolled Russia with Tanya Gill in Turkey, and we ran a really strong RT right off the bat. I waltzed into Galicia in 01. The Austrian believed my bullshit, which you should never believe my bullshit. And from there, it was just off to the races in the south. And then up north, it started EG, but I was able to swing Germany to my side by about 02, and had a big game up north as well. So it was a fun one.
Yeah, when you see the board at the end, it's really true that Russia had made significant progress in both, the north and the south. That is a really wonderful situation for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. And I did kind of stab Tanya for the top there at the end. It was a solo watch for about 1/2 turn until Tanya Gill took control of the situation, and then it was a draw. But it was fun.
Well, how do you think that positions you going into round 3 here? We are clearly going to be, or I would think clearly going to be, at least one of the tournament leaders.
I think a good result places me in the top 7. A really good result places me maybe in the top 3. I doubt I can win, but I'll certainly give it my best shot.
All right, and I think this was possibly your first face-to-face tournament, right? And how much face-to-face experience had you had before this tournament?
Virtually none. I've played one semi-competitive face-to-face game, and I've played a handful of extremely casual sort of role-play type games back in college, which is where I learned to play. But I've probably played more face-to-face hours this weekend than ever in my life.
What did you think about the face-to-face experience versus all the virtual games you have been playing?
It's awesome. I like it a lot. Virtual has its there's things that are actually nice about virtual that I've learned from doing this. But yeah, there's something about standing in front of somebody and working it out, tete-a-tete. It's really fun.
Well, there we have it, folks. That's the story from Johnny Gillum. Although, according to him, you shouldn't believe anything he just said, because you, quote, should not believe his BS, end quote. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, David. Yes, that is true. We don't want to put too much faith into these proven liars. So, no, thank you, Johnny. Good round. Brandon, anything about your buddy, Johnny?
I mean, the board did it for Johnny. I think that's clearly what happened there. Honestly, like that's a magic out of a hat, pulling the rabbit out of the hat for Johnny to get that board top there at that price level. I mean, he had 11 centers. That's the best board top we've seen so far. And
yeah, and to answer the question for Brian, 11 centers is the biggest round that we've seen so far. So
yeah, and honestly, that game should not have drawn then. I mean, if I'm France or Germany, I'm not taking that draw. No way.
Adam, same way. You're not drawing that one.
I mean, I'm always a grinder. I'm always going to keep pushing. So, no.
What do you have to lose? That's the thing about Carnage. You've got they're in a tie, a three-way tie for second place, which is equivalent to third place. What do you have to lose?
Yeah, good point. All right. Well, then my choice of voting no is France stands, and that was my option. This is the point of the night I'm most looking forward to. Is we're getting into some live games from earlier today, but we are going to get into some live games tonight. I know there are games that are still going. We're excited about that. So let's bring round 2, board 2 to the map. Let's click the right button. There we go. All right. So Gideon Gleeful. Austria, we got tournament leader going in. Oh, that's right. No, I see. Oh, 14th, because that's not as of coming into this game. That's as of what we've seen so far. We've seen 3 boards in round 2 already, so he's not 14th. Coming into round 2, he was in.
I need to fix that.
We'll fix. Yeah, we'll. There's a button I can hit to do it, but we'll get there. Hunter catchers leading the tournament. I can say that with confidence. Karthik Koneth in England, Alex Miller in France, Ed Sullivan, the Texas connection in the West, in Germany. Matthew Krill probably playing on his beautiful board again in Italy. Nathan Campbell, didn't Nathan? He took a punch to the chin in round 1. Is that right? Yeah. He was on Matthew's board, I think, because that was the takeaway.
Didn't get a build. Had to disband in 01.
All right. So we're gonna root for him. Russia. Well, no guarantee. And then everyone's pick to click to win the tournament, or at least his own. Zach Moore in Turkey. So, guys, you haven't seen this board. What do we think?
Adam?
I'm excited to cast this board. There's a lot of really great players on it. Alex Miller, I see you're in New York City. Give me a call. We'll organize a board.
Seen a lot of New York players coming out of this. So hopefully if they watch, we'll have to put you're in the server channels too, right?
Yeah, I am. I've been living in New York City for 3 years. I haven't played a game here yet.
All right.
Let's get that.
You guys need to get on that.
All right, we'll work on that. All right, so we're going to do this in live kind of league night style, a little fast to the punch here. So, Brandon, we're going to go with you. Get the reveal on for this one. Let's get the timer. Can I get the timer out? Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right.
Show the order so I can start talking at least.
All right. There's the timer. Perfect. All right, let's go.
All right. So we're shooting for a strategic overview as much as possible. The thing that stands out, A and R are getting along. Matthew Krill in Italy looks like he's taking Trieste, probably arranged. And then Peace in the West.
Leaving Galatia open, Adam, how often do you see it?
I like to leave Galatia open. So not that infrequent.
All right, there we go. All right, so into the fall, what do we see as the result of leaving it open? Some teamwork, it looks like.
Yeah, so we see that trade we were talking about earlier tonight. Trieste in exchange for the move to the Aegean. Nothing Zach Moore can do about it because there was a bounce in the Black Sea. So looks decent as a setup for Hunter Catcher. Looks like Hunter's making friends on both sides though, because he's also supporting Ukraine to Romania, bounce in Belgium. So no FG love there.
Oof, and that's tough. What? Shoot, I had a good question, and then I looked at something else, Brandon.
We don't need questions. It looks like a Western triple versus AIR.
And AIR. Oh, so this is your favorite game to call. All right. I don't even want to. We'll see the.
I don't think it's a Western triple, right? With the fleet in Portugal instead of in Spain, and no coordination in Belgium.
Well, let's see.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. No, keep moving. Keep moving.
All right. Here we go. Spring 02, Brandon. What do I see no Western triple.
Definitely not a Western triple. The Fleet London to English Channel cements that. But E and G seem to be at least not fighting each other, and they do seem to be working against France together. So it looks like EG in the West, AIR all the way in the East, with Nathan in Russia. First of all, let's congratulate Nathan for getting not just a build, but 2 builds, his first 2 builds of the tournament. Way to go, Nathan. But making a strong northern push here. 3 units in the north, gets into the Black Sea here as well. So Zach is not looking too happy here.
And Adam, I think in round 1, Hunter played it slow play to get that momentum going. Is he doing the same thing, saying to Russia, "Oh, you don't need that many down by me"?
No, absolutely not. I mean, he's first of all, he's playing a different power rate. He was playing Turkey. You can afford to slow play. Here he's playing Austria. He traded Trieste for that, what is essentially a cut on Constantinople to get himself into Bulgaria, and it's working out for him.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if it works out for him going into the fall. Wow, look at that! Look at that coordination. Yeah, Zach. Pride cometh before the fall. Is that what David said?
Oh, Zach Moore.
What else do we see in the West? Resolution, maybe a little bit.
I see a little EG coordination, which is a little surprising. It's unclear. Do we have a delayed Western triple? Is that what happened here? In which Germany supports England to Belgium, while Germany gets Marseille in exchange for Marseille to Piedmont. To me, it looks like EG stabbed France. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Promise of support into Belgium. Although if I'm France, I don't know if I take it.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm France here, because it looks like Germany. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Oh, Fleet Liverpool. Yeah, the push is on. Turkey. France is in a tough. This is the first time we've seen France in some pain. Brandon, what you're pulling everything back here?
Yeah, I think France was clearly misled there. Wasn't expecting to give up Marseille. Obviously, that's not. If you're in a Western triple as France, that's not what you want. All right, so here we just see more of Turkey going down, but Zach is going to get Sevastopol. So Zach will survive for at least another year here. So that's a misplay on Russia's part. Elsewhere, just looking at the strategic situation, it's AIR getting to the line here, and England and Germany are not going to move fast enough against France to be able to hold back AIR.
See, I think one of the things that's interesting here is that Germany is in position to defend Munich, but he's not going to be able to do anything after that. He's just going to be holding the line. Whereas Karthik is actually in an interesting position where he can continue to make gains against France, maybe, depending on the position. I mean, he's in Picardy. He's got that fleet in the North Sea that can go do some damage, and it's 3 fleets against 2. So I'm at least bullish on Karthik's position here.
Brandon, anything in the East that you would do differently other than continuing the way it's going?
I mean, it depends on who you are. Zach obviously just wants to cause as much difficulty as possible. The AAR has just made the mistake that you need to be careful in how you take out Turkey. Otherwise, you're just going to be squeezing Jello into different corners between your toes. You're welcome for that.
All right. Well, let's move on to more orders. We don't have to think about that. So, all right. So I'll call out Armenia to Sev, best move of the turn.
Yeah. Do you want Adam to handle?
No, go. You go on this one.
Sure. So the AAR do break into Germany here. With France's help and also with willing to risk Sweden here, they get both Berlin and Munich. This is such a weird turn for Russia. Russia is just kind of all over the place now. It's not the most compact position. Ed Sullivan's game is, if not over, his chances of a board top here are largely diminished. But it's still AAR. AAR is doing better than EG, and France could eventually see a resurgence in this game. Weirdly.
Yeah, Adam, what you liked Karthik's position? Is this, even though they broke through, better or worse for Karthik?
You know, Karthik has choices. I probably would have kept pushing on Alex in France, but you know, he went the other way. He got the support from Ed Sullivan into Sweden. Also a good move. I mean, you know, he can from there. There is forward momentum for him. He at least gets St. Petersburg probably out of this in the long term, and maybe by some goodwill from Alex, who's going to go lock those fleets up further in the south. Because look at that, Trinian Sea and Ionian. My guess would be that Matt Krill here is going to build a fleet, at least one, probably fleet in Naples, Army Venice. So.
You know, I think Karthik's problem here is that if he gets too big too quickly, then he will scare the East, and he needs the East to fight each other in order for him to have a big game.
It's funny, of all the names that we've dropped in this one, that's the first time we've heard Matt Krill. Matt under the radar, but topping the board as of now. So
that's Matt. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, Brandon. How do you feel about Matt's position here?
He's too spread out. He's it's got long-term potential, but he's got a lot of hurdles to jump. And you know, it's funny. It's like it feels like a Russian position actually. The way he's in lots of different places and needs to negotiate a lot in order to maintain a path forward.
I'm also not super sure how I like this fleet build.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there's. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how it pans out.
He's very dependent on Austria going forward.
Yep. And knowing Austria is topping going in, if he stabs Italy, there's plenty of time for Matt to say, "Look, I'm coming at you fully," and someone else on the other side to get a bigger top. Maybe I don't know if it's worth it early in 1903, but.
Yeah, and if I'm Nathan Campbell, I'm having that conversation because I know those armies are going somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Austria's two allies are sitting in Berlin and Munich. There's no gain in the middle of the board for him. He's either got to go find dots in Russia or he's got to go find dots in Italy. He's got to push somewhere if he wants to top this board.
Yeah.
And his problem is England, though, right? So I think getting dots off of Italy is actually a better move because at least Russia can do something to slow England down.
Interesting. I have the exact opposite analysis, right? Which is that England is going to take St. Petersburg and stop, and Russia is sort of innocuous to that, because there's only one. Karthik only has one army up there. Without a second army, he can't push past St. Petersburg anyway, and he's set up to put barons into St. Pete. If I'm looking at that, if I'm Nathan, I'm like trying to separate that out as much as possible. In which case, I think that Italy is the one who's going to end up holding that line, and I would go the opposite direction.
Oh, interesting. Actually, and here, how about this for a possible, since we're spending time on this, a possible game changer. If you're Hunter, do you make a deal with Ed and get Ed a dot and let him build?
Yeah, that'd be pretty great, actually, in the fall. That would be a clever move.
All right, let's see.
So as you mentioned, Barons does come down into St. Petersburg, locking that off. Turkey will be dead at the end of this turn, assumingly will be dead at the end of this turn, although they messed up last time. And Matt just moves the fleets along to be in place. What if you're Austria, you make the deal with Ed this time to flip things up a bit? It's now the time to break AI. Adam first.
I mean, he's certainly set up for a multi-dot stab. Rum, Warsaw, and allowing Germany into Berlin. But he could also be set up for a multi-dot stab in the other direction. Munich and taking Trieste and setting himself up the other way.
All right, well, let's see what they do here.
Neither.
All right, so thank you for playing Zach Moore. That's all that really happens.
Yeah, we'll move along. St. Petersburg picked up, and what did Austria? Russia got.
Austria's playing down one.
Ah, there you go. Oh yeah, can't build when you're giving up Trieste like that. All right, so, all right. So if the stab is coming, obviously Army Vienna, it's got to be Fleet Eddie. So not that second army like you wanted up there.
I gotta say, I'm disappointed in Karthik's build there too. I would have expected that to be an army. I think he needs something somewhere to either push into Russia to solidify his position in Germany or to get something into France. One of those has to be his goal.
Or is he waiting for the stab, which again doesn't come? So Russia gets back St. Pete in a short-term trade.
Galicia goes to Warsaw. That's what stands out to me. The question is that a stab? We'll find out. And then we have Matthew going to Adriatic. That is a realignment.
Yeah, Matt looks like he was expecting the stab.
Yep.
Everything, all the other fleets are holding still, so it gives them some flexibility, gumbiness, as Brian was saying earlier.
All right, so we have the Austrian army being blown up. Carthage gets to hold on to St. Petersburg, and we do have Matthew taking Ankara and getting
Greece.
an army into Trieste and Greece. So this appears to be a moment where Matthew is making a move on Hunter. Nathan also loses Berlin, so Ed is going to go up one here. Doesn't have home center open for a build.
How does Hunter not say to Matthew there that I'm going to Con because it guarantees keeping you in place? But they're both attacking Ankh. Well, I mean, it seems to have been a coordinated attack on Russia, but still.
Well, we'll find out.
Make the trade. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I'd say I'm a little also disappointed in Carthage not hitting the gas a little harder. He could have guaranteed Brest, but chose not to. He got a little greedy, and I'm not sure why that was. Why he's sort of playing it so safe there.
Ed gets his build though, so got let back in.
Wait, there's nowhere to put it down though. Is the problem?
True. All right, Ed got his center. Let me rephrase.
The Russian pulls will also be really interesting.
What do you? All right, so you got stabbed by AI. Do you pull?
No, it's keep moving. Keep moving.
All right. Oops, I didn't even show it. Prussia Silesia on the line. 2 armies, so there's your armies from Vermont. And nothing else there.
So obviously he wants to fight Italy here. And Austria too. All right, so we have Italy now reorganizing units in order to try to consolidate gains and improve on them. We have Germany moving into Piedmont. France moves into Belgium here. So this this is a soupy moment here for the board. And it's a great opportunity for Matthew to attain an unassailable position.
Well, Carthage really missed that moment since once Matthew pulled off, he could no longer effectively stab France, and France takes that leeway and moves into Belgium.
Yep.
And then loses it.
Yeah. But we have Sweden taking Denmark here, and question for me is the bounce in Kiel a guess or not? It's probably arranged given that Carthage supports Ruhr into Belgium. But so much for France getting a build, actually going down 1 instead.
Yeah, do you trade that? If you're Ed, do you trade Denmark for Belgium here?
Yeah, if you believe Carthage's going to do it. Because he has a build in the bank, remember, a dot in the bank. So he just needs to stay even and open up a home center for a build.
Yep.
Ed is back in this. And Matthew stays even or goes up 1? Goes up 1.
Up 1, yeah.
So that's a big deal.
Also the French pull. It's a big deal.
Burgundy.
Yeah, the dot count here is interesting, right? Because Matt Krill is up, but he has to hold it. And he's got a lot of enemies on the board.
Yeah,
but I think he's likely to top this, though.
I'd love to be Matt in this situation, wouldn't you?
Yeah, me too.
Austria's pulling. You've got now armies. 4 armies. You need to get that army in Rome build is interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I guess you can pull Venice to Trieste. Let's keep on going.
Oof. Well, AR. My question was going to be, can AR work together? Maybe. Well, maybe.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. So okay. So I see what you're saying, Adam. Matthew's problem is that he's still got a bunch of centers that he has to get to. So Ankara and Munich.
The way I look at it is this, right? He's got a lot of pieces that aren't in the fight, right? He's at 10, but Western, Ionian, Venice, Bulgaria, South Coast, those are 4 of his 10 pieces not really fighting anything. Munich is at risk. Ankara is at risk. If Italy and France were really worried about the board top, Tunis would be at risk. If he loses Ankh and with the Russian and Rum, now Khan is at risk. I mean, I wonder I wonder actually how much he can hold. But the next nearest player is Karthik. So anyway, we'll see how it goes.
But I love Ed getting a build here. I have to say, I still like Matt's position. Let's keep going. So the problem is though that he needs Ed to be fighting, to be willing to fight Karthik and not come after him. And so I would be, if I were Matt, I'd be really disappointed by Munich to Tyrolio here.
But they've worked together the whole time. There's never been a point where E and G were fighting. I know they were trading, but they were never fighting, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed. It's what Matthew needs for a big score here.
Yeah, but to hope on that, I mean, the Texas connection is not going to be broken here.
Oh, and then France coming into the Med and Lyon. That's really great for Karthik.
Yeah,
great for Karthik.
That being said, if I'm Karthik in that position, and I know that we have an arranged bounce in Kiel, I'm probably taking Berlin. But maybe not. The long term, no. Karthik is probably, maybe he's playing it right here. He knows the players and he's playing it slow. He's getting gains, and everyone's moving in the other direction.
Exactly. And his units aren't going anywhere. His units are, his units are exactly.
Everybody is fighting Matt Krill. Everybody else on the board is fighting Matt Krill.
All right, so to go back to 3 years or 4 years ago, you wanted an army out of Karthik. You want another army out of Karthik, or?
Absolutely. I mean, if I'm playing England, I'm building as many armies as I can.
The problem is you need Ed not to get spooked, though. Might even wave here if I'm being, or argue that the army is needed in like Gascony or something.
Yep, Fleet London. So no, not so much.
I'm okay with that, Adam.
I don't hate it, but you have 4 fleets now headed towards the Mediterranean. They only fit through one at a time.
Yeah, but
you got to pick up Iberia, so slowly.
Yeah, but you convoy to Gascony, convoy to anyway.
Trying to defend him here. All right. So they're self-bouncing in mid-Atlantic. I don't know why, but they did.
I don't like. I assume that was probably arranged with France, an agreement for support into Western Med. I don't like Ed sending all of his units south here. He's over committing.
I think he probably thinks from just Ed logic. If Karthik can already top this board in his current trajectory, he doesn't need to stab me. If he's going to stab me, he's going to stab me. What's the difference between 1 dot and 3 dots?
Yeah, and also maybe he's playing for second place. Maybe this is again where the Carnage system comes into play here. Second place doesn't matter how many dots you have.
All right, I'm standing up for a second. It's on you guys here.
Well, the only question here, right, is whether Ed gets second place or not, right? Like Karthik is definitely going to top this board.
Yeah.
And it's only whether Ed can get second place. Let's just move forward here.
Yeah.
I'll just keep hitting reveal until I'll give it 10 seconds. You guys look and tell me to stop.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just people pushing pieces at this point. There's very little changing.
Yeah. And, I think Russia is still fighting Italy. So everyone's still fighting Italy, right? Like
everybody's been fighting Italy for 2 game years. Yeah.
Yeah. Matt needs that to change. So let's keep on going here. And it's not.
Yeah, but no one can fight England. I mean, Germany can, but
France could have. Germany could have, and England could have, but none of them chose to.
But they all decided.
All right. So
Hunter's
Hunter.
Now Hunter's getting eliminated, right? Yeah. Like this is the change that Matt needed at least a game year ago, if not 2.
Yep.
Question now is
getting eliminated by Russia, not getting eliminated by him.
Well, all right. So we thought England's board top was in the bag. Yeah, Russia.
Now Russia, all of a sudden.
And Ed's not that far behind if Ed would turn around, but.
Actually, is suddenly Russia with these polls? Matt could throw this board top to Russia. Oof.
I'm mad at you for not turning earlier, so I'll punish you.
Yeah, why not? The question is,
does
Nathan?
I'm still setting up the stab if I'm Karthik here, right on Ed.
Yeah, and look,
like
Denmark
right here,
has to Kiel here. Ed's play here is a little concerning. And this will just make it easier.
He got Rome though. He picked up.
But this is the spring here. The question is what happens in the fall.
Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting fall.
Oh,
walks out of Kiel.
Oh.
And Nathan doesn't take any of the. Are we gonna end?
Well,
are we gonna end with a shared
picks
top?
Up 2 though, right? Karthik picks up 2. He goes to 11. In Tunis.
Picks up Spain. Oh, in Tunis. Oh, okay. All right. So then this is over.
11.
Yeah. So if you're Nathan now, it's like the most you can get. I think you just recognize that you can't top this board.
I mean, you could.
I mean, Vienna, Trieste, Serbia, Greece, right?
Yeah. I mean, certainly Vienna. That's 4. That's exactly what the count for me is.
Yeah. Oh well. Nathan did better than he did the first round, so
it's true.
Yeah, good
on him for coming back from that. That was brutal.
Yeah, Ed too. I mean, we cursed Ed's game at 02 or 03, I think it was.
We did.
Yeah.
They were both at 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Round 2 in the books.
Yep, I've got Karthik here for some feedback on this. Chat amongst yourself for about 5 seconds.
That was a fun game.
Yeah, that was. Karthik played well. I think you and I both felt like he might be outsmarting himself, but he didn't.
I might have pushed harder, but he had a huge diplomatic coup and everybody moved on Matt because Matt was the aggressive one and the whole board turned on him. And that's why the game is called diplomacy and not pushing pieces successfully.
Yep.
All right.
So well done, Karthik.
All right. So thank you for that 5 seconds. Here, let's do this now.
Karthik Kanath, you are right smack dab from the game you just completed right here on 5 minutes ago, and you're getting ready to start round 3 in a few minutes. So this is the interregnum where we get to get a word in with the guy who just topped his board. Karthik, how did you do it?
It was due to my good allies in Ed and in France. I also had a newer player who was part of the Facebook AI research team. Both of them named Alexander Miller. Both of them combined were really the key to my success. So without them, couldn't have done what I did.
Well, that's fine, but you ended up topping the board. So how did you top the board instead of one of them?
Right. So I was lucky that the AAR that was on the other side of the board had really pinned Ed down and also had pinned down Alex. So I was able to take advantage of that. I got a really strong position in the north against Russia, and then parlay that into basically getting units into positions that would help my allies out. But in doing so, would also result in me getting centers that would propel me into the top position. And at a certain point, because of, I think, the fact that I was willing to keep my allies in alive positions where I could have otherwise stabbed and eliminated them, they were happy to see me top the board in the end as well. So
it's almost as if this game is about diplomatic relationships and not just about moves.
Right, exactly, precisely. I mean, could I have tactically forced a huge result? Sure. But the fact that I was able to use diplomacy in order to get a board top, 11 centers, and also preserve these relationships with my partners from this game. They'll be like, hey, Karthik was a great ally to work with. He does right by his allies in future games. I think that's something that's really important, because this isn't just a one-off game, right? It's your reputation does matter. It's are you someone who does right by your allies, or are you someone who takes advantage of them the moment they can? And I think that's what motivated me there.
In other words, don't be a Brandon Fogel.
Yeah.
Is that
Fogel? Very, very bad.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, absolutely. I reject being Brandon Fogel. Being a weasel, not a good idea.
All right. Well, now that we got that out of the way, this is really not just a one-off game. Well, you're getting ready now to go into round 3 in really prime position, one would hope, to compete for the title. What's your thinking going into this last round? Are you ready for it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that also played a part in the number of centers I settled for in the end. I was looking at the center counts for other players who had completed rounds ahead of us, and I realized if I could get to 11 centers, I'd be basically equal on the tiebreaker count with pretty much all the top players, and I'd definitely then therefore if I can get a top, I'd be in the mix for winning the tournament.
All right. Well, last question here. You're now 2 rounds into the 3-round tournament of your first face-to-face tournament.
Right.
How do you feel physically? How do you feel emotionally? How do you feel diplomatically?
Well, emotionally and mentally, I'm on top of the world right now. Actually, just take that back. Simultaneously, I'm on top of the world and just mind burnt out, exhausted. Playing face-to-face is a lot more intense than playing virtual face-to-face. And making those adjustments to this game has been very, very interesting. I think I had some issues in the first game because I just didn't understand, how different it was. This game, I kind of got adjusted to it, and hopefully I can take that adjustment even further in round 3 and get a huge result.
Well, we're all about to find out as we head now into round 3 of Carnage 2021. Back to the studio.
All right, guys. 2 rounds in. Let me get the standings up here.
I just want to say, Tanya, I know how you feel. when there's a campaign against you.
Been there.
People smearing your good name with calumny and lies.
So we have to see Adam Silverman at the top of this list.
It hurts, man.
Well, I mean, 3 of the top 4 are DBN personalities. Maybe our studying of all those moves over the last 18 months has improved his play. I mean, I won't say anything else.
Are we allowed to root against people? I'm asking a procedural question.
Yes,
I do it all the time.
Adam's been a close friend for like 15 years. I don't feel bad rooting against him.
Our ratings go up when we do root against people, I think. So, all right, guys. Well, so again, going into a final round of a tournament, you see this score. Adam, you said it. I don't look until the end of round 2. All right, end of round 2. Obviously, without saying Adam, who do you want to be?
I mean, the thing about Carnage scoring, and I think Brandon said it earlier, is really there's a small number of people going into this round who have a chance to win. It's probably only the top 5. Assuming that all of them don't bomb, any one of them is likely to win the tournament. If all 5 of them bomb, the next 3 have a shot, but that's only if all 5 of them bomb. So,
yeah, like Johnny Gillum, right, has had the biggest board top of any that we've seen, and you know Johnny needs like 10 people to face plant in order to win, or solo.
Yeah,
always a chance of the solo.
Yeah,
but I want to point out though how much the tiebreaker points matter, and how much the sharing of a board top does matter. If you take a look at those 500s, right, the difference between Adam and Ben is a shared versus a lone board top. The difference between Ben and Nicola is a shared board top versus a lone board top. I mean, it is impactful in the final standings. And if both of them were to top boards, you know, being in a shared is not a good position to have been in.
Yeah, and I just want to add that it's great to see Ben Kelman on the leaderboard here. Ben is a player who has been playing in virtual, got really into it last year and really dedicated, and it's taken a while to get some good results. But he's been a student of the game, has studied other people's play, has done these master classes, has engaged in conversation with people, and has been willing to look openly and honestly at his own play. And it is paying off, and it's awesome to see.
So one memory from that, too, is we had a top board online last year at Carnage, and Ben was there. So Carnage is his tournament favorite, maybe. We'll see. So we've got one more bit of media as we get into and one last thing he mentioned on there, too. That game ended at 5 minutes to 6 p.m. Eastern. So to play another year, to grind it out for Russia there, you're either playing 2 boards in the next round or you had to make that move a time turn. So maybe that was the big factor. Okay, I can live with a good second place there. So, all right. On that, Brian has put together another nice segment here. The other luxuries of Carnage, we'll call it. So let's take a look.
Pretty sure that was inspired by my last visit to Carnage when I did not do well in the last round and made a beeline for the hot tub and the fire pit at the end of the round.
I love the dramatic punctuation at the end there on the fire pit. It's like, this is where it ends.
I burned all my orders that I kept for the week. I'm going to save these for, no. Keep the fire going. So, all right. So we are going into round 3. All right. We already did predictions. We already did everything. We're going right to the maps. Anyone else got anything? No.
It's midnight. We're getting into round 3. Let's do it.
All right. On that note, go take a nap. All right. I need to share round 3, board 2. So we're going to go straight in with the leader to start. We're going to flip a little bit. We'll do some turns. We'll break it off as we know what's going to happen, and we'll go. So our leader, Adam Silverman in Austria, hunter-catcher and a board top from round 1 in England. Jason Maspon had a nice round, shared board top, 3-way board top. Karthik, oh man, Karthik, we'll get this game started. So we've got some big board toppers. Colin in Italy, Morgante, who's had 2 rough rounds, and Johnny. So we had some hot players from round 1 all stuck on this board. Brian, I think you're on mute, but as you come off here, what's your recollection of playing a long game and then having to run right back into it for Karthik here, and being in Germany where you're talking to everyone?
Yeah, it's going to be hard. The mental strain is real. I know, like I've tracked my performance at face-to-face events. When I do well in multi-round days are usually when I've got a shorter round. There are other players who have more stamina than I do, but tournament diplomacy is a endurance sport, and the mental strain, particularly if you are at or near the top of the tournament, it can be extremely difficult to stay focused. Everything comes at you, and when you're mentally exhausted, it's a rough place to be.
Yeah. So strategy on this board, Adam, if you are Adam, the leader, how do you play this knowing that A, everyone's targeting you, and B, you've got 2 hot players coming after you?
Well, I think one of the big questions actually is, does Adam know that he's leading the tournament heading into this round?
Yes.
I think this data has been posted.
Dave posted the links. It's on Chris Brand's software, and everyone knew of the scores going into this round. Yeah.
Interesting. It's if I'm Adam, I'm trying to like poke Karthik because I know he's one of the only other people on the board who could win. But Austria or Germany don't want to get into it early. So if I'm Adam, I'm probably playing it like a normal game. I mean, Adam Silverman, Austria is not a strong country for him. He's got to top or get a second on this board to have a good shot. It's a strong board. There's a lot of people. But that being said, though he's in the East and the West is full of heavy hitters. So it's not that the East is a weaker side of the board, but Hunter, Jason, and Karthik are going to make for a fun watch.
All right, Brian, we'll kick you off here. Think of in your mind if Adam has ever criticized Morgante overly so, and see how the opening starts out.
All right. Well, I just want to say for Adam, this is going to be a test of his diplomatic skills. He is one of the best tacticians that I know. But in this case, you are in the power that he can be jumped on more so than any other power. So the board leader has the rest of the board in the most surrounding him as the most vulnerable place. He's going to have to win the diplomatic game. And if he's able to do that, it could be great for him. So we'll see. I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on the relationship with Russia. So we'll see what happens. But yes, we've got to kick things off in the East. Pretty standard openings from both Austria and Russia. We've got not quite as common these days, the Turkish opening, but that's a pretty common opening historically. And then we've got Italy making a play immediately towards the West. That is not something we've seen a lot of on DBN. In the West, we've got pretty standard openings. I would say actually the most standard openings that I've observed. So yeah, it's looking, I would say East looks more dynamic, but it's looking good for Adam at the moment because of the Italian opening.
All right, Adam.
Put this out there. I do think that Adam Silverman, as a relatively conservative player who really likes to secure borders when there is a potential concern, was always going to go to Morgante in the fall of 1901 or spring 1901 and say, let's have a bounce. In this situation, he definitely arranged that bounce in Trieste. I mean, he's always going to support himself to Greece. That's just sort of the way that he plays. So I think it's a question of whether or not everyone around him wants to sort of make those other moves. What I see here is the beginning of an RT. That move to Galicia, Ankh to Khan. Although I have to say I don't like Ankh to Khan after you've already done the other two moves, because now you only have one build, and that's Ankara, and building a second fleet in Ankara is a little bit of an awkward position. Building another third army is, I think, a bad move. So I'm not loving Johnny's play here, but it's pretty standard moves here from a lot of other people. Massbaum out to that 6 builds though, and a bill and a bounce in Holland is another really big deal. So to me, it looks like Jason's about to get set up for his pick of the litter on allies, and it'll be interesting to see which direction he goes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that stood out to me was that bounce in Holland. That is not typical for England at all. And
I love that move.
That's fun for sure. So Adam, are you building all 3? If you're
if you're asking me, right? And I'm an aggressive tempo based player, and I do think actually that Jason is similarly. I think he'll build all 3.
Yeah. I'm going to say he's been really pushing Alliance style over the past year. I'm going to say he waves one. We'll see.
All right. Well, let's get to it. If my internet is working there. All right. Did not wave it. 2 fleets and an army.
No. And this is interesting. Hunter Catcher builds an army while there comes down a Fleet Berlin, Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille. This is terrible for Hunter.
Well, maybe it's all going south. They want to.
Jason Massbaum with the surprising maneuvers. Morgante playing nice in Norway.
I'm looking at 4 H's. That's the first thing that hits me.
Maybe he misordered?
Has to be. NMR.
Either
and
that or
Maletsky did say earlier on, and I got burned, although not really. We'll go into that story later. By missing the box by about 5 seconds. He's strict, so maybe that was it.
I mean, but you can also see this, Galicia to Bohemia, supported attack into Galicia. I mean, Morgante and Adam Silverman are really tying it up here, while Johnny has not made a commitment. I mean, maybe he has, right? Because Johnny's, that looks like it was supposed to be a support for the convoy.
Yeah, that would have been, so Karthik gets a second life.
Yeah. And I got to say, actually, it looks like an RT here because Johnny does try and get out instead of supporting himself into the Black Sea.
All right. Well, that ended.
Yeah.
Well,
this is great for Johnny, right? He gets out. He gets the dot. Adam Silverman gets a breath of life.
I'm excited. I think this could be an AT, which that is probably the most difficult alliance that I can think of to make last, at least in a long-term game. But in the short term, it can be so powerful. And Carnage games have been short. I mean, people always talk about like C Diplo and all the VDL games ending in 1910. Almost all of our games have ended in 1905, 1906, 1907. If that trend continues, AT could be amazing.
Yeah, but if you're Turkey, though, you can't just run AT because then he wins the tournament, right?
Well, I think it depends on Johnny's long-term goals here. For me, at least, when I run AT, right, I want Turkey to go south and Austria to go into Russia. But they're heading 3 units into Russia, right? That's a sort of a dead-end position for Johnny. So, I wonder what his thought process is about not just 1903, not just getting to 6 dots, but where's his 7th dot coming from?
Yeah. And Colin started west. He looked west to start. So maybe they can get some freedom. I would love to know the board dynamics on this.
Jason still has 2 fleets in the Mediterranean too. I mean, it's preventing Colin from doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, they have nothing to worry about coming forward. Well, we'll see. So Army Berlin and pulls that Army London.
Fleet Smyrna. That's an interesting one.
Well, if you're doing the AT, that's the right build.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's commitment to the AT, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That says my 7th thought is Naples.
Somebody believes in the AT. I'm not sure. Well, I guess that's still working together. Serbia, Romania going to Sev. That could be coordinated.
Yeah, but yeah, well, I mean, it's good though for the AT if they're pushing out because they wanted to see Ionian go to Tunis, right? That's a strong move. Jason lost his tempo. He had so much tempo, and he needed to push forward in one direction or the other. I think he would have been better off going north into Hunter.
And now a little more. Oh, the convoy to North Africa. John Jameson, I hope you're watching.
Well, Turkey gets the fleets out, right?
Yeah. Pulls an army away from, man, I guess Black Sea's enough. You trust the AT's working, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, it's rolling right now. We'll see how long it lasts, but it's looking great for them, especially for Austria. I think, I mean, Adam was right. Johnny's units are out of position. They're playing the players probably, but the tempo for Johnny is going to be difficult to keep up.
I think that Johnny can do it if he manages the convoy to Apulia. Apulia is open. He needs Greece to support Ionian to hold, but I don't know Johnny, right? Is he the kind of guy who's going to really just put the pedal to the metal here and say, I'm going for those dots and those dots are going to be mine? Because that's the way to do it. His
last game got to 11 after 1904, so he knows he's got to make up some ground maybe. Yeah. This is the time to do it. He's got to keep pace. Adam picked up 2 this turn and is topping this board too. So now,
if I'm Silverman, this is when I'm saying, hey, Russia, do you want Moscow back? Let's go get me 7 bow.
Yeah.
Because if the convoy is coming con to Apulia, right? Who's covering Bulgaria? Who's covering? You get 3 units on Sevastopol. It's a pretty good situation actually for Adam to do the stab if he wants it, but he may also have tempo in the other direction as well.
Yeah.
Well, the other consideration is mass bomb in France. Do you need to worry about weakening the Italian line?
Well, you got all right. So England's got the second army, which Adam liked from last time. Is that incentive enough to Jason to go full south, turn around, let England pound over the top to maybe slow down Adam? Nope.
It's not the moveset I would have expected, although English Channel does go to London. I guess the exchange for that is Belgium supported Edinburgh to Holland. It's a good trade if you're Jason Massbound. But he did this the other game too, right, where I cast. He locked up all of his units in the Mediterranean knowing that they were just going to sit on a line. This is the second game I've cast now tonight where he's done this. 4 of his 6 pieces have nowhere to go.
And Adam ran away, and Johnny took his foot off the gas. So
it's interesting, actually, because Ionian supported Tyrrhenian Sea instead of supporting Tunis. It's a coin flip there, right? To try and do one or the other.
Guess.
It's an interesting sort of tactics down there. Yeah, AT keeps pushing, gets Warsaw. He has position on Munich.
And
Johnny backs off.
And Johnny picks up Romanian exchange.
That makes sense. It was his turn for the build, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That they keep pace within one.
Yep.
And Jason picks up London.
All right, so we're through 1904. Russia's dead, so Morgante, I think 0 for 3. I don't remember if he survived any, but I know he survived that first one, I think, is Italy, but very low score. How do you set up for a stab on it? Let's, Adam, your Turkey. How do you set up for a stab on Adam to win the game?
He never made the convoy, so he doesn't have any tempo. And I think that Jason, in negotiation with Colin, has managed to back off of Italy. What I expect to see from here is actually, again, I think this was a very clever move from Jason, where he's giving Colin the space to go fight the AT, right? He's saying, why don't you go deal with that? And I'm going to go north. I'm going to go fight in the west, right? I'm done. I'm done, dealing with you. We're done locking up our pieces. I think it was smart of him to do that. And I think that Johnny and Adam are now going to be stuck together if those Italian pieces turn around.
And Brian, what if you're Adam here? How do you basically lock down? Find someone to say, look, shared top or get a strong second. Can you pair down? Can you go in and say, let's end this game quick? I know Adam's first round game was like 4 years or something like that. So how does he win? How does he win the game in the tournament?
Yeah, that's a really good question because it's really a question of how aware is Adam of what's going on the other boards. Because a split top may be enough, but there's some other players that were close enough that if they had a large score, he may need to grow much larger to really lock this thing up. If it's me, and it's 1904, I'd think I'm maybe pitching to France maybe and say, hey, we've got a chance to work together. But I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on Turkey. I really feel like if Adam wants to make this thing last and win, he's got to make a move on Turkey at some point.
See, but I think this is about to get much easier for Adam, right? This is before the removals in 1904. So Livonia and Prussia are going away, and Germany's pulling one after losing to EF, right? It seems likely, although not guaranteed, it seems likely that he's going to pull Silesia. If you remove those three armies from the middle of the board, Austria's position gets so much better here.
We're gonna. Right? I was gonna say we're gonna hold that thought. This game.
That's exactly the important moment to reveal those changes.
You're a little newer to DBN. We like to build some suspense. I don't think there's much there, but we're at least going to try for this moment.
Okay.
So, on that, Adam, I think you are due for a break because you've done the last two. So we'll get you back in a bit. Let's do. Board 4. We've got Robert Roos playing his first game. That's good. Robert Roos has the best deer sausage. I'm sorry for any vegetarians or vegans. That is the highlight of my trip every year or two, Carnage. So, Robert, I hope you still have that. It's like a little shack he gets it from. It's fantastic. So I'm rooting for Robert on this board, even though I won't say anything. Samantha Zarkauer, first game for Samantha as well from Boston in England. It's great. Eddie Brisson, not his first game in France. Chris Campbell, another Vermonter, Germany. Katie Gray, didn't think she had a chance, but maybe the solo is Italy. Italy strong this year. Alex Maslow in Russia, and Ben Kelman. So another contender on these first two boards here. We randomly did it because since it's not all online and easy to check, we're just going with how we're doing. So
I believe Samantha Zarkauer is a first-time player, and if I'm not mistaken, is Alex Maslow's fiance?
No, I'm not on the socials as much as I should be, so I will trust you are reporting on this one. So
I'm not 100% on that, but I think I saw that somewhere.
All right, well, let's pretend Samantha is new because she has watched us on DBN over the year and is going to enjoy this game. So, Brandon, since you weren't on the last one, how do you attack this one if you're Ben Kelman? You're in the corner, you're Turkey, which I think he likes to play. How do you get the win knowing you got to catch Adam?
With the way that Turkey is treated in the hobby now, you just have to survive. You have to be approaching the first 2 years as a survival story. Find a friend, make sure that you are not being attacked by 3 people. See if you can get Russia some help on the other side by talking to England or Germany. You need a partner in the East, and Russia's likely your best bet, but maybe Austria or Italy.
All right, and Brian going in. What do we? Who's going to make a big move in the West?
In the West, I think it's. I was impressed with Chris. I'm really curious to see how Chris plays this German position. But I think the person I'm going to be watching is Eddie Berson. Eddie came in with the interview on Thursday and said, "Hey, I'm going to win this thing." I'll be a lot of fun if he's able to make a big push with a strong, powerful player and probably the most experienced diplomacy player there is in the hobby.
Yep. All right. We'll do it in the same way. We'll do it a season at a time. I think I got the reveal on here correctly. All right, Brandon, let's kick it off with you first. What stands out in these opening orders?
Honestly, nothing. France gets into Burgundy. That's it. There are bounces in Galicia, Black Sea, English Channel is DMZ'd. Italy doesn't do anything unusual. Yeah, this could go anywhere.
All right. I've seen a couple of unsupported orders Paris to Burgundy this tournament. It's interesting. Brian, Burgundy walks right into Belgium, probably an NMR for Samantha.
I can only assume. Yeah.
No, that's.
I mean, NMR means didn't get orders in at all.
Correct. Sorry, no move received for either missing the box or. My guess is you didn't write 3 incorrectly. Although with newbies, we have some good newbie rules, which we'll get to in a future master class or something for how to let new people get their orders.
This is unfortunate. If Samantha really is a first-time player, there should be allowances made.
Yeah, we'll find out about that afterwards. The rest is a lot of red in the East and supported move to Greece.
Katie misorders the Julia.
That's her second misorder too. I know David said at the beginning some of the newer players had some trouble. Obviously, that was being reported on before this even happened. So, yeah, that's frustrating.
As chief misorderer of the Windy City Weasels, I feel for you, Katie.
Yeah, it happens. We've all done them. So, and Eddie gets 3. Oh man, come on, new guy.
Yeah, you know what that is? That's shit.
Does he wave? We asked him this last time. Massbomb didn't.
He doesn't seem like the waving type personally, but we'll see.
Nope. Same as what Jason put down. No
Maslow,
army.
North Coast, St. Petersburg. He smells blood.
Ben. All right. So Ben has his life here. So really nothing else.
This is a good setup for Ben. Ben is a viable partner, and people might need him.
Oof. Well, another misorder for Samantha. North holds again. I mean,
yeah, Alex gets into Norway, so Alex is really looking to be in good shape to start out with. Also gets Romania. So now we have IT versus AR shaping up in the south, and AR are bigger. They have the advantage. And then we've got France deploying units all over the place. So Samantha is weak, and people want to take advantage of that.
I would be really happy to be Eddie right now.
Yeah.
I prefer to be Alex, actually, between the two of them. But it's hard to bet against France, isn't it?
Ooh. Oh, Alex. Walks out of Norway, walks out of Sweden. Picks up position, though.
The Norway I'm okay with, actually, because you can argue that England might be a good partner against France. Giving up Sweden is that can't have been arranged.
Mm-mm.
Well, maybe he's got Romania, right? So Alex is staying even. So this could be like a grand strategic play. Doesn't want to get too big too quickly. Wants to keep Eddie being the bogey person.
Yep.
If that is the case, well done, Alex. That's a deeper level of strategy than I would be playing.
Katie does not pick up Tunis this time, but gets Greece.
Yeah, no, but this is good by Katie. Katie's got a partner in the south. So does Ben as well. This could be a late-breaking Kraken that is able to fight against Alex. That's very much a possibility.
All right. Well, giving up Sweden for long-term play, you wouldn't want to see Fleet Kiel if that's the case.
Well, given that Munich could be used to get into Burgundy, I think you'd probably rather see that, especially since you've got 2 fleets in the north.
Yeah. Fleet Liverpool helps, though. That'll at least slow down Eddie, but maybe.
Yeah, and we have Skagerrak going to Sweden here. Norwegian goes to Clyde. So Alex is getting himself out of position, but gets into Vienna and Budapest. So well, he won't be able to hold on to both of them if Robert doesn't want him to. But Eddie actually, for all of that great positioning, has not parlayed into any British dots.
No.
So what is Ben Kelman going to do? Is he going to do something? Is that fleet in Ankara going to do something?
Yeah, if you're going to Romania there, I'm surprised. I don't know.
I mean, Alex is poised to get 2. Well, okay, so Ben has negotiated to get 1 of them. Very good. Robert has not attacked Alex. So now we have an RT, late-breaking RT with Katie in Italy saying, fine. And in the West, nothing, right? Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
I just again, Katie's going to be really important to hold a line against France potentially, but as you said, Eddie's not really making good progress. It's just a big, giant cluster. I mean, the one big change I do see in the West is Holland convoying over to London with support from France. So there is some coordination between France and Germany from this position, but it's not France getting the upper hand on this. So
I have to say, I like Ben's position here. Alex is going to run into a problem with F and G, definitely G, and Italy is not advancing. Ben has a long-term sleeper opportunity here.
Yeah, and maybe Eddie's playing the long game by getting Germany a build to go help against Russia.
Yep.
Katie can't be happy with Fleet Con, but that's got to be how that goes.
Why do you want Fleet Con, actually, if you're Ben? I mean, Ben has to attack Russia. If Ben's going to win the tournament, Ben has to attack Russia and get the Balkan dots. And Ben can really top this board, actually.
Well,
sticking with it. But so interesting here, right? So Ben goes to Serbia, which is the clear alliance thing to do. But Vienna goes to Galicia. So clearly Alex wasn't 100% on board with Ben. And the question will be what happens to that? What happens to Romania here? Is this a switch? Maybe Ben gets Trieste and Serbia, but France and Italy may contest. We'll see.
And Brian, Eddie finally starts making progress up north.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of progress being made there, and that's where, again, propping up Germany, slowing down Russia, waiting for like a patient game to wait for it to break open. I like it.
Yeah, and Liverpool should fall here, and it's amazing, right? Tunis still hasn't been taken. We're in the middle of 1904. So there is a trick here, right? So France needs to be held back. I'm still looking at it from Ben's perspective. So keeping the alliance with Italy, if Italy is willing to go fight on the Western Front, could really suit Ben.
All right, let's see what we got. Oh, wrong button. Yep, you're right about that. Gets both Trieste and Serbia. Exchanges it from Romania, which with the fleet seems like a fair trade.
Yes, but because of the German units on the border, Alex has to leave Vienna open and loses it to
you get the retreat.
Yeah, not even a retreat, just goes there.
Oh yeah, he just goes. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ben now has fleets in Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian, can get them out there and go attack France. And Katie should be a good ally at this point, right? Katie may say, Ben can win this tournament, I can't. Why would Katie stab him at this point? So the question is, can Ben see that and use that to his advantage?
Yeah, and if you do make the move on Italy, that chance is gone for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But Russia, the question is the Russian dots are there. I mean, I hate to say it, right? Like Alex and Ben have been allies so far, but Alex is not going to win the tournament. Ben can, and an alliance with Germany and Turkey could work for both of them right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the army from Ben that should be going to Armenia. We'll see if it does or not. Oh, and let's talk about Eddie for a second. So two
Yeah.
fleet builds. So really strong. That's a really strong love letter to Germany. It's going to be harder for him to go after the German dots with fleets. So that's saying I want to go fight in the south.
Yep.
And also maybe help you against Russia. I like that. I like that move. He doesn't really gain anything by it.
And it may have been encouraged by the fact you've got, I mean, if Italy and Turkey are sticking together, that's a lot of fleet power coming to the west.
Yep.
So in the west, staying there, Eddie does shift into the Med, moves Irish into English. Makes sense just to build good fences. The move of Liverpool to Clyde did surprise me. Do you feel like that's like, is there forward momentum behind that, or is that just
no, I think he's getting in position to go to Norwegian here, and get purchase in the north. I mean, look, if Eddie can get into Norwegian and north, then it's a French project.
Yeah. Got a lot of play against North Sea potentially.
Yeah, so Ben doesn't go towards Russia here. This may be something that he will regret. Russia goes to the Black Sea. That's not what you want. I'm not sure why Alex, like, this is just a case where Ben and Alex, like, Ben doesn't need to stab Alex, right? Ben should be negotiating with Alex for the board top.
Well, Aegean just went to Greece.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing that could be negotiated as well. Question is whether it is or not. We'll see. But Alex going to black and to Budapest here, I don't, pulling back to Ukraine, it's hard to look at that as, as friendly towards Turkey. Meanwhile, Eddie is in Norwegian, and Norway is going to fall here.
Yeah.
Well, I guess next. Yeah.
And picking up London, it's all looking good for France.
Yeah. So Germany gets a build here, puts down an army. Yeah. I don't know. It'd be fascinating to know what happened between Alex and Ben here. Clearly things broke down for reasons unknown, and it's going to benefit. It's going to benefit France, right? Maybe Alex thought that he needed to stab. Okay, so it ends here. Oh, Ben. Is a tie for third place going to be enough? I doubt it.
No, I mean the real winner in this game is everyone else that was ahead of Ben.
Or behind Ben, yeah.
Well, that would be Adam. So
that's live as of what we've seen through 4 years in the other game, and Ben completing this game. So he ties with Karthik at this point. I don't know what the tiebreaker is for second or third, but
But Karthik's still playing in the other game. Right?
Correct. So Karthik can move up or move down. So, but
man, this breaks my heart a little bit because Ben, there was an opportunity here. Ben did a really nice job to create a path forward, and he opened the door and just didn't walk through it.
Yeah. So as you said, there's something that changed, and I don't understand it by reading the board. So hopefully we have opportunity to hear about that later.
But he built the army in Smyrna. I think he had a fleet in Khan. That's the moment, go grab it.
Yeah. Well, kudos to Alex and Eddie. Brandon, we were both right on our picks. So, well played. Is there anyone here, like, I would be really tempted if I were Eddie to keep playing. I think London's there for sure. I think there's a chance to keep going.
Oh yeah, actually, right. Like
solo chance. Is there a true solo chance?
Yeah, Eddie. The way Eddie solos this game is by using the fact that Ben needs a good score to win. Right. So get Ben to stab Alex. He almost has Tunis. Right. So if Eddie could create chaos in the East, then Eddie could solo.
I'd at least want to take the attempt. I mean, the players on this board are good enough. I doubt that it would work, but if whatever's going on between Alex and Ben is enough, I don't want to take the draw when I've got the opposite side of the board moving away from me.
There would need to be some push though, because Alex isn't going to do anything until Germany's off him, and Eddie can't solo without
I don't know. Alex just went to the Black Sea and pulled units back, right? So
yeah, I don't know.
and you've got there's lots of play here. Look, if you're Eddie, you can just keep voting down the draw secretly and telling everyone that it's Ben who's doing it because it's Ben has so much incentive to keep the game going. Yeah.
Wait, Adam, have you ever seen Eddie just ask for a solo and get it?
Yes, but what I was going to say here is let's look at also the people who are playing. Think about their general attitude towards diplomacy, their positions in the tournament, and ask whether anyone other than Ben Kelman on a second round of the same day wants to keep playing.
Yeah.
And I think that all of them, knowing Alex, knowing Eddie, I don't know Katie, but, she's at 4 centers. I think they're all just done.
That hot tub and fire pit's looking really good right now.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, with that one being done, we got 2 more to go. Brandon, are you able to check our 4th game to see?
I think I can fix it, but it's going to take me a couple minutes. I'll have to do it off air. Is that what you're talking about? The one where the orders got messed up?
Yeah. If you can, we'll get Adam and Brian to start our 3rd game here, and we'll bring you back on with the game that you fix. How about that?
Okay. Or I can jump in once as soon as I get this fixed.
Right.
So,
Perfect. All right, we'll do that. All right. It's the last round of a tournament, right? You got to go for it.
If you're Ben, you want to be pushing for it, but I'm just betting that Alex and Eddie were just saying they were done.
Yeah, and so again, for those who've never been to a face-to-face tournament, I know in the virtual games you've played online, or you play online. You're refreshing the links to the other games, but in a room, we all know what was going on the first one we watched, where Adam is in a good position. You lose that momentum if you know it's going to be tougher. I'm going to have to solo. Like if Adam was eliminated in 1903, the games are a little different tonight, right?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see how this game plays out. We've got some old school folk on this one, and then some new ones. So Alex Miller, who's going to join ASIG for his first face-to-face game in 3 years in Austria. We've got I think it's New England Fire Squad from Nexus playing in England. Steve Cooley, again, my pick to click, although not doing so well so far, but come on, Steve. In France, Brad Blitzstein, who was predicted to do higher or better than Robert Roos, and Robert was eliminated in that last game, so I think Maletsky will have that prediction correct. Brad's in Germany. Some favorite that everyone wants, Tanya Gill in Italy. Nicolas got a chance. I think he was in 3rd or 4th coming into the round. Is in Russia, a country he plays very well, and Tony Dorman, a newer player in Turkey. So if you're an experienced player playing against new Turkey, do you sell the juggernaut? Sell the juggernaut big time?
I love working with new players, man. You get a new player up to 6 or 7 dots. And they're so happy to take second place on the board, right? I love working with new players who want to be second on the board. I'll take first. You take second. Everybody goes home happy.
For sure. In this system, for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of Carnage as a system is it is very fun for a new player because you've got goals that are very clearly articulated. I just need 1 more dot than this person, and I move up a place, and I can get excited. Oh yeah, I'll help you get from 4th to 3rd. Great, happy to do that, and you help someone feel accomplished. And then the Sharks can go fight for the center, the extra, grinding out those extra centers like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see how it plays out. Starting out, we'll start in the East. Brian, what do you think of Nicolas' negotiating start here?
I love this. I love every single move in the East. These are probably my preferred openings for each power. The possible exception of Turkey. I've grown fond of the Smyrna to Ankh option. But yeah, I mean, overall, this is a great great set of orders.
Adam, Tanya going to Tyrolia to start.
That's my favorite set of moves. When I'm playing Italy, I'm ordering this 95% of the time. It's strategic flexibility. It lets you have. One of the worst things about playing Italy is no one wants to talk to you, and all of a sudden, when you do that, everyone wants to talk to you. So it feels good.
I do like Tyrolia as well. The West was as standard as you can get, so we'll see how this plays out with France supporting England. We just did a whole meta segment on giving England Belgium, and no one watched it or no one paid attention, Brian.
Well, I mean, we're used to that. Nobody watching. but yeah, I mean, in this case, though, if you're going to do it, France is the right one to do it with. England and France teaming up like that will have statistically only always about the players, not the pieces and the powers. But given two equal players, statistically, England and France will have similar success with this set of orders. And it does give a little bit of tempo to the Leviathan, which, as we said earlier, is the dominant alliance in the current meta for the past couple of years now.
Tanya got her fifth, Adam, and Nikolai just walked right into Romania. That couldn't have been played better, right?
I mean, I think there's some interesting questions from my mind here. Was it arranged? Does Tanya build two fleets or a fleet and an army? There's still a lot of strategic direction here. It's just Trieste. It's not that big of a deal, and we'll see where it goes.
Yep. Two fleets.
Yeah. That's a discussion, right?
Yeah.
Alex can't be too mad with 3 Italian fleets.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so the question now is, where are those fleets going? One school of thought is you slip the fleet into Ionian over to East Med. The other school of thought is you go west early.
I'd be more inclined to go east because I just generally think it's stronger. I don't like going west as Italy. That being said, with a strong EF, if you're not heading west now, you're going to be facing Steve Cooley with fleets in the Mediterranean in 2 game years anyway, right? So if you're Tanya, you're on the clock.
Yeah, if I am going and I'm Tanya, I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We tried to slip into East. It did not work, and that is a big, long red line of outs.
Fortunate.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a good guess by Tony Dorman, but if you're Tanya, the number one negotiating thing here that you want to talk to Alex about in this season is, I need support to the Aegean. I don't care what else you're doing. We can get you Bulgaria in the fall. You don't need to be there in the spring. I can't have 3 pieces doing nothing.
Yeah. And now they are looking at Steve's fleets coming south sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we knew that, though, because we knew that the EF was on the table. So Steve was always going to stick it in Mount Spain and just have that strategic flexibility.
Yeah. And wow, what a shift.
Dave Smith bringing it back.
Wow.
What a reversal.
I kind of like it. We got the army in Munich getting into Burgundy. We've got the shift into English Channel. If you're going to do it, it's a good time to do it. I did not see it coming.
I have to ask myself, what is Dave Smith? Like, what's his next dot? Is it Brest? If so, what's the plan? Is it in the spring you support to Picardy, in the fall you support to Mao? I mean, because even with Norwegian to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, you still don't have enough fleet power to break Mid-Atlantic Ocean. With 2 armies, Gascony and Paris, you need 3 pieces to get Brest. I think it's interesting and fun, but I don't know where it's going.
The rebuild from Burgundy too just makes it even more difficult.
Right. I actually think it's strategically abysmal. Sorry, Dave, if you're watching this stream. I think that you had a strong ally who was working with you, and I think you threw it away. You were going to get gains on Germany, and I think you're going to get nothing off France.
Oh,
could be wrong.
taking Bulgaria gets you nothing.
Yeah, I could open that one up.
Oof.
Yeah, it's horrible for the AI. It's for Italy also just no tempo off that.
So we're spring 1903, and we've talked about Nicolas slow playing things before, but there's really no momentum, right? Like, where does he move? Where does he get there?
Well, Nicolas' best friend is going to have to become France. Like, there's nothing, like, it's got to be Scandinavia, right?
And Italy. I think that Nicola and Tanya are having good conversations here.
Yeah.
Canadians.
See, but I think that Nicolas happy being, I mean, he's already the board topper at 6. You know, I don't think he wants to be drawing anyone's attention at this point.
Yeah.
That's just not how he plays.
Yeah.
No, because at this point he must board top, because I think he was going into the round, he was third or fourth, I think it was.
I thought it was 5th.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 3rd or 4th. I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't top 2, but near there. But a top if Adam doesn't top, close. So
we get the long convoy from Tunis into Smyrna.
Ooh, yeah.
Breaking open Turkey. So that's going to open up a lot of flexibility for Tanya.
See, I think it's interesting, right? You guys were making this comment earlier about how the loss of tempo on Alex's position because he couldn't build was bad for Tanya.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually think that it's really good for Tanya, because what's happening now is that first of all, she got Serbia, which is insane, but she's also getting Smyrna. She's the one who's going to end up setting up that dominant position in the Balkans in a way that is going to give her a lot of control and armies, which is so hard for Italy to get out there. I think that it's probably going to start Nicolas' conversations with Alex and Tony saying, hey, why don't we all start fighting, working together? Let's fight Tanya, because that's the way he plays. And then he'll kind of slip in the bank or go do something else, like take Berlin and Norway or something along those lines. But Tanya's position's strong, and it's going to be hard for Alex tries to turn on her. She loses Greece. She loses Bulgaria, and Tony's pulling a unit. I mean, it's pretty bad. Meanwhile, Dave Smith totally locked up against Steve Cooley.
Yeah, I completely agree from this position. In my personal experience, having been stymied in places like what we saw from Tanya and Alex earlier, Turkey typically is defending against Italy over Austria, which is why I made that comment. But how it broke out is all great for Tanya.
Yeah.
And the build set up nicely.
And look at that. It's still 2 into Galicia by both other players. Meanwhile, Tanya's pushing Alex forward into Constantinople.
Mm-hmm.
And Brad Blitzstein's the one who's making gains in France.
Yep.
And Steve does not seem to mind.
Nope.
Great, I gotta give up something. It's gonna be this one.
Yep, gotta punish someone.
Yeah. And finally, the fall of 1904, Nicolas says, you know what, guys? It's time for me to get a dot. I gotta get something somewhere, and I see a lot of growth on Tanya. We need to start really refocusing.
Yeah.
And that's his strength as a diplomat, right? It's getting people to focus on the board leader, get those pieces moving in the direction. And it'll be interesting to see whether he can succeed at that.
Yeah. Tony.
Not so easy when you got Tanya on the other side, because she's someone people like to work with.
Yeah. England lost, picked up Brest though, right? What else did England lose? Oh, Belgium from Brad. All right, so Brad picks up 2. Austria picks up 2 and can finally build.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. I am loving this board. This is a lot of fun.
This is an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
I like Brad's position. I like Tanya's position a lot. You can see how Tanya and Alex have a good working relationship here.
Yes, and to Tanya's benefit, because a lot of the growth is away from Tanya.
Yeah. And if Tanya, I think, were really well committed to Alex, Smyrna supports Ankara to Armenia is the easy order there to help her ally. But she is not committed to helping Alex. She wants the two of them to stay locked up and going nowhere.
There, let's. Sorry, clicking buttons here that I don't. Sorry.
The West has some interesting moves as well, in which Tanya is also pushing through over there. Yeah. I mean, really, really lovely play.
Yeah, you got Italy and Mid-Atlantic is just a lovely thing. For
well, she's getting kicked out. Let's not get too excited.
Yeah, but I mean, in 1905 or was it 4 when she got in?
It's a real shame she has nowhere else to retreat to.
Yeah,
but still, I mean, not picking up Greece. That's an interesting one. And it's also Nicola going up 1, right? Because Nicola is picking up Bulgaria and retaking Romania. And that's an interesting change, right? Because Brad and Nicola are working together here.
So this is the kind of game that Nicola loves to play. You've got that balance of power going, and this is really, really entertaining.
Well, that fleet in Finland is actually a shockingly good incentive for Brad to continue to work with Nicola. Right? Because that is actually a really dangerous piece for Brad.
Army up there?
Army St. Pete is, I mean, I don't know. If it were me, I might have built like a fleet North Coast St. Petersburg just to like sneak an extra one up there. But I don't hate the Army.
That's why.
Protecting Warsaw. Always thinking ahead. All right. Germany retreated forward to North Africa, so that's a little fun. Let's see. Tanya getting Bulgaria, Tanya getting Romania.
Yep.
And Germany, this is an interesting move in which Dave Smith and Brad Blitzstein, who've been working together for kind of a while, intentionally dislodge Mid-Atlantic Ocean so that it can retreat forward into North Africa, which is another disaster for Tanya.
Love a forward retreat, and German fleet in North Africa is way better than an army.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also while Germany gets into Marseille, this is not a good situation. Although somehow I wasn't looking on the eastern side of the board. How did Tanya end up in Romania and Bulgaria?
Walked in.
Okay. I like also the way they dislodged the unit in Munich while bouncing in Trieste. I mean, very clever maneuvering by Tanya and Alex there.
Man, I just can't. I'm babbling like a fan right now. I love this game so much.
There's so much going on. And you also have to be thinking in your head, right? Nicola wants to top the board, right? Where are his dots coming from? And he's thinking about it. He's counting them, right? Oh, I'm losing Rum, picking up Ank. Like it's a very interesting process.
Tanya holds on here, but England gets forward now into Western Med.
+3 Brad for Brad. It's +3, but not. It's only +1 dot, right? Because he lost 2.
He got 2 blown up. He lost Tyrolia, and I forget the other one, but
so he'll be playing down 1.
Oh, the fleet. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So, not a good turn for Nicola either.
Winner of 06, we've got in an Italian at 9. We've got Germany at 8, and we've got Russia at 7.
She's going to lose Spain, and the fleet has nowhere to retreat to. Right. Nope. Bulgaria is only hers by the grace of Alex.
Well, they've worked together because Alex could have,
true.
Any of those. They've been paired. That's one country for all intents and purposes.
I gotta say, it's pretty nice that Tanya gets in from Piedmont to Marseille. I'm surprised at Brad's positioning in the other direction, knowing that it's spring, but maybe she doesn't hold it, right? Because he'll have the new army in Burgundy as well.
Yeah, but
Right, it's
Yeah.
3-on-2 now.
Yeah, 3-on-2 now.
You can always trade Spain for Marseille and give Spain to anyone else. Although it's 2-on-2, maybe he can't.
What does Steve Cooley do?
Interesting tactics. And the game over.
Wow.
Well, I guess this makes sense, right? Brad doesn't super care because he wasn't in the top 10 going into it. Nicolas set to lose Ankara and unlikely to build again. Tanya's happy because she's topping the board. There was play left here.
Definitely play left. It was not obvious to me. I had no idea. Like, let's say this game goes on, Adam. Who, if you had to bet, who comes out on top if this goes another 7 years?
I think that the relationships could change, but knowing the people here, it seems unlikely that they would. I think Tanya still tops this board. I think she tops the board primarily because Russia is pulling on the season. And that's a pretty bad disaster to piff that army in Ankara. Bringing him down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't see how he could come back. And I think that Germany runs the risk of all of his units are so important on the line against Tanya that he can't make a move. If the game continues, Dave Smith and Steve Cooley don't do anything else other than support Brad, I don't see how Brad grows. If Brad found some way to turn around, I don't see how he could fight them because there's too many people behind him. I think if they keep playing, Tanya still tops this board.
Yeah, and even if Brad turned on Russia or something, like if Nikola disbanded in Finland, which wouldn't happen, but if that were, even still, you run the same problem where because Austria and Italy are together, there's a line over there that needs to be held.
Yeah.
Wow. This has been my favorite game of the tournament so far. Absolutely loved every single moment. Really high level play. The scores will not reflect that, but man, this is so good.
Oh, they will for Tanya. And I'm glad after getting not such wonderful treatment over the first 2 rounds, she got a real game where she got to play some good diplomacy. Shoot.
Yeah. All right.
And you can really see the relationship building in this game that occurred between all of the players, and I'm impressed with that.
Yeah. A well-rounded gameplay from them all.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's. So we've gotten through all but 2 games. What the standings as of now, and I think we've seen all of them who are the leaders here. So here's where things stand. Unless Adam gets stabbed, right?
Is this the final score? If they're you spoiling the ending?
It is not. This Brandon's software shows what we have seen to this point.
Yep, these are standings as of what we have seen.
But Adam Silverman's board isn't finished, and you've assigned him points.
Correct. It's kind of like I'm a Premier League guy, and you can kind of see live table. This is a live table.
I understand what you're saying.
Yep. All right. I'm bringing it up. We had I think a technical snafu with one of these sandboxes. So we've got.
But hey, it's worth pointing out, however, that Ben Kelman can still win this tournament if Adam falls down 3 places. He'll need to fall down 3.5 places.
4. 3.5, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's winning by a point on the tiebreaker.
Yeah, but if he loses 3 places and 2 dots, which,
Also, let's just point out that with Ben's game done, Kelman's Karthik's game done, and Nicolas' game done, all of those people talking about how centers don't matter, places 2, 3, and 4 are currently tied.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So centers don't matter. I didn't need to push. It's my first night. Unimpressed with that argument.
Not at Carnage.
Adam, I feel like this should be your tagline or something.
It doesn't make sense in any scoring system, right? If you're playing sum of squares and you can pick up more dots, it always makes sense to go because it's going to increase your delta. If you're playing in a draw-based system like DixieCon, the center tiebreaker really does matter. There's not a single scoring system out there where more dots is not important.
Adam, every dot counts, Siegel.
I'll take that as my name.
I like it.
Be proud of it.
All right, Brian, go rest your voice for I think about 6 minutes on this, because I think this next one goes by pretty quickly. All right, we've got a fun board. This looks like a fun board already, though. We've got Craig, who's been in some fun ones in Austria. Ed, who knows what Ed is feeling like at this point in England. Kevin Eulis in France. I think he's played all 3 rounds. Noam had a rough one earlier. Scott, he had the one with Adam, so that's why he's in 13th. Zach is...
Long Island is close enough to New York City, so come play with us. Let's get a game together.
We're gonna do a YouTube recap tomorrow, and we're gonna get you 7 players within driving distance. I know Connecticut is literally like a suburb, so we can get you them. And thank you. Leave no doubt behind Siegel. All right, and then Matt Krill. All right, so Matt Krill had a good 1.5 results. So this is his last chance of getting there. So let's see what we've got. Click the right buttons again with reveal and go. Brandon, why don't you start us off here? Anything?
Yeah, the RNT machinations stand out right away. Matthew has not gone to Black Sea, but Zach in Russia has. This could be arranged, but it could also be a betrayal. And looking forward to seeing how that works out. Got a bounce in Tyrolia, which could be arranged. I've actually done that before as Germany. I think you'd rather have it a bounce as Germany than Italy, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Otherwise, English Channel is DMZ. Burgundy is not. Kevin Yules has taken Burgundy.
It might have been DMZ, just
not successfully.
Oh, man. Ooh, those are some interesting moves. Burgundy to Ruhr. I love it.
Aggressive anti-German for the French. And we have another bounce in Tyrolia. That is unusual to have it in both spring and fall.
Well, I don't think Scott thought that was happening, or he wouldn't have ordered Rome to Venice.
Yeah, that just smacks of like, I want it.
Yeah.
Got to go to Piedmont. Be able to force it, right?
I'm not sure I really love that from either Germany or Italy, because it looks to me like there's an RT. And if there's an RT, why do you want your armies to be in Tyrolia and Venice? Unless you're going to march Tyrolia up through Bohemia into Silesia in order to help put pressure on Warsaw. The AI needs to be together right now.
Let's see. Nothing too surprising here. 2 armies from France.
That's surprising.
And I mean, Germany has to build a fleet, according to Brian Prevel, which I also agree with. And putting it in Berlin says, England, let's go fight this. RT.
We're about to see. Sorry, go.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say we're about to see why that move to Ruhr is not so common, because the only thing here that Ruhr can do is to either guarantee Ed Sullivan position in Holland or to be supported himself to Holland. Other than that, there's very little for him to do.
Yeah, and it's really it really limits France's options. And with that fleet build in London, it looks like England's not on board.
Ooh, well,
maybe so. So what does Ruhr try to do? Does it support? It must support Holland to Ruhr. No, it supports Holland to Belgium. Yeah.
I think it's unordered because there's no.
I don't see anything.
Okay.
There's no text.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although no text means it is an order, because you could see here. So maybe there wasn't. I don't see any
maybe it supported Belgium to Holland, because it looks to me like
that's what I thought.
Ed supported himself Belgium to Holland, and then he retreated in behind.
Yeah, there's no text there though. If there was no order, there'd be an H on it, which could be.
Yeah, I see a little yellow print here, so
yeah,
I think let's just say go.
All right. Elsewhere, we have Craig saying, "All right, you really want to get another army up there? Then let's go." So we have
that is
AT,
the wrong direction against an RT.
AT forming against I. There's no reason to think there isn't an RT from Matthew's perspective. Yeah, that's about it. The retreat from Holland or from Brewer to Belgium was fun. So France is going to get a build out of this, and Turkey gets in the Ionian Sea, and England gets Sweden. Wow! So
England gets Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ed Sullivan works magic.
Huh. Takes Holland and gets Sweden. That is some high quality diplomacy there.
I mean, it's possible that Nome just wants him out of Skagerrak so badly as to be happy to just have him out. But Nome's difficulty here is, what is he going to do in the winter? Either he gives up one of his fleets, in which case it's as bad as having that fleet in Skagerrak but being in Sweden, or he gives up one of his armies and he loses the land war against France, who has literally nothing but armies. It's not great.
So the best thing about Matt Krill is that we don't talk about Matt Krill ever. And and again, it's like the third time today where he's just done things.
Yeah, he's got both Austria and Russia working with him while they're working against each other.
Zach's pull here is going to be really interesting. Is
yeah,
it Black Sea or is it Bothnia?
I mean, if you pull Bothnia and just give up on the north and say fine. The problem is Black's only useful against Turkey, right?
That's what I'm saying, right? Unless you're planning on tagging Matt Krill in the next 3 game years, pull Black Sea.
All right, what's your bet?
For Zach?
Which one goes?
I'll say Bothnia.
I'll say Black just to be a contrarian.
All right.
Black. Baltic goes. Ed does not build, or Ed waves, I mean.
We get an army in Marseille. So this is a catastrophic mistake, I think.
I agree.
There's no argument for an army here. You might as well wave if you don't want to build a fleet.
All right, but West is getting supported into Tyrrhenian.
Yeah, but English is in London, or England is now in the English Channel. You're completely dependent on other people for advancement this game.
Can we go back and talk about that convoy to?
Yeah,
love that.
Yeah, what flavor of FU is that? Do you think? From Craig Mayer.
I love that. I love the convoy to the boot. I feel like it's just a really great way to get control.
It just feels like Craig, he saw those 2 moves to Rome to Venice in 2001 and just said, no.
you and me, Scott, we're not friends. We're not talking. We're going at it.
And now we get the stab. So Austria loses 2 to Zach and Matthew. So we have a genuine RT. Oh, I'm sorry, 3. Greece as well. 3. Yeah,
Vienna, Serbia, and Greece. I gotta say though, I'm surprised that Craig didn't support Apulia up into Venice. Supported instead Tyrolia down. I mean, I guess he gets the dot, so he's only down an aggregate of 2, but that's a pretty bad nail in the coffin.
Well, I think this was the only way to guarantee Venice was to do it this way.
Because Tyrolia is cut?
Yeah, to assume Tyrolia would be cut.
Yeah,
so
but losing Apulia is not good.
Well, nothing about this turn is good for Craig. Would keeping Apulia have really materially changed?
No. It wouldn't. You're right.
All right, so who's got a good position here? Who would you want to be?
It's hard to hate on the board topper.
Zachary Moore.
I mean, Zach and Matt have a good relationship, so that's a big plus, and he's 2 dots up, so I like that. Also, Matt's in the box against 3 fleets, right? 2 Italian, 1 French that seem to be working well together, and that French fleet has nothing else to do but work with Italy down there. So I don't like Matt's position and potential advancement nearly as much. I also think that Zach has good position in the north against. He does have a support attack on Sweden if he wants it, or slip into Norway. I think that Nome is in a weaker position, so also that benefits Zach. I like Zach's position.
Yeah, me too. The Fleet North Coast, St. Petersburg here, Army Warsaw, and clean up the Balkans.
I would like Kevin's position diplomatically if he had one more fleet, maybe two more fleets on the board. But the 5 armies just makes it hard to like his position.
Yep. But there is some longer term potential now with England having to fight Russia. Question now I think is can Zach consolidate and advance? Looks like he can.
Yep. Look at that. There's Sweden move.
Oh, Denmark, that Tunis goes, so there goes that 3rd fleet boxing him in.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So Matthew has a little bit more play there.
Kevin gets Tunis.
Yeah, because Naples supported him in, or supported Aegean into retreat. Well.
So Zach, so Denmark to Sweden I find intriguing. What did Zach offer to support him in and then backtracked?
My guess would be that there was a because he's also moving Berlin, Bohemia, right? Yeah. My guess is that the whole conversation happened surrounding like how do we stop the board leader, all that. And maybe Nome took it really seriously, but nobody else did because he lost Munich. Oof. Well, it was a spring turn, but
yeah.
So Zach is going to get. So Zach gets a build here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's even. He loses Serbia.
Picked up Budapest and Sweden though.
Oh yeah, Budapest. I'm sorry, I forgot, and it didn't count Budapest.
Yep.
Yeah, and even more importantly, Matthew's units continue to move westward.
Continue to move westward, but still only has 2 fleets on the board. Or sorry, only has 2 armies on the board, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to think that he has any control over that situation when Zach is always going to have more armies in the middle.
Romania pulls away. He picks up Serbia, so you get the army here maybe to be able to convoy now that all the fleets are in the right spot.
Sure, but the army is still going to go to the boot, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Zach's army is going to stick around in the middle.
Yeah.
To make an argument for Fleet Smyrna here, you can convoy Bulgaria.
I don't hate it. Yeah. I would have built an army, but I don't hate it.
I mean, Zach in Warsaw is great. Yeah, so Zach now has a good position on the middle. He's secure in the north.
What position was Zach going into the final round?
29th.
Okay, never mind then. He did say he was going to win the tournament, so
Solo.
Yeah,
he's not solo on this board, right?
I don't think so. It's not I mean, it's still early, right? Like if people wanted to play this out.
So I mean, I guess the question is also who has to come off the board in order for Zach to solo, and the answer would be probably Matt Krill, who has too much control over the coastal centers at the bottom, and Ed Sullivan, who has too many fleets bottling him up in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
I think it would be a hard push to get both those people off the board when there's no real pressure on Matt, other fleets in the Med, or other fleets in the Mediterranean or the Atlantic trying to put pressure on Ed. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he would need Discord on the other side of the board, sort of surprising Discord.
Yeah.
But Zach outsmarted himself here. He wanted to open up St. Petersburg, but had to risk Sweden to do it and lost Sweden. And now St. Petersburg is, he has to guard against it from being taken.
I'm impressed with Matt's forward movement. His ability to get that many units so far west, I think was coordinated, right? I mean, he must have worked with Scott over the last 2 turns to get that to happen. It was a good series of moves. Oh, hello.
Yeah,
this is a nice highlight.
This is how a solo could happen eventually, right? But a long way to go before that. Ed Sullivan making a move.
Picking up 2.
Yep. Yeah. And why not? Right? Got to put down at least 1 fleet here, I think, in order to advance in the west. Zach is pulling a unit, maybe Army Finland.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate pull for Zach. He needs that army.
Or maybe Budapest. Just go all in on the alliance play.
On the RT. Yeah, I think Budapest was the right pull.
We do get Army Air Fleet Liverpool and an Army in London. Dig that. Yeah, Ed is looking at a good board top opportunity. It's a little bit dynamic here though, right? Because there's a balance in the east that he has to hold with Russia while he picks up gains in the west.
Does he? I mean, Zach, by giving up Finland, Zach has basically said St. Petersburg's no longer mine.
Yeah.
I'm ceding this to you, and I'm going to go fight in the middle of the board for German dots. At least that's my read.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying it could. It's just something he has to keep an eye on. It could.
It's true. It's true.
Man, that's all in
Denmark. That is
attacks Germany here.
I'm surprised at that. I would have thought you would keep Germany around for a turn or two.
Yeah. Well, clearly there was clearly he sensed discord in the negotiations because Kiel goes to Holland with French support. So Noam and Kevin got on the same page here.
Yeah.
What do you think about convoying the army over rather than taking Mid-Atlantic? It's hard to pass up Mid-Atlantic, isn't it, when you have the chance?
He's still going to get it next round because there's only I guess there's 2 fleets now, right? Because Tunis, North Africa. But I mean, if I'm Kevin, I don't know if I'm. I mean, Scott was supposed to go to Western Med, and they was supposed to be 3 fleets, and then he got stabbed. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, maybe. But now Matthew is kind of creeping into position as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. Let's see.
This is a close finish between the 3 of them.
Yeah.
I think Kevin's position is going to fall apart. And again, because of a lack of fleets.
Yep. And now, all right. How do we decipher this?
England loses Belgium. England gains Paris.
Turkey takes all 3 Italian centers in one turn.
Oh, Scott. And
Matthew
+4.
Matthew has eviscerated Italy.
Wow. I hope he gets a golden blade for that one. That is well done. And also simultaneously moves Albania to Serbia, which is the signal to Zach that maybe he needs to be thinking about what Matt's builds are going to be.
Yeah, his problem is that Zach has gotten Munich, and Berlin, so Zach's going to be putting down 2.
Yeah.
So the RT picks up 6.
Well done. Well done.
Well, Krill was coming in.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
What was his position? I think it was like 9th.
Oh yeah. He was at 9,000. I thought he was higher up.
He needs a solo.
Yeah.
Which isn't. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it's possible he gets across the board far enough, but I think that Ed has enough fleets to hold him back from anything but Marseille, Spain, and Portugal, right? So he needs everything in the West except for Warsaw and Moscow, which would be pretty hard.
All right. So all right, you're Matt Krill here. You have to solo to win the tournament. What do you build?
Army.
Really?
It's not the best move, but if I'm going to solo, I need army.
I feel like the only reason to not build Fleet Ank here is because you don't want to shout from the rooftops to Zach that you're coming for him. Otherwise, like you got to put a fleet.
Maybe Fleet Ank, army. Maybe. But it depends on what you think Zach is building here. And I assume Army Warsaw is coming down, right?
So Matt has been in 7 of these positions, I think, this year alone, where they get 6 builds and they waive 5 of them. So it's either he's going all in or he's waiving everything.
There's nothing to lose.
You put all the pieces down.
Yeah,
I know, but it's Matt. Matt waves. He and Massbaum waived like 40 builds in that.
Yeah, but that's when they were arranging like a 17-17 split, right?
Yeah.
Like the 17-17 split won't get Matthew anything here.
Yeah, but a 17-17 split didn't get him anything that game either. So, I'm just saying.
Didn't it get him on the anyway?
Yeah, top board, yes.
The German polls, I think, here will also be interesting. Well, okay. There it is, Hank. Army Moscow, Army Sev.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So now this is just a question: can Matt get the upper hand on on Russia, boy, you'd rather have an army in Trieste than a fleet, wouldn't you?
Yes, but I gotta say I don't see how Matt can solo this board. I just from here 11, he needs Portugal, Marseille, which is really hard given the fleet situation over there. I assume he's losing all of Iberia to Ed Sullivan's 3 British fleets. Assuming he picks up Tunis, he needs Warsaw and Moscow and Munich, or he needs Marseille, Spain, and Portugal. I mean, I don't see it.
It's not a great chance, but I actually think there is more of a likelihood than, there's a bigger chance than I think you're indicating. Just because Munich, there's so many different armies that would have to coordinate to defend Munich, and Russia is going to have to start pulling pieces, I believe. Should lose at least one this year.
I guess, but if assuming that he owns 1 or 2 armies in Berlin and Munich, there will always be another army or 2 there to support him, unless somebody else really screws something up.
Right. I mean, you're talking if they all coordinate, then there's no solo, right? So
it's true. It's true. I have faith in Ed Sullivan. I know him. I don't know some of the other players to sort of get everybody together, and I think Zach also could coordinate it.
So there it is. Yeah. Okay,
that makes sense.
I don't know. If I was Matt, I'd push it just to see. You've got 3 small powers, right?
You know what?
France and
Adam,
Russia.
leave no doubt behind. I gotta say, unless I had a conversation with Kevin or a conversation with Gnome in which one of them was so mad that they really wanted to push it. I mean, certainly Scott's not going to be on my side, right? I don't see a universe where it happens.
Right.
But maybe. I mean, it's also the second round on the same day. They're probably exhausted.
Yeah, I still would have pushed it. I mean, it's only been 6 years. This is probably 10 or 11 o'clock. I just don't see what you have to lose.
Well, we're gonna find out because Matt Krill. Hang on, don't go that fast. It's getting late. I gotta click the buttons a little faster. All right, let's get this on here. Why Matt Krill didn't make the audience happy?
Why did he not please us?
All right, I've got Matthew Krill here, who just topped his board in round 3 playing Turkey. Matt, how did you do it?
Well, started off with a really good Russia-Turkey alliance with Zachary Moore, and we swept through the board pretty well. And towards the end, I had an Italian ally, Scotty, that was great to work with, was a lot of fun, but wound up stabbing him at the end, and that's what was the board top.
Turkey has really struggled lately in at least the virtual diplomacy world. How do you think you were able to avoid that, that bad outcome on this board?
Well, there was a lot of Austria and Italy conflict early on, and that really opened up the door to getting out into Ionia. And once you're out there as Turkey, you've got a lot of options.
Just another quick question then about the general tournament. I know this was a lot of people's first chance to play face-to-face after having played virtual and online some. How did you think those players did in their first tournament on the face-to-face circuit?
I thought they did really well. I mean, I thought that people were able to make a really good transition. And, I was really impressed by the play of the people that have only done virtual face-to-face and this being their first tournament. I was very impressed and thought everybody did a great job out here.
Well, I think probably the next face-to-face event on the schedule will be Cascadia in late January, which is sort of in your neck of the woods. You want to talk just a minute about that?
Yeah, so Chris Brand is the TD for Cascadia. It's up in Vancouver, Canada. And I live down in the Seattle area, so I'll definitely be going up to that and encourage anybody to come out to that. It's a really great time, and Chris always does a great job with that tournament.
Yeah, he really does. Matt Krill, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Down with one more to go. You left it in a suspenseful position, right?
It's a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Cliffhanger.
All comes down to this game.
That is all right. Come on, let's get the map back up here.
So at this point, Adam Silverman would know he has a minimum needed score.
Well, he doesn't. So at this point,
I guess we don't know. It's 04, right? So
yeah, so he's only in 04. The game where Ben really lost was not lost, but lost the chance to go further was like 05, 06, if I remember correctly. So, but I think we were all watching as it was going along. Is if Adam isn't going to be attacked here, if Johnny's not going to lay down the wood, then it doesn't matter what anyone else does other than solo.
Yeah, we were saying he needs to lose 3 places, was it?
Yeah, I think Brandon's at 3 or 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
3 would do it because
Yeah.
he's presuming he lost at least 2 dots. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and so this is where we were at the time. The key pulls of the 3 armies, like Adam had said, and what Johnny builds, kind of. No, he only lost 2 of the armies, so.
Army Roar, but no, it leaves Lucia. Surprising.
Yeah. All right, so we're through to here. Sharing the board top with Jason. He's pushing forward still, and Johnny is self-bouncing in Bulgaria.
It's a little risky. This is the part this is why the AT is so difficult. It's this stage of the game where is Turkey's next dot coming from, and how do I make sure it's not me if I'm Austria?
Well, if he's pushing forward, though, is there any reason not to convoy to Apulia? I mean, there's no way Austria can get there. Is your next dot Naples?
If he was going to do it, why didn't he do it in the spring?
Yeah, right. That's, yeah. I mean, it's just like pushing the pieces at this point.
But he walks to Naples, so that's pretty good.
Adam walks to Venice.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what Colin is up to on that one. Maybe he just really thought, I mean, it could be a diplomatic success by the AT.
Yeah, because Tunis didn't need to be supported. Tyrrhenian could have.
Yeah.
And Hunter goes to the English Channel. That's interesting.
It means that Colin's going to be on his own because those fleets are going to turn around. This is another overcommitment by Jason here, right? Because he's got 4 fleets. You can only get 1 fleet through the Med at a time. He's got 3 fleets in the Mediterranean. It's really hard for him to get those fleets back if they're needed.
So if you're Hunter, are you going for Brest or are you trying to take London back?
Depends on the builds and changes in the East, I think, for me.
Fleet Smyrna. I mean, is there any way other than Adam just saying, putting his pad in the box saying recurring all holds orders, is there any way he loses?
I think the point is that even if he's second on the board, he still wins the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it. I mean, I think he was up 3,000 points. So
yeah.
Why wouldn't Johnny? Why wouldn't Johnny stab him? Like, what's the argument?
I think if I'm Johnny, I think the thing is that you can stab for Greece, right? But you lose Sev most likely. If I was doing it, I would convoy to Apulia in the spring and then stab for Greece in the fall, and hope that I can get something into position to defend Sevastopol. But you don't have enough armies to get anything else. You're not going to get Serbia.
Well, you could convoy to Albania and then take Greece and Serbia in the fall.
I didn't think about that. It's a good move.
The question would be following up. I mean, you basically be like sinking Adam's chances of winning the tournament. You know,
and at what gain?
Yeah,
winning.
We're trying to What's it?
The question was what game, and the answer is winning the board.
Yeah. Which would get
15. What does 1,500 points get you in standings at this point?
Well, I mean, you sit down to play diplomacy. You don't want to not play the board for your maximum score, even if it's maybe a best turkey award or a shot at just having a better game than be like, okay, Adam, you're a nice guy. I'll let you win.
Yeah. What place is Johnny in right now?
8th. He'd move up to 5th.
No, but on this board, is he in 3rd or
4th? Tied for 2nd.
Second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other factor is Johnny's borderline top. He was doing okay in the DB&I, correct?
Yeah.
So there's some DB&I points that are going to come from this. So another outside factor to keep in mind.
But if he's already 8th, the benefit of moving up to 5th is just not enough to do any further in this game. And we must congratulate Adam Silverman, DBN's own, as the first face-to-face winner in a long time.
And DipCon champion. I mean, that makes him North American champion for the year. I think that's something worth saying.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Adam Silverman.
Yeah. Wow.
Well played. I was impressed. I know I said at the top of the broadcast how Adam handled the diplomacy of that relationship would make all the difference. And just to negotiate the builds, to be able to get Johnny in a position where they could work together. But Johnny never really had an easy path to make that stab. Really well played, both strategically and diplomatically from Adam.
This is Adam's first DipCon championship. He is a 7-time winner already. So this will give him his 8th, but definitely the biggest prize on his mantle by far. So congrats to Adam. I think with it being almost 2 a.m. there and being done for a while, we do not have him, and we do not have any other media for the night. So
we do have an interview.
Oh, we do. Oh, good. Where was it? I didn't see it in the thing. Can you share it?
Yeah, let me see if I can do that.
Oh, good.
So he finished with, was it 2 board tops and a split board top?
Yes. Let's go to the standings.
And a 2-person split board top. So
yeah,
because 21,000 is 3 board tops. So
yep.
Missing
He had the shared top in round 1 where he had the 8-8 with England France.
All right. I mean, that's almost as good as it gets. Well done, Adam.
Almost there.
Oh, good. All right. Well,
some really low center counts across the tournament, right? If you take a look at those last 2 digits, right? Adam wins with 25 centers over 3 boards. So only really averaging about 8.3 dots per board, and second place averaging 7.3 dots per board. I mean, that's really not that many big results.
Yeah,
in this tournament.
All right.
No, the biggest number was 11, I think, right?
Yeah, that was Johnny Gillen. Yeah. Do you think there was a cautious play? Do you think that's why, or people were just agreeing to end games sooner than they might have otherwise?
That was what I was going to say. Is we're used to a little more friendlier games on virtually, I think, but B, as we've all played face to face, and Ed said about wearing dress shoes that he didn't prepare for appropriately. When you're standing for 6 to 7 hours at a time, I think the stamina, man, we haven't done this in 2 years. So definitely a wake up call to new players. This is what face to face is like, and the old guys just couldn't keep up with the youngsters, we'll say. So,
well, let's hear from Adam.
All right, folks, I'm standing here with the man of the hour, Adam Silverman. You have won the 2021 Carnage, and thus you are also the DipCon champion for 2021. Tell me what you're feeling right now.
You know, it's just been a fun weekend, David. It's just amazing to have the opportunity to play with the virtual community, the face-to-face community. This has been 2 years since any of us have gotten together. I mean, obviously I'm thrilled with the results, but mostly it's just been a fun time, and it's been great meeting new people and seeing old friends, and you know, it's just been a really fun weekend.
from your vantage point as the winner of the tournament, how do you think these new players did? I'm talking about new to face players did in this tournament setting.
I think the skill level of the hobby is really, really high. I thought, I thought there were very few weak players. I thought there were so many really good players. The virtual players really lived up to their reputations as good players. Some of them fared okay or well, and some of them didn't. But even the ones that didn't, like, it wasn't for lack of skill in the game. Somebody's always going to get out in these games. And, I was just so impressed.
What do you think the key to your victory was, either in this particular round 3 board or overall?
For me, the game is all about building relationships. You start early and you maintain them and foster them throughout the game. And I think that is really how you do well in this game. It's not about the killer stab. Obviously, the killer stab is a great thing if you can pull it off, but really having consistent performance in diplomacy is about fostering relationships and having people trust you and being able to kind of bend the board the way you want to because you have those relationships with people.
Let me talk one quick thing about your round 3 board, because you were telling me a great story about how that relationship with your ally on the round 3 board started. So tell us that story.
Yeah, well, I was playing Austria. Johnny Gillam was the Turkish player, and our opening negotiation was pretty funny. Johnny came to me and just started by saying, "Hey, Adam, look, I'm tired. I want to be honest with you. I know that you're jockeying for an AIR. I'm jockeying for an RT. We're not going to work together in this game, Adam. So let's talk, but we're not really doing anything here." Of course, following, 1902 or something, it was AT the entire game. So, and again, it was about that, having these frank conversations early in the game and trying to build, like, okay, maybe we don't see eye to eye right now, but at least we're talking and at least we're starting to, exchanged our views on things. And when the time came and Johnny said to me, like, okay, support me to Romania, we can do something here, I was very happy to do that. He could trust in me that I was going to do that when I said so. And it was just building a good relationship from there and moving forward and getting there.
I have to admit, the times that you and I have played together and I wanted to work with you, I did not think of starting off by saying, "Silverman, I'm never working with you in this game." Got it?
That's been the outcome, though, in many of them.
It really has. Well, that's basically the story from our winner, Adam Silverman. One concern I have from a DBN point of view, it's great that one of our DBN commentators has actually won the Carnage 21 tournament. The problem I have with it, next time we're on the screen together, I don't think his head is going to fit in the little box on the screen. So, folks, pay attention to that and certainly write in if you think we need to do something about that going forward. Adam, congratulations again.
Thank you so much, David.
Back to you guys.
Definitely a well-played tournament. Congratulations again to Adam. Before we get everyone's final comments, to make sure that no one's on mute, because I don't want to be Brian and have my helpers on mute, which is a league night consistent problem. First of all, major thanks to David Miletsky for putting on this first tournament. I know with the Delta variant that they were trying to get Philadelphia to work. It was really a tough time to get everyone out there. I know a lot of people were saying that couldn't happen, but kudos. No judgments on masks and vaccines and everything, but it looked like people were wearing them at times and not at others, and it seemed like everyone was able to get there and get along. So congrats to a great tournament. 4 boards per round is probably a little below a DipCon average, but certainly to get everyone out for the first time, to get back in action is great. So congratulations to him. We'll get your guys' thoughts on the tournament in a minute. Our next one is virtual again. We've got the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. That is, I think, the weekend before the holidays in December. I don't have the exact date, but I want to say like the 19th or 20th. Virtual Diplomacy World Diplomacy server is on Discord. We If we don't have links to it yet, we will get them in there for anyone who's new and wants to join us. The sign up is in there, and I know that's ongoing now. As far as league play is concerned, the VDL, for which we mentioned Brandon, is the current leader. So let's go take him down in that one. That is in 2 weeks, right, Brian? You got that one?
Yep,
Yeah.
it's the Thursday before, or the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Excellent. And the Tour of Britain has their final weekend next weekend. So a lot of league diplomacy coming up before the end of the year. We'll have broadcasts in 2 weeks for that. And then the next face-to-face tournament, as Matt Krill mentioned, is Cascadia, which I believe is either the last weekend of January, first weekend of February. I know it kind of overlaps in that point. I don't know where the recruiting is taking place on that yet, but again, the online Discord servers and our website is a great place to find it. So any more housekeeping items before we do wrap up? I'm hoping no, but
are we going to get another countdown, Brian?
Yeah, we will definitely get a countdown after this result. So Zach and I will touch base shortly, figure out when we're going to get that on air. We'll try and get that as quick as we can, and always enjoy putting that together. So stay tuned.
Excellent. And Peter McNamara in the comments has confirmed the dates of those tournaments too. One last thing about this tournament is, again, major thanks to David and to Ed and to Sabi. Without getting all these orders in, we were concerned about being able to show you games, and we got every single one. So thanks to the folks who coordinated, and it sounded like it went fairly smoothly. So we'll, no promises going forward. We'll get every game, but we did that. But the point about the media is we've got a ton more content that we were able to get. The back channel, I'm sure, got better as the evening went on. So no promises of any special episodes, but on the next deadline or awards that David may do in the morning, I'm sure there'll be some more media from that. We will alert you as to where you could find more of the Ed Sullivan Show. So, all right, we made it 5 hours, a little over 5 hours for a live tournament. Not too bad. I think it went well tonight. Adam, you are the newest member to the crew. What's your takeaway?
I thought there were some really fantastic games played. Some big stabs, a lot of really subtle play, some really great relationship building. So congratulations to everyone who played. Even people I think who didn't have great scores or great results, showed some really great diplomacy, and it was really fantastic to watch. I'm so thrilled that the face-to-face hobby's back. Sad that I couldn't be there, but congratulations to Dave and everyone else. I look forward to seeing everyone next year at Carnage and next year at any other tournaments that I'm able to attend. And again, thank you to DBN. I know there's a lot of hard work put in. You guys are fantastic. Kevin and Brandon, Brian, and everyone else who works behind the scenes.
I'll pull rank as being the host and next newest. My first event with DBN was a year ago at Carnage. It has been a fun ride so far. I will definitely, that's my takeaway, is what an undertaking that the two guys below us have put into this, David and Ed. It's amazing to how far the group has come to produce good content and then to have everything shaken up and do it all live and in person. What a job well done, and looking forward to trying the next one. So, and of course, Adam, congrats. So you two have the next tied seniority, so you fight it out.
I'll go. This is Brandon's show. We split up duties between Gameday Live and League Night this year, and so I will defer on that. I just want to say, first of all, again, thank you so much, Dave Miletsky, for putting on a great event. Next year, WDC. Get out there. It's one of the best tournaments you'll ever go to. Make plans now. Also, hotels book quick, so get your reservation in if that's something you're interested in. Second, thanks to Sabi for acting as assistant TD and putting in all of those backstabber orders. We would not have this show without the work that they did. So extremely grateful for that. David and Ed, I spent most of this weekend editing videos because you kept putting out quality video after video, interview after interview. Thank you so much for putting out content when really we had no idea what we were doing. We just said, hey, go out there and record stuff that looks fun, and you returned some fantastic material we were able to put together. This is a foundation. I cannot wait to see where we're able to take this live format, this live media. It is a lot of work. It takes a huge team to put stuff together behind the scenes. But man, the payout is so good. I just can't wait to see where we can take this. I'm just looking back at where we started with Gameday Live and our coverage and how far we've come. I can't wait to see that kind of progression for these in-person events as well. And then finally, just on the games themselves, I think what I was most impressed with is two things. One, there was a lot of relationship building, and two, there was a lot of flexibility. Those players who were able to combine those two factors had success. And I've noticed that throughout all of the season this year. Those are two consistent factors amongst players who are doing well. So for those of you that are looking to improve your game, those are two important elements for you to work on. So that's it.
Man, I marvel all the time at what this thing has become, and kind of like, there's this unknown future, this sort of fog that we are slowly drifting into, and it kind of could go a number of different ways with Facebook, possibly doing some promotion for the hobby. There's an opportunity here for the hobby to sort of have another big explosion, which I think it sort of does once in a while. This was really fun. I echo you guys. Ed and Dave did an amazing job experimenting with sort of new formats, new ways of engaging people, and it was really fun. It felt a little bit like we were there, and we got a sense of the fun that people were having, and that was great. As far as the tournament goes, this honestly to me felt a little bit like the hobby dipping its toe in the pool and just gauging the temperature and seeing what it was like. Can I get to 05? Okay, yeah, maybe I'll go to 06 this time. I looked over here, more than half the games, or about half the games, ended before the end of 1906. We've seen in the virtual world, like most of the games go beyond that scoring system, whatever. So I feel like we might see more fireworks at the next in-person tournament, and that would be Cascadia, and I believe they use a scoring system that encourages more fireworks. So looking forward to seeing what happens as our new entrants slide all the way into the pool and maybe some of them dive head first. I love hanging out with you guys. Love talking about diplomacy. Let's do it again. And Kevin, thank you very much for hosting. The work that you did behind the scenes is Herculean. Brian, you as well for all the editing that you did. Definitely have to thank Sabia Huja for a lot of work that goes unnoticed. We notice it, Sabi, and we thank you for it, and we appreciate you.
We don't have Siobhan, so Adam, since I think you probably have known Siobhan longer than all of us, do you know her way to end the show?
I absolutely do not.
Boom. All right. Well, that's on Brian then.
All right, everybody. Stay safe and stab well. Have a great night.